At HDR, we've always helped communities adapt to a changing world. From bringing power to the plains more than 100 years ago, to reimagining how we connect, how we solve challenges, and how we create a brighter future. Leading the transportation transformation and modernizing mobility. With the unique perspective of many, we're motivated to shape our world for the better through inclusion, collaboration, and innovation. At HDR, we do things right to make great things possible.
Each morning, we wake up eager to build a brighter future for the places where we live and work. That's why we are here. We are here to benefit places that for us are more than just mere dots on a map. They're the very communities that we ourselves call home. We're not just building your community, we're deeply investing in our communities. HNTB has been here for more than a century and will continue leaving permanent impacts across the country. We are here doing much more than solving transportation challenges. We are here to bring people together and expand opportunity by engaging in the things that matter the most. We are here to make all lives better. We are here for everyone. And we're living our daily commitment by working with you to invest in a collective bright future, cultivating the next brilliant generation by introducing the possibilities of engineering to kids who otherwise might not have had the opportunity, not driving to work because we're proud to ride the local public transit system we helped create, and reading to kids to help them improve the skills they'll need to be successful. Over the generations, we have become the industry leader at bringing people together through innovation, collaboration, and inclusion to improve the quality of life for our friends, for our neighbors, and our families. We are here to create the community that's important to you, to all of us. We have been a part of your community in the past. We are here now, and we will continue to be here with you as we work together to build our community, our home.
Welcome to Transpo Industries. Transpo manufactures and supplies products for airports, bridges, roadways, and tunnels. Founded in 1968, Transpo's safety products have saved thousands of lives. Our decades of experience producing high-strength polymer concrete materials and precast products has made Transpo a recognized leader in the transportation industry. Agencies all over the country are increasingly using our MMA pavement marking material as an integral part of complete streets implementation. Our team of experts and engineering tools bring clients a level of technical support that is unparalleled in the industry, and we proudly maintain ISO quality certification at all company facilities. Come explore our innovative product lines and find out how Transpo Industries can help you complete your next successful project.
Being part of a company with a purpose and mission is important to me because it makes me feel at the end of the day like we're really contributing to improving the environment, making people's lives easier.
The work that we do is improving people's lives. It's creating communities where people feel more connected.
It's about giving back. You have to really care and understand.
Everybody knows us. They've all worked with us. And most of them have an incredible amount of respect for the work that we do, the quality of our work.
With the purpose of utilizing the skills and expertise we have in the company, we all bring it together to make a difference, to really create great places.
It's exciting to work for a company that has a purpose. The company really focuses on successfully completing high-profile, complex projects, and at the same time it balances its focus on people and the people that work for it.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the 2021 virtual Northeastern District meeting. Again, my name is Steve Eisenberg. I'm one of the co-chairs for this meeting. I'm an associate in L.K. McLean Associates. Opposite my cohort, Amir Razavi, the other co-chair from VHB. We had some great sessions yesterday afternoon, and thanks to all of you who were able to join us for our welcome reception on Gathertown. It was a lot of fun. Today we have a full day lined up of sessions. We have Good Morning Long Island to start off with, followed by ITE's Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion session this morning. And at 12:30, we'll welcome our ITE International President, Alyssa Rodriguez, to share a few moments with us, followed by the Northeastern District's award ceremony. We'll then resume our afternoon sessions. Now also, just remember to stay during the breaks, which we'll be playing more from our sponsors, and we will also have the very much anticipated hot seat interviews, which I do promise will get hotter and hotter. So we'll show you video snippets from these interviews also. So now I'd like to kick off our morning session on Good Morning Long Island. We have 4 speakers this morning. We have Ankita Rathi, who is the Senior Transportation Planner from GPI. We have Jonathan Keys, who's the Director for Downtown and Transit-Oriented Development for Suffolk County. Carl Berkowitz, who's the Transportation and Traffic Engineering Expert for Transportation Expert Witness. And Michael Shinoda, who's the Graduate Program Coordinator and Faculty for the Department of Agriculture and Construction Management for Farmingdale State College. So without further ado, let's get into this morning's presentation.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Keys, and I'm the Director of Downtown and Transit-Oriented Development for Suffolk County's Economic Development and Planning Department. Thank you for joining us. Today's presentation will focus on a people-first approach to active transportation. In this presentation, we will walk you through the concept of a people-first approach to planning, define active transportation, introduce you to some of Suffolk's active transportation projects, and discuss our future goals for these projects. So first, what is a people-first approach? The concept of putting people first was developed by Jan Gehl. As described by Gehl, our approach is iterative and holistic, but begins with life, activities, user groups, and behavior patterns, before shaping public space and streets to invite this public life to flourish. It is these characteristics that then inform the design for buildings and infrastructure. People-first planning is conceptually linked to a more holistic view of the built environment and an understanding of how it can promote personal and social well-being. It characteristically requires planners to view planning not simply as a process of valorization of private land, and to view urban space not simply as a locus for capital accumulation. It subjects the pursuit of highest and best use in favor of the prioritization of the local meaning of place, and foregrounds access to and use of urban spaces, as opposed to a traditionally exclusionary regulatory approach defining permitted and prohibited uses. Active transportation, traditionally defined, is simply transportation that is powered by human energy and primarily includes walking and bicycling. Although public transportation is not typically defined as active transportation, studies have shown a higher level of physical activity among public transportation riders, and the adage that every transit trip begins and ends as a pedestrian trip suggests the importance of transit in relation to active transportation. Planning for active transportation is one example of a people-first approach to planning. The people-first approach compels planners to recognize the relation of cyclists, pedestrians, people in wheelchairs, people pushing strollers, and people using transit to the public space they inhabit, and whether that space adequately addresses their needs and wants. It further compels planners to recognize that physical inactivity spurred by an automobile-dominated environment has been a major contributor to a steady rise in rates of obesity, diabetes, and other chronic health conditions. Making active transportation a safe, affordable, and convenient option for all would help reduce adverse health impacts and also promote physical activity, recreation, and environmental preservation. Today's presentation will discuss several active transportation projects in Suffolk County, all of which fall under the Connect Long Island Regional Transportation and Development Plan. Connect Long Island comprises 5 core tenets. First, align land use and transportation goals by supporting transit-oriented development, or TODs. Second, support investments in existing mass transit infrastructure, such as the Long Island Railroad's Main Line expansion and East Side Access projects. Third, develop north-south bus rapid transit lines in Suffolk County to connect these TODs to the Long Island Railroad and to each other. Fourth, connect these TODs and bus rapid transit lines to our major academic and research institutions like Brookhaven National Lab and Stony Brook University. And finally, fifth, create a network of interconnected parks, recreation, open space, and hike and bike trails to link downtowns, transit-oriented developments, colleges and universities and job centers via non-motorized transportation. The next 3 slides will provide an overview of the Suffolk County projects that we'll be talking about today. First, we have the Suffolk County Hike and Bike Master Plan. The purpose of the Suffolk County Hike and Bike Master Plan was to identify and map the existing hike and bike facilities in Suffolk County, to identify the gaps in that network, and finally to develop a plan to fill those gaps. But we were not simply connecting the dots. As Anka will describe, our plan focused on identifying and applying underlying demographics, stakeholder outreach, and strong bike and hike typologies to inform exactly how to connect those dots. The success of this plan depends on understanding the needs of its users. Likewise, Suffolk's bike share program aims to embrace a people-first approach by introducing shared active transportation into the public realm. Working with the locally based Pedal Share Bike Share Company in several towns and villages, bikes are available for affordable short-term rental in downtowns, at train stations, and in parks around Suffolk County, allowing us to further rethink what constitutes appropriate use of public space and how active transportation can claim a portion of it. This program features a first-of-its-kind approach using a shared services model between Suffolk County governments, which allows users across Suffolk County to access the system through one single account. And finally, our Reimagined Transit initiative represents the first comprehensive redesign of the Suffolk County bus system since its inception. This initiative is a direct result of the 2018 Suffolk County Mobility Study that stressed the need for the county to align its transportation resources with land use goals and growth patterns, to reinvest in high ridership fixed route transit, and to explore new on-demand mobility alternatives for lower ridership areas. Work on this initiative began in September 2019 and is expected to conclude at the end of 2021. We're currently in the community engagement phase and will be hosting a series of public meetings in May and continued stakeholder engagement through the end of this process. So our core principles for these projects are as follows. First, to work with the community. We have a robust public and stakeholder engagement process to provide effective opportunities to provide feedback and elevate the community's decision-making power for each project. Second, to prioritize social equity within the planning process, making sure that traditionally underrepresented and underserved communities are considered during the design and analysis. This could include, for active transportation projects, things like looking at the density of 0 and 1-car households, the location of low and moderate income households, predominantly minority areas, and age demographics as well. Third is to design for people. This is to make sure that the actual facility design is people-focused, not just looking at where facilities generally should be located, but making sure we are taking into consideration things like ADA design, wider sidewalks, bike boulevards, and sidewalk improvements. Fourth is to promote non-traditional modes of mobility. Again, when we consider that transit trips start and stop with active transportation, our efforts to enhance our transit network must include a look at the surrounding ped and bike infrastructure to access that network. So make sure that infuses all of our planning approaches to our transit projects. And finally, is to promote policies that advance people-first active transportation planning. Take a look more closely at some of those policies. In particular, those policies include a complete streets policy that requires all road projects to include a review of complete streets principles to ensure they meet the needs of all users. While we've had this policy on the books at Suffolk County for several years, we are now developing a complete streets checklist to accompany each project during the design phase. Second, we participate every year in Car Free Day and Earth Month. We do this to raise awareness about alternative transportation and its positive impacts on the environment, on traffic mitigation, and on public health. We are also advancing a road safety education and awareness campaign, not only for cyclists, but also for drivers to ensure that they're mindful of sharing the road with cyclists, that they're incorporating best practices such as checking over their shoulder before they exit a vehicle to make sure there's no cyclist passing, and making sure they just know the rules of the road. We recently passed a 3-foot bike passing law, the first of its kind for a county in New York State, that will require drivers to leave 3 feet when passing cyclists on the road, which we're very excited about. And finally, we've made considerable funding and resources available through programs like Suffolk County Jumpstart to fund local hike and bike and pedestrian projects in towns and villages around Suffolk County. I'll now turn it over to Ankita to discuss our projects in further detail.
Thanks, Jonathan. Hello, everybody. I'm Ankita Rathi. I'm a senior planner at GPI and planning consultant at the Suffolk County Department of Economic Development and Planning. So moving on to the second principle, working with the community. Stakeholder engagement was integral to the network development part of the Hike Bike Master Plan. As you see on the slide, we used multiple ways to work with the community. We had 3 pop-up events where the community members were able to review poster-sized maps and draw areas where they wanted more comfortable walking, hiking, or biking connections. Hike Bike Technical Advisory Committee was formed and established for this project. It included a diverse group of stakeholders, including planners from all towns, local planning and advocacy organizations, active biking, hiking, and trail groups, and agency representatives from Suffolk County Department of Public Works, Department of Parks, and New York State DOT. We recognize that the recommendations that would be proposed within this plan would not just fall on the county roads. So we wanted to make sure that the towns and the state are involved in this project right from the initiation. We had 5 bi-monthly meetings at relevant milestones to get their feedback and support in the outreach. The online input map on the right gave map users the ability to draw points and lines on the map. This map was available and open to public for 12 weeks. A point could be a barrier to safe biking or walking, such as a busy intersection or a missing sidewalk, and a line drawn could be a walking or bicycling route that needed improvement or was a network gap. When the user dropped a pin or drew a line, they had an option to list more details. We also used social media posts and paper bookmarks for marketing the online input map. In all, we were able to engage 200 plus members of the public, and nearly 800 point and linear ideas or issues were put up on the map. Bulk of those ideas and issues were later incorporated into the Hike Pike Master Plan. For the Reimagine Transit initiative, educating the public and stakeholders on what are the many transit goals and what are the trade-offs to balance those goals was key to meaningful community participation. To that end, we have deployed multiple approaches. The project webpage on the top left serves as one centralized location for all project information. General FAQs, project deliverables or reports like the choices and concepts report, which is an existing condition type of report. Links for the survey, links to register for the virtual community meetings are all housed on the web page. We also established a Reimagined Transit Advisors Group. Being able to work together in person would have been great, but given COVID and associated constraints, we have been coordinating through online meetings. This advisors group includes transit riders and advocates, reps from transit operators and workers, large employers, local civics and chambers, and organizations that represent minority populations. So a very diverse group that brings in a variety of perspectives. The Reimagine Transit Advisors Group is also helping us in outreach and leveraging their networks to get the word out. As an established best practice, we made the survey and notices available in English and Spanish. Notices for the community meetings and the survey were posted on the buses, and we are also prepping up for any language assistance needed during the meetings. It is important to not just engage the community in the process, but also elevate their decision-making power. Here we will be asking the community to tell us what's their priority for transit goals. And once those goals are incorporated into the draft networks, we'll go to them again and seek their feedback to finalize the bus networks. Principle 3, prioritizing social equity. With the Hike Pike Master Plan, we wanted to encourage equitable prioritization of projects. For every single project recommendation, a composite equity score was computed using census data which was applied to a half-mile radius around the project. We looked into the following 4 groups. Population under 18 and over 65 years old have fewer transportation options. Individuals without access to a car are more likely to rely on other modes of transportation, including walking and biking. People living in poverty may experience limited options for accessing community services, high-quality food, or healthcare facilities. Research shows that people with limited ability to speak English are less likely to participate in community planning processes and hence less likely to represent their transportation needs. So we made sure that these 4 groups were identified and were incorporated into the prioritization process. I would also like to note that health was also considered into the framework. In addition to the equity criteria on the slide, percentage of students in public school districts reported as being overweight or obese was used as a measure to identify communities that reported poor health. While we looked at residential and job densities and walkability to identify transit markets across the county, we looked into specific equity criteria to identify groups and areas with moderate to severe transit needs. We looked into poverty density, zero vehicle households, senior and youth populations, and minority residents. These measures cannot by themselves tell us that a person has a severe need for transit. For example, some people in a zero-vehicle household can afford to hire drivers or rarely drive but are comfortably retired. We must consider these measures in combination to understand where people's need for transit are likely to be severe. I did discuss the first three in the Hike Bike Master Plan framework. The fourth one is important too. A person's race or ethnicity does not tell us if they need transit or if they have a propensity to use transit. However, research indicates that these are correlated with income. Understanding the distribution of race or ethnicity of residents is crucial to understanding whether transit service changes will affect people equitably. Designing for people. One of the goals of the Hike Bike Master Plan was to reduce stress associated with walking or bicycling within the county. We wanted to design for all ages and abilities and provide facilities that were comfortable, safe, and equitable. We did talk about equity, so I'm going to concentrate more on safety and comfort here. Most of the people generally don't feel comfortable riding in mixed traffic or painted bike lanes. However, more population may be interested in riding more often if they are given better places to ride or walk. Facilities that eliminate stress also attract traditionally underrepresented people, including women, children, and seniors. It is seen from research that protected and buffered facilities reduce crash injuries for all road users. Effort was made to include design typologies that offered safe and comfortable walking and biking experience, including sidewalks, which were minimum 5 feet for rural areas and were kept up to 8 feet wide in downtown areas. Buffered bike lanes, shared use paths, and bike boulevards were incorporated where feasible. Design of the facility was also considered within the prioritization framework. Each proposed project was evaluated on its ability to create separation between the people who were walking or bicycling and people who were driving motor vehicles. So each of 800 plus proposed line projects were given a score. So if it was assigned bike route or a shared lane marking, it was scored as 1, whereas shared use paths and sidewalks were scored as 5. Promoting non-traditional mobility modes. Bike share is one of the non-traditional modes that the county advanced in 2019. Within the Reimagined Transit initiative, we have identified a number of on-demand zones, one of which can be seen outlined in pink in the Babylon zoom in on the left. This is one of the areas where an on-demand zone with wait times consistent with the Suffolk County Transit bus service can provide transit coverage more cost-effectively than a regular fixed route transit would. So basically, anyone within the pink zone can walk to the dashed streets and hail that service. While making these on-demand zones, we made sure that these streets were safe for peds to access transit. County is also working on a microtransit pilot in the Southampton area. On the right, you see the zone in which the service is being proposed. It is aimed to restore the transit coverage gap that occurred when Route 10A, shown in red, was discontinued in 2016. Consistent with the on-demand zone proposed within the Reimagined Transit concepts, this service will allow residents and visitors to hail rides to any point within the zone, or make connections to the South Ferry on the north end, Southampton Long Island Railroad, and S92 stops in Southampton towards the south. Looking ahead, the county plans to continue working on the ongoing active transportation initiatives and has identified few priorities to advance in the near future. We are working on advancing the project recommendations from the Hike Pike Master Plan and have secured NIMTEC funds to execute conceptual design on few alignments. And we are trying to apply for more funding to advance other hike bike projects, including active transportation plans for Suffolk downtowns. Considering most of the transit trip begins and ends as a paired trip, we see transit access as an important connect to active transportation. We want to continue our efforts in expanding shared mobility and transit options and enhance the general transit experience within the county, to retain ridership and also to attract new riders. And lastly, we want to strengthen our Complete Streets policy and look into implementing the Complete Streets checklist. Active transportation is definitely a big priority for the county, and we are welcome for your suggestions in advancing our work further. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mike Shinoda. I am an assistant professor with the Department of Architecture and Construction Management at Farmingdale State College. That's a SUNY campus right in the middle of Long Island. I am presenting on preliminary considerations of cross-influence of factors in parking stall demand reduction on Long Island. Sounds like a crazy long title, but the basic idea is that there are things that influence this idea of parking stall demand reduction on Long Island, and there may be some interference of them with each other. And I just want to start to make some considerations about how that cross-influence works, and then how effective is the provision or the practice of parking stall demand reduction based on those situations. So I'm going to get into it a little bit in terms of first defining the issue, defining parking stall demand reduction, and going from there. So what is the issue? Trying to do some transit-oriented development on Long Island. The idea is that transit-oriented development promotes the use, as it says, of alternate modes of transportation by taking advantage of proximity to a transit stop or a transit station. This is a nice idea, the idea that we want people to not just drive to a transit station, because promoting transit is the idea of minimizing driving. We want them to use other modes, bike, walk, what have you. But there's a few issues with this on Long Island. First, land for development, it's expensive and limited availability, especially around stations on Long Island. We have the Long Island Railroad, that's the main transit mode. But again, a lot of the land around those stations is expensive and not too much of it available. The rate of car ownership is pretty high on Long Island compared to a lot of other areas. On and off-street parking in the areas around transit stations is even more limited, but it's hard to manage. And traffic congestion around stations is already high, including, as you'd see in this particular picture here, at grade crossings. And there are still a good number, as in many places, there is an increase, or attempting to increase the number of grade separations. In other words, putting the rail either on an underpass or an overpass below vehicular traffic. But it's a very expensive and difficult thing to do. I've talked about that in other research and other ways that we can address it, but still very prevalent in a lot of areas, downtown areas of Long Island, where there is a Long Island Railroad station. So how can we address it? Whenever development is constructed, we've got a few things to worry about. People need to be able to access the development and any nearby transit using their preferred mode. Well, in Long Island, driving is likely going to be the prevalent mode, right? So building codes, and this is really, to be honest, not just at around stations or in developments around stations, but just about any development in general, that's going to be the case. So building codes on that basis are going to require a minimum number of parking spaces, and that's the case for most townships, municipalities on Long Island. Providing these spaces, though, is going to reduce the area of the site that's available for development, right? So basically, it's making those provisions, it seems like that's something that would be helpful to the developer because then people can access it. But the problem is when you have that minimum number set, then there's less space available for the developer to do what really generates revenue, which is develop, right? Whether it's an office park or a shopping center or an apartment complex or what have you. So they would like to trade off. They'd like to find a way to be able to not have to provide so many parking spaces and instead develop. So economic development, because of that requirement of the minimum number of parking spaces, becomes restricted. And we induce traffic, right? Traffic is created because of not only the development, but the availability of the parking spots to access that development. And so that's going to lead to increased congestion. As you see around here, lots of businesses in this area that's near a transit station, parking going on the streets there, lots of congestion. It becomes kind of a negative cycle, as it were. One method to try to alleviate some of those conditions is parking stall demand reduction. So as you see here in a situation like this, we might have the development itself that doesn't particularly cover a lot of the site as compared to the area of the project and the parking spaces that are required to make sure that building code is met. So parking stall demand reduction allows the developer to provide a reduced number of parking spaces than that in the normal building code. Now, giving up those parking spaces means that the developer can then increase their floor area ratio. We can make a couple of concessions. We can do a floor area ratio, more area to build, or if it's constricted and there's not a lot of room to expand outward through floor area ratio, then they can increase their building height, right? And that can be very valuable to a developer. For instance, this particular diagram provided by Suffolk County shows that the area that's given up, that a developer can acquire for development by giving up just 2 parking spaces and the driving area necessary to accommodate those spaces is about the size of a 2-bedroom apartment. So really, even just a minimal amount of concession to them in terms of parking spaces can allow a good revenue generator that the developer would find pretty desirable. So in exchange for that, though, they don't just give up the spaces. We want to find a way to, not reduce the access to the development, because access would be reduced if there were less parking spaces available. So we still want access to the development, but we want to encourage it through a different mode. So the idea is that the developer would trade the parking spaces, provide some other provision that would allow the use or promote the use of an alternative mode and reduce parking demand, and they would get the trade-off of the floor area ratio or the building height. So we want the provision to try to reduce parking demand, to get people to drive less, right? Whether that's a situation like this, a bus shelter, right, that would allow people to feel more comfortable taking bus. Hopefully, the idea too is that around the development there are bus routes that are accessible, maybe that would provide access to a transit station. So the dual benefit that we're trying to get, it's hopefully the idea is a win-win here, a win for the developer and a win for the township that it's happening in or the municipality. Increasing economic activity, great for everybody. Reducing automobile use. The developer maybe is not as concerned about that, except in the sense that they would need to provide less parking spots and can develop more, right? Certainly, the municipality has an interest in that in a matter of, for instance, sustainability and reducing pollution, reducing congestion in their downtown areas. All right, so what are the concerns, though? This sounds like a great idea. It sounds like something that would work out really well. But we want to understand that, as it says, the model code offers percent reductions, right? So every time the developer does something to hopefully promote alternative transportation use, alternative mode use, then they get some give back in terms of an increased floor area ratio or building height. When we consider this, though, the idea is we want to get less people to drive. people to drive less to the station, people to drive less elsewhere, maybe even not own cars if they're in a transit-oriented development, that they can rely on, development that's close to their area or using the transit station to access further away destinations, right? So 2 questions we want to consider, though, when we're doing this. Number 1, is the station conducive to reaping benefits from the trade-offs? In other words, is the station itself promoting the ability for people to access it, not by driving? So we're looking at what development is around the station. Are there parking provisions at the station? If there are, what's the nature of them? Are there other provisions for people to get to the station? Are there bus routes nearby? Or is it a transit hub, a multimodal hub? Are there provisions for people to use alternative modes, right? So that's one thing. If you're developing around the station, it helps people not, if they're not going to own vehicles or not use vehicles very often, if the station itself or provisions at the station help promote that. The second thing, are we getting value for our trade-offs, right? So if we say, do this and you're going to get X% more floor area ratio to develop or more building height that you can build, you do this many number of things, you can build 1 additional floor, for instance, has the township really gotten what they want? And we'll talk about what we mean by that, because sometimes you do things and you do 2 things and they're meant to achieve the same goal or get the same reduction. In other words, the 2 things are acting in tandem and you don't want to give 2 separate concessions for that. What are the values of the trade-off? And we'll discuss a little bit more what that means as well. So we did look at several Long Island Railroad stations first to see, well, in general, on Long Island, does this idea make sense? Are the stations conducive to having transit-oriented development that is a target, that could be a good target for parking stall demand reduction, right? So here are some of the ones we started looking at, just qualitatively at a distance, research, the available information that was on websites, Google Maps, directly from Long Island Railroad, things like that. So these are 5. I'll talk about 2 in particular that are a little bit opposite from each other. So first is Yaphank Station. So Yaphank Station is kind of in the middle of Suffolk County. So about, if you're thinking about Long Island, about 3/4 of the way out to the east on Long Island. So a station like this, probably in its current situation, is not so amenable to transit-oriented development. A lot of open areas around it. There's not a lot of density. Even if people could get to the station easily, they're probably still going to want to own a car because there's not much else around the area, right? There is a lot of parking availability too, so people are encouraged to use their vehicles. There's not really any bus routes around, and there are no actual bicycle provisions, for instance, at the station. In the end, where's Yaphank? What's in Yaphank and the vicinity of Yaphank Station? It's a lot of government buildings and facilities, right, that take up some pretty large space, essentially built out in office parks. So, not really the kind of situation that is conducive, again, to the getting benefits from transit-oriented development. So if you just say, oh, land is cheap there or plentifully available, and so I'm going to do transit-oriented development there, you're probably not going to get the kind of benefits that you're looking for there. Not the kind of thing you want to say, oh, let's just give up more space and do some parking stall demand reduction. Versus situation like Copiague. Copiague is on the western end of Suffolk County, southwestern end of Suffolk County, not too far from the Nassau County line, so a lot more developed. You can see from the Google Maps here, there are a lot of businesses in the area. You can see the little symbols for businesses and restaurants and whatnot in the area on the Google map there. And there's a lot more going on. A lot less parking available. There is some parking available at the station, but it usually fills up pretty quickly during the days for park and ride during the mornings. There are a couple of bus routes in the area, which is nice. So people will, could potentially be willing to take buses to the station. And there's bike parking, bike racks, there are bike lockers there. So this is the kind of thing where it would be great if we could do a transit-oriented development there. But you can see that the kind of issues that exist just from the map around there. There's not a lot of land available. We're going to be pretty constrained in terms of development. But also, for sure, it's something that's very amenable to parking stall demand reduction. A developer will want to look for ways that they can increase the floor area ratio or building height that they would be allowed to develop through building code, potentially by making the trade-offs from parking stall demand reduction. So then, if the station is amenable to having this kind of development nearby, we want to know something else. Will people actually switch modes if we make those provisions for them? And are multiple trade-offs creating some kind of overlapping effect? So consider this. The model code says, here are two measures for parking stall demand reduction. Right? These are both meant to address the promotion of people using bikes at the transit-oriented development to get from either from the development to a nearby train station or really any kind of other development or business in the area. Bike lockers and the shower facility, right? So if you provide bike lockers in your development, you can reduce the number of parking stalls required by the building code by 2.5%, and you get a floor area bonus, ratio bonus of 7%. If you provide a shower facility, another 2.5% parking stall reduction, and another 7% in floor area ratio. Now understand, so this is a total of 14% more floor area ratio that's provided. What's going to happen if you provide 14% more floor area ratio on Long Island? You're going to attract 14% more customers or 14% more users of the development, whether it's an apartment complex, office park, what have you. What does that most likely mean on Long Island? Because driving is the prevalent mode, it probably means you're going to increase the vehicle demand by 14%, unless you do something to reduce the demand. Is providing bike lockers and a shower facility at the same time going to reduce by 14%? I would question whether that's the case, because you're not going to get, let's say you get X number of bikers, people who are going to use bikes, if you build bike lockers. Let's say 10 by building bike lockers. You're not going to get 10 more people using a bike if you also provide a shower facility. The same people that were encouraged to bike because the bike lockers were there are also going to bike because the shower facility is there, right? There might be a marginal increase, right? By marginal, we mean we're going to get some from the bike lockers, maybe a little bit more additional from the shower facility, but not double, right? But basically, we do double the bonus that we create and the stall reduction that we produce if we provide both these things. Consider on another end, rideshare. So you can do two things. Number one, the developer can have a rideshare program, right? Promote in some way, maybe by connecting, if it's an apartment complex, people who live in the apartment complex, let people know, what are their destinations and when are they going, and encourage people to ride with each other. Some kind of program like that. That garners a 10% stall reduction. Really big, and a floor area bonus of 27%. At the same time, a rideshare marquee, a sign that advertises and maybe provides this information a little bit more clearly, provides another 10% stall reduction and another 27% floor area bonus. So this is pretty big concessions to the developer for providing these. And again, if you provide both of these, one is probably marginal to the other. One is not going to, providing both of these things is not going to double the number of people who are ride sharing than if you just provide one. So that's what we mean by this overlapping effect. Now, don't know exactly yet what is this overlapping effect. It's not double, somewhere between, we think, if, let's say, we provide bike lockers and that's going to get 10 people riding a bike to switch over, it's not going to be 20 because we also provide a shower facility, but it's probably not going to stay at 10. Maybe is it 11? Is it 12? We're not sure. And then if those gross numbers or raw numbers are higher, Is there a difference in the effect? Same thing for the rideshare. We're not going to stay the same, but we're not going to double. We're probably somewhere in between. We're creating a marginal effect, but we are doubling the bonuses, we're doubling the concessions. That's the concern we have, and that's something that maybe we want to study. A literature review reveals something a little bit concerning. There may not be great alignment in characteristics between those for whom some TOD is targeted and typical bike riders. So we're looking to, certain factors in bike riders, right? Income, job characteristics, family size, things like that. All of those things don't necessarily line up as much as we would think with the kind of demographic for whom transit-oriented development is targeted. So maybe you don't necessarily get quite the effect of the switchover that you're expecting because you're making those provisions at a transit-oriented development. Mode shift to some modes may be minimal in transit-oriented development. Studies have shown, and this probably lines up with that first point of view, that, again, making some provisions, bike provisions or rideshare is the examples here, may not, we have an expectation of how much mode switch from automobile to those intended modes happens, and then it doesn't always turn out so. So, on the basis of preliminary of what we've done so far, and we did do a little bit of in-person visitation, bicycle use limited around the Long Island Railroad stations that we examined. Provisions at a lot of the stations don't seem to make a difference. Some interesting phenomena going on. For instance, we visited Copiag, the Long Island Railroad station, and we found, there's bike racks there and bike parking going on there at those racks, but that's relatively minimal. But nearby there's a rail, a handrail, which is not meant for bikes to park, and bikers seem to prefer to lock their bikes there instead. Maybe a matter of it being more secure, or maybe the convenience of it closer to the stairs or more easily able to access the train itself, right? So we want to be aware of what even the provisions around the stations are doing in terms of promoting alternative mode use. Trade-offs may result in increased floor area ratio that, like we said, increases automobile use, so problematic. Little to no mode switching that we would expect. Development density at unsustainable levels. So we get the idea that not just the impact of the development itself promoting more vehicle use, but again, because this is happening in denser areas, then we get a development density that leads to higher congestion, and it becomes unsustainable. It essentially creates that negative cycle that we were talking about earlier. More traffic, people getting frustrated, less business may, as a result of the negative cycle, get us to some tipping point where people may want to use alternative modes, but that's certainly not the direct impact that we're looking for. Increased traffic congestion. So we're looking at some ongoing activities to investigate these issues, which I'll talk about because, like I said, these are preliminary considerations, and we'd really like to dig in a little bit deeper and see if we can really find out what's going on and what we can do, because there's still a very promising idea, parking stall demand reduction. There's a lot to like about it. There's a lot of benefit that we can get out of it if it's done properly and if it's done, with the full consideration of what could happen. So some of the ongoing activities, of working with the student or two this past summer and over the upcoming summer to do some research, examining use of bicycles at some stations, visits to stations. Again, we visited Copiag, we visited Amityville, we'll probably go to a couple of others this coming summer. For instance, this is a transit-oriented development around Amityville. It was still in development last summer, should be complete, so we'll go back and visit and we'll talk to the developer and see what kind of effects we're getting. It's only a couple of blocks from the Amityville Long Island Railroad station. Studying bicycle provisions and actual usage, we started surveying a couple of people to help get some of the preliminary considerations that we had. But we want to continue to try to look at what's going on out there, study the actual usage versus the intended usage, and survey people. We also are working on we're working on an active transportation initiative with USGBC, Green Building Council, the Long Island branch. We have a Sustainable Transportation Committee, and through that, this Active Transportation Initiative, we're looking at a couple of things, examining what factors statistically, trying to dig in a little bit more and see, do the numbers bear out? What kind of things that we can provide that really make a switch, or at least there's a statistical significant correlation to making these provisions and switching modes. Trying to create an inventory of Long Island Railroad stations, give a sense of what's going on out there, a more complete picture, and creating a framework for the consideration of provisions. This is one of the things we really want to try to get to in terms of the Active Transportation Initiative, letting townships know here is what can really be done. Certainly, this will probably go hand in hand with parking stall demand reduction, but part of it is targeted towards what can be done at the stations, and part of it is targeted towards what can be done with developments to make sure that active transportation, in other words, transportation modes that involve people moving their bodies and not just their vehicles, right? Trying to make sure that that's promoted. So that is the end.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Carl Berkowitz, and my topic this morning is to address how to reduce injuries and save lives at the platform to rail interface in subway systems. I'm sure most of you are not aware, but the annual cost of rail passengers being injured at the platform to track interface is extremely high in the United States, and especially in New York City. Each year, hundreds of passengers are injured and hundreds are killed, devastating families and costing millions of dollars in social and in transit operating costs. New York City, for example, has been reporting in the press that approximately 150 people are injured on the track bed each year, and an additional 1,000 people fall onto the track each year, as well as that are not, and these additional 1,000 are not injured. There are two categories of the platform edge accidents that occur, and their level of risk is similar between these two categories. Category one is when the train is not yet in the station. This category includes a fall from the platform onto the tracks, being on the tracks and being struck by a train. This can be caused by being pushed because of a crowded platform, being pushed by another passenger, jumping onto the tracks, and just falling onto the tracks, maybe for health or medical reasons. Being on the track bed also presents the possibility of being electrocuted by the third rail or the train's third rail shoe. Category two is when the train is already at the station, either stopping at the platform or entering the station or exiting the station. In this category, the type of incidents include passengers falling into or being struck by the passing train as it enters or leaves the station, falling between the platform and the train edge, being trapped in the train doorway when the door is closed and being dragged along the platform, leaning over the platform and being struck when a train comes into the station, and while standing near the edge of the platform, being pulled toward the train by the effects of air pressure and air movement, because studies have shown that there is a negative pressure close to the edge of the platform to the edge of the rail car, and this negative pressure can pull a passenger into the rail car. More often than not, these incidents cause catastrophic injuries, and in some cases, even death. As part of my presentation, I'll take you on a very quick trip around the world to see some of the technologies that have been used to handle these type of problems. In some cases, the technology were part of the original construction, and in many other cases, the platform was retrofitted in order to improve the safety of the platform to track interface. By using the currently available platform edge technologies, we can see where introducing these technologies have virtually eliminated both of the two categories of platform track incidents that I discussed earlier. The technology that we're going to talk about is one that shows us how to save lives and also to eliminate the high social cost of these incidents and the pain and suffering related to these tragedies. Because of the limited time, we have not been I will not be able to have an opportunity to include the types of modifications and retrofitting available for platforms under many different kinds of configurations, where there might be a structural issue, a column in the way, a narrow platform, space availability issues, walkways for pedestrians, that is, ADA compliance issues, fire and safety issues under NAFA, and other infrastructure issues that may affect and require modification to implement these type of technologies. Platform edge edge doors and screen doors and platform gates have been shown to create an effective strategy where used to eliminate the potential danger to passengers at this platform to track interface. Cost for system-wide improvements is an important issue, and the cost of implementation can be significant. And one possibility of reducing these costs is through the application of state-of-the-art advertising programs. The location of this technology at the edge of the platform offers us an ideal setting for today's advertising technologies and the application of advertising through social media and their directed advertising. There are also some secondary benefits of these platform edge technologies, and these should not be overlooked in the development of the cost-benefit equation for this particular initiative. For example, one of the indirect benefits is the elimination of service delays and the high costs related to these service delays as a result of these type of incidents, which can bring a subway line or a train line to a complete halt. And also the eliminating of the traumas to the families that are affected by the injuries, and of course the cost of the emotional impact on the train crews that are involved in these type of injuries as well. And now to my PowerPoint presentation. And just as a background, as a passenger in a rail passenger system, it is not unreasonable for me to expect that a rail platform is going to be safe. Many falls from station platforms are caused, and we know these, medical and health conditions, intoxication, and don't forget that we advertise in public transportation if you're intoxicated and unable to drive your car or unable to use other modes of transportation, it is recommended to use public transportation. And so that's why we see a lot of intoxicated individuals in the public transportation system. People being pushed, and this is a common occurrence, leaning over the platform, some people retrieving their property, and sadly, the kinds of things like people using the train coming into the station as a means of suicide. The numbers of rail passengers being injured or killed on the track and the platform edge is extremely high. Each year, it amounts to hundreds of people and hundreds of millions of dollars. And below, you have two graphs that show, one a line graph and the other a bar chart showing the high level of accidents that occur in two systems alone, New York City Transit and the Philadelphia SEPTA system. Every day I pick up the paper and I see something like this. Commuter is saved by waiting passengers. A person is shoved onto the tracks. The subway is the biggest death trap on earth. Man is arrested for pushing woman onto tracks, et cetera, et cetera. We also see things like woman dies after drinking and falling onto subway tracks, child pinned by subway after falling onto tracks, commuters rush to save women who fell on tracks in bizarre accident. And recently, this very sad situation in January of last year, where this 23-year-old tourist's legs were amputated after falling on the subway tracks. And this really puts a real face on the tragedy. Recently, on TV, we saw this young child on a platform that was slightly sloped, where the mother lost control of the stroller, and the child ended up on the tracks. And thank God that baby was saved. But these things happen, and this is not a once-on incident. This happens more than once. Even though the subway ridership in 2020 was down, the incidents of people on the track were on pace to top 2019. And as I mentioned before, one of the unintended consequences of people being killed or injured on the track is that the train operator that is involved, this haunts him and it's a traumatic experience that haunts him for the rest of his life. There are three primary technologies, one of which is interchangeable with the other in terms of being named, and that's the platform screen doors. And this refers to full height and half height platform barriers. And as I mentioned, this is interchangeable with the term platform edge doors. Another type of technology, slightly different, is what we call platform safety gates. And they're usually half of the height of the full screen doors, and sometimes they even reach the height of the top of the train. Westinghouse, as part of a global analysis, presented the advantages of the three different systems we just mentioned, and also their objectives. And, I'm not going to go into this with too much detail, and I leave this to you to review on your own. In the United States, we do have a few systems which use platform edge safety devices, doors, screens, and they are primarily at U.S. airports, Atlanta, Denver. The top picture is at JFK. The next picture below is at San Francisco, and the last picture, excuse me, is at Washington Dulles. We also have one subway in the United States that has platform edge doors, and that's the U.S. Capitol subway, which goes from the Capitol building to the congressional office buildings. I don't know if we want to call this platform edge treatments, but way back when South Ferry was built in the early 1900s, chains and posts were used to protect passengers from falling onto the tracks on this sharply curved station. Excuse me. Prevent some of the benefits, which are obvious, is that these treatments prevent people from falling or jumping onto the track, permits trains to enter the station at high speeds, prevents passengers from entering the tunnels between stations, prevents passengers from getting too close to trains, reduces the draft and air pressure caused by the trains, makes the platform quieter and cleaner, reduces the air pollution that is caused by the steel wheel on steel track friction that causes particles, small particles of steel to create pollution in the stations, and allow stations that have full top to bottom treatments to have climate control, and those outdoors that have half height doors or train height doors provide weather protection for outdoor from wind and rain and those types of things. And lastly, prevents trash on tracks and prevents track fires. There are many companies that are manufacturing the doors currently. and many major cities have systems that were either installed when they were built or were retrofitted. The first known platform edge door system was the St. Petersburg subway, where they use doors that are similar to the doors that are used on elevators. And recently, Barcelona installed a platform edge barrier which rolls down from the ceiling, similar to the type of barriers that are placed in front of stores after closing to prevent vandalism. These are three passenger height edge doors in Hong Kong. Here's full height, fully enclosed platform doors in Shanghai. And these are glass full height doors in Taiwan. And these are platform edge doors or screen doors in Rome. These are low height doors or platform gates in Tokyo. And these were installed to reduce the high level of suicide that was exhibited in the stations in Tokyo. These are half-height platform screen doors in Kuala Lumpur, in Malaysia. These are platform gates in Taipei. Half-height platform gates in Disneyland. Fully glass doors in Singapore, and some other technologies that are being used, such as the first one, which is the bar with the glass between the bar, and the second one is what they call rope gates, which come down from the ceiling and are a series of cables that are held in a frame and are lowered from the ceiling to protect passengers from falling on the tracks, and a very simplistic type of gate system. And down on the bottom, we have these bollards that are located between train cars, light rail cars, to prevent blind people from trying to board the train between cars, and then simple crowd barriers and posts. I don't think education is the way to go in order to solve the problems of people falling on the tracks. In fact, one website has instruction on how to survive a fall on the tracks. The way to solve the problem is to remove the hazard, reduce the hazard through engineering controls such as the technologies that I just described. The MTA had plans to institute platform doors on the L line. This was to be introduced in 2020, but a change in leadership at the Transit Authority and this project was canceled. Over the years, the Transit Authority had other proposals to protect passengers on the track. In 2013, it was lasers. In 2014, it was sensors. And New York City platform safety technology doesn't seem to be anywhere at the moment. And I think it's important that we reconsider and that we take into consideration that the most important thing for us to consider is safety, safety, safety. They always say the most important thing in real estate is location, location, location. In transportation, the most important element is safety, safety, safety. And we as transportation engineers and traffic engineers, we are taught that safety is job one. And it's time for us to address this serious, unsafe condition in public transit. Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are live once again with our panel, and we're going to go through our PDH questions. Just a little housekeeping again. As yesterday, there will be a link provided in the chat on the right to get your PDHs. So that'll happen after each session today. And just as a reminder, once we're finished with this session, please stay tuned for our third hot seat interview. And just a little note, just so everybody knows, it was a completely vaccinated site where everybody was vaccinated that was involved, so it was completely safe to do so. So with that, we'll get into our first question. And the question is, why is people first approach relevant to active transportation planning?
Should I, oh, do I have to wait, or are we ready to go? We can go?
No, just
hey,
give
good
it
morning.
Just give it a couple of seconds to wait for anybody to solicit responses.
Do we see responses in the chat or something?
Yes, people will respond in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I would answer now. That's fine.
Okay,
Jonathan or Nikita, if you'd like to answer that first question.
Sure. Yeah, so I think fundamentally when we talk about active transportation, where a lot of transportation planning involves people who are in some sort of vehicle or in some sort of structure, whether it's a train or a car or a bus. And while we did include transit in ours, I think fundamentally what differentiates active transportation is treating people as people. So it kind of centers the experience of a person who's out there in a realm that's been largely built around automobiles, and forces us to kind of think about those experiences. Anka, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
I think you answered it well. But yeah.
Okay, great.
Really, active transportation is all about getting people out on the streets, getting actively involved, and unless you really solicit their input and kind of guide it within the design, you're really not doing it.
Excellent. Okay, second question. List at least 2 ways you can incorporate people-first approach into active transportation planning. Again, we'll give it about 30 seconds. And then you guys will be free to answer. Okay, I would say we can go now.
Okay.
Jonathan or Nikita?
Yeah, there are various ways you can do that. Some of them were discussed in the presentation. So you work with the community, you get their input, you get them involved, you involve them in the decision making. Another way to do is to make sure you kind of recognize and address social equity issues within your planning process. That kind of helps to make sure you're addressing the needs. And then there are other ways, kind of having people, the users, their comfort, their safety in mind when you design a facility for active transportation.
Excellent. Anybody have anything else to add, or shall I go to the next? Well, good. Okay. Third question. How can you prioritize social equity within the planning process? Okay.
So that's a great question, and I think kind of at the heart of what we were trying to discuss in our presentation. I think, as Ankita said, that one key way to do that is to make sure that you are incorporating demographic analysis and underlying data and analysis of population density for low-income households or minority populations is certainly critical in the process. I also think it's important too to try to build out a team that represents diverse perspectives, and so that you're not just getting a single point of view. And I think it's for all of us in this field, it's important to try to compile our team so that we are getting as many views as possible and a representative cross-section of the communities that we're working in, and then making sure we're trying to engage a similarly diverse cross-section.
Excellent. And the last question is, how is transit relative to active transportation?
It's relevant. Sorry.
Okay, Ankita, I know you're chomping at the bit here, so I'll let you go forward with it.
Obviously, transit is very relevant to active transportation. Most of those trips usually start walking or a biking connection, active connection to it. So the more we try to encourage people to use transit, provide safer access to transit, more people would be out on the streets walking and biking. So.
Excellent. Anything to add, Jonathan, or you're good?
No, that sounds great.
Alrighty. So we'll go to the questions for Carl. First question is, why hasn't platform edge treatments caught on in the U.S.?
Well, I think it's basically we have 100,000 different reasons why it's not worth the investment, and it seems like the rest of the world seems to figure out how to do it. We could send a man to the moon, and we can now send a man to almost soon to the Mars, and we can't build simple little infrastructure projects like this. I think it's just a lack of will.
Okay. Second question is, won't this platform edge system save lives? Let's just give them about 10 seconds or so just to catch up online, just to solicit a couple of responses, and then you'll be free to answer.
Okay, I guess that's 10 seconds.
Close enough.
And where these these platform edge improvements have been made, accidents have gone down almost to zero.
Awesome. Third question. You stressed the benefits. What are the disbenefits?
Well, there's always the possibility that somebody gets caught between the train door and the platform door. It depends on the amount of space that's between the two sets of doors. In research that's been done around the world, there's only one reported incident of that.
Okay. And what are the risks to passengers?
I don't see any risk to passengers. I see the benefits far outweigh the disbenefits. Saving in New York City subway, saving 50 lives a year and 100 personal injuries and 1,000 people ending up on the tracks is more than worth the investment, and especially with the opportunities to recover some of the capital costs through advertising. It's a no-brainer. And it's hard to believe that, when we built the 2nd Avenue subway, we didn't put it in. When we did the 7-line extension to Javits, we didn't put it in. To me, it's a no-brainer. If you look at that list that I gave you of cities, almost every city in China that has a subway system has platform edge doors. There isn't a system in Asia that isn't installing platform edge doors. Paris is starting to do it. London is starting to do it. Rome is starting to do it. Barcelona is doing it. Moscow is starting to do it. We're not doing it.
Okay, excellent. Next question is, how do you comply with ADA and fire safety regulations?
When the purpose of those regulations is to ensure that somebody doesn't get injured. By putting these platform edge doors on the platform, at the edge of the platform, even if the pathway is narrow, there is no danger of somebody falling onto the track. The only issue might be is that some stations may not have the ability to have 100% accessibility to wheelchairs. And that exists right now. There are many stations in the system that do not have ADA wheelchair accessibility. I think the benefits in terms of ADA and fire protection far outweigh any of the disbenefits. And any infrastructure issues to build them can easily be overcome. All we need is a NASA-type program, right? Just use our engineering ingenuity.
Correct. Well, we are running a little behind here, so I think we're going to cut this one a little short. If anybody had any final comments, I'd allow you to go through it real quick. Otherwise, we're going to get into our next break. I want to thank you all for your presentations, and our next session will start at 10:30. And like I said,
one minor comment. Nobody's mentioned it. Is that the organizing group has done a fabulous job in putting this together. I was really a little nervous about the participation, but you guys have done a fantastic job. And for me, I want to thank Gordon personally for guiding me so that I could get this presentation online. I've never done this before, and I think it's really, thank you, Gordon.
You did a tremendous job. So thank you again all. We do appreciate it. So stay tuned for our next hot seat interview. Again, all COVID safe, and enjoy. And we'll see you back at 10:30 for our next session.
Each morning, we wake up eager to build a brighter future for the places where we live and work. That's why we are here. We are here to benefit places that for us are more than just mere dots on a map. They're the very communities that we ourselves call home. We're not just building your community, we're deeply investing in our communities. HNTB has been here for more than a century and will continue leaving permanent impacts across the country. We are here doing much more than solving transportation challenges. We are here to bring people together and expand opportunity by engaging in the things that matter the most. We are here to make all lives better. We are here for everyone. And we're living our daily commitment by working with you to invest in a collective bright future, cultivating the next brilliant generation by introducing the possibilities of engineering to kids who otherwise might not have had the opportunity. Not driving to work because we're proud to ride the local public transit system we helped create. And reading to kids to help them improve the skills they'll need to be successful. Over the generations, we have become the industry leader at bringing people together through innovation, collaboration, and inclusion to improve the quality of life for our friends, for our neighbors, and our families. We are here to create the community that's important to you, to all of us. We have been a part of your community in the past. We are here now, and we will continue to be here with you as we work together to build our community, our home.
Next one, next wing. Let's go to the next question.
Next wing? All right, let me try some water right now.
Yeah, try some water. The next one is the all-natural zombie apocalypse sauce.
Okay.
If that's even all-natural. All right, so that's the middle one with
What's the Scoville rating?
The Scoville rating on that one is about 24,000.
Oh boy, we're jumping up.
Yeah, we're jumping up.
Exponential. Okay. Yeah, that one's got a kick in the back of the throat, doesn't it?
Yeah, that one has a kick.
Yeah, it went down. When I first took a bite, I'm like, this one's not bad, but
So this is the third time I'm doing this.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get better. I'm not sure. It's so far so good, so I'm not going to complain.
I need more yogurt milk.
Okay.
Okay.
So next question.
Fire away.
What were some innovations and creative solutions that were successfully implemented during the pandemic?
Good question. So, I think as everybody probably did back in, January, February, March of last year, this one's still going.
Please, have some more milk.
Yeah, I think I might need it. Pause that answer for a second.
And by the way, there are times where I had to repeat the question like 4 times because I was in pain or the interview was in pain, so don't worry about it. And by all means, take a break anytime.
Good. I think I'm good. We'll see. We saw the storm clouds gathering, but I kind of figured, all right, is this really going to impact us? We don't know yet. And then all of a sudden we were in the deluge. It seemed like everybody was sent home. Like one day we're okay, the next day everybody go home.
Yeah.
So we didn't know how that was going to work. And we had to rely on an IT office that was obviously overtaxed because they might have been prepared for a couple dozen, maybe even a couple hundred people to have to work from home, but not, in our agency, I think it's about 8,000 or so. I'm overstating because our maintenance folks around the state never, got to work from home, and our construction projects never got to work from home. They were out in the field the whole time. So it's just our office staff that was able to innovate and actually work from home.
Yeah.
There were some innovations, I think, in our construction and maintenance field offices, but they were more along the lines of probably, keeping them clean, and if there was anybody that tested positive, they, had procedures for cleaning and evacuating and then bringing people back. But in our central offices, our regional offices, people had to go home, and then they had to figure out how we're going to get the computers to be able to do what we do, how much productivity are we going to lose because, people are going to be home. Are they going to be able to take care of what they need to take care of when they're watching their children who are also at home, or, taking care of the dog, that's probably not used to all this attention and is therefore all excited that there are people in the house. So, but amazingly, and I shouldn't be amazed, but it kind of was amazing that we didn't really lose a beat. Everybody was able to pick it up and, I guess cordon off whatever space they needed. And, people didn't buy their houses or rent their apartments expecting a pandemic that was going to keep them home and have to work out of a certain space for months. And even then, we thought it might last a couple weeks. We didn't expect it to go months and now into, year 2.
Yeah.
But we've been able to do it. I have to say for myself, I was, for the first probably 6 months or so of this, I was taking meetings from my bed, with my laptop on my lap and my notebook right next to me. Because we didn't really, the house is not super huge.
I think a lot of us share that same feeling.
It was, I had a camera that, I could have brought home and hooked up, but I didn't really want to. I didn't necessarily want, our bedroom on display. But fortunately, my wife for my birthday got me a nice little portable desk that now I put all my stuff on and can lay things out, and it's much more productive. But that has been something that's been really great. We really have not missed a beat in that regard. I'm thinking back to years ago when we would talk about continuity of operations. It's something that our department was very high on.
Yep.
But it was always just paper. It was a form that we needed to make sure we filled out and updated every year, but we didn't really ever expect we were going to have to need it to this scale. Maybe one individual, as I was saying, field office or even regional office when there might be a fire in the building and folks needed to evacuate for a while. But this was the entire department at once, and it worked beyond what I was expecting and probably what most people were expecting. We did have some hiccups. Our JTMC that I mentioned a little while ago has been evacuated. I think it's 4 times now. Folks have tested positive because we have 3 agencies there: State DOT, City DOT, and NYPD. And each agency plus Office of Emergency Response for New York City DOT. they've each had somebody test positive, and therefore, we have to evacuate and then bring in a cleaner to clean it out, and then, bring people in gradually over days or maybe weeks. I think in the beginning we actually had kept it empty for a few weeks or a month while folks worked out of, nearby buildings or field offices. So we were able to get it going, and as I said, never missed a beat, which was just, we have amazing people. It's great.
No, it's fantastic to hear that, and I think everybody shares the same sentiment across the industry, and hopefully, things are coming back to normal. I
have to give credit to Judith Peters, Sean Morgan at RJTMC, who were able to keep that facility running, without missing a beat. And the too many great people there to mention: Victoria Moran, Flavie Smith, Chuck Maloney.
Yeah, kudos to everybody.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed your Level C hot seat interview. Our next session is session 4, and I'm going to introduce our moderator, Gordon Meth, who will moderate the next session. Gordon?
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Gordon Meth, your the 2015 Northeast District Chair and your current representative on the International Board. So we're here to talk. These days, you hear a lot of talk about JEDI training: justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. We're here to really for a listening session on the equity piece. We have 2 panelists here. The first is our international president, Alyssa Rodriguez. She is the Director of Information Technology, and I believe Assistant Director of Public Works for the city of Henderson, which is just outside of Las Vegas. And we have Shilpa Malam. She is the chair of ITE's Diversity and Inclusion Task Force, and she is a project manager with I think a senior project manager with HDR in Portland, Oregon. With that, let's get started.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to chat with you this morning. We're really excited to be here and excited to do these listening sessions. If you haven't participated in a listening session before, ITE uses these to determine where ITE should be leading, what ITE should be following, and who we should be collaborating with. In this particular session, we heard from a number of our members and also from the Emerging Trends report from our technical and employer councils that equity was a very important issue. And we're using this opportunity to hear from you about the equity topic. To paraphrase a good friend of mine, he said that we're all interested in offering transportation for all users, and if we're not talking about this topic, we're probably leaving somebody behind. So as Gordon mentioned, Shilpa and I will be your presenters and moderators today. And thanks, Gordon. I thankfully only have one job now. I'm just the Director of Information Technology. So go ahead, Shilpa.
Thanks, Alyssa. So, like Alyssa mentioned, we'll talk a bit about what the session's about. We'd like to hear from you. We would like it to be interactive, so please type in your questions, comments as we go through the presentation. We'll talk a bit about why equity is important to us in transportation as well as ITE, and a bit about where we are as an organization, where ITE is. And then we have some prompts and information on what we would need from you as the members for the committee as well as ITE. And the last question we had was like where we're starting from, who's in the room. But I think now that this is the Northeastern annual meeting, I think we have that answer here for this one. And with that, back to you, Alyssa.
Thanks, Shilpa. And thanks, Lynn. I saw your comment in the chat that my audio is a little low, so hopefully this is a little bit better. Just to provide some background before we get started on the conversation, we wanted to talk a little bit about how ITE got here. And Shilpa and I started a few years ago on the Diversity and Inclusion Committee, and one of our first tasks was to develop a diversity and inclusion policy. And so I wouldn't typically read a full policy to you, but I wanted to make sure that this is all covered. So ITE welcomes all people with an interest in transportation to our organization where they can be valued and active participants. ITE promotes, supports, and develops a diverse membership that reflects both the demographics and the cultures of the communities we serve and the varying disciplines of professional transportation practice. ITE supports and encourages all its members to incorporate strategies in their daily practice, from planning and design through operations and maintenance, that allow for equitable access to transportation options. We will seek to accelerate recruitment and member development where gaps exist among the demographics and cultures of our regions, our membership, and our leadership, and or where economic disadvantages limit access to transportation career opportunities. By promoting inclusive policies and procedures, ITE will establish and maintain an environment where all current and future transportation professionals will be given equitable opportunities to participate as their authentic selves and feel welcome to engage in any institute activity regardless of age, gender, including gender identity and expression, race, sexual orientation, national or ethnic origin, language, socioeconomic status, religion, political beliefs, or physical ability. Members will have access to and are encouraged to provide a welcoming, engaging, positive professional environment for all. So since our efforts to date have been focused on the diversity and inclusion piece, we felt that it was important to go through a definition of how diversity, inclusion, equity all contribute to a sense of belonging and how they're all defined in the context of transportation. So diversity is the representation of multiple identities and perspectives. Inclusion means that all individuals are welcome, respected, heard, supported, and valued. And equity is a commitment to justice, impartiality, and fairness, recognizing that privilege and societal barriers mean not everyone starts from the same place. And we use that word community a lot in ITE. And in fact, we call ourselves a community of transportation professionals. And that is our sense of belonging and ensuring that all of our members feel that there is a sense that they belong within ITE and that they are part of our community, that they're recognized, allowed to express thoughts, and able to make contributions. And to the same extent that we're doing that for the communities that we're served. So what about this focus on equity? So equity hasn't been a historical priority in transportation and land use decision making. But certainly in more recent years, transportation industry has shifted to attempt to correct these historical practices and make sure that we are truly representing the communities that we serve. Some things that have already happened to date include establishing equity corridors or areas to protect vulnerable populations and ensure fair distribution of impacts, engagement work for our underrepresented populations so that their voices are heard in the decision-making process and incorporating their feedback into recommendations. Advancement of work zone requirements to account for multiple modes and different users, including those users who are not able to walk through the corridor or may have mobility restrictions. And then collection of best practices to design facilities that are accessible at all. But of course, these are all things that it can be improved, and that is why we're here today with you. This is a great graphic to further explain the equity in transportation definition. And so at the top of the screen, you see what would occur if we gave everyone an equal bike, an equivalent bike. So obviously in your wheelchair, you're not able to use it, or if the size isn't appropriate, you're not able to use it. So equity means that everyone is able to travel by cycle with a tool that is appropriate to their needs. Now, I have to channel a little bit of a Tamika Butler saying, because she says, not only are you providing tools, but first you have to ask, do you really want to ride a bike? Or is there some other transportation mode that you prefer to use? And so that's an important component of equity as well. And recently, our Secretary of Transportation has been focused on this topic. And in fact, I think he just gave a webinar earlier this week on the topic of equity in transportation. But here's a quote. He says, transportation equity means making sure that we have policies that serve everybody, whether you own a vehicle or not, whether you live in an area that has historically been well served with a lot of transit routes and well-funded infrastructure or not. And we know, for example, when it comes to racial justice in this country, this is one of the biggest things that I think is at stake in transportation policy. So many neighborhoods, often black neighborhoods, one of two things happen. Either they didn't get transportation resources at all, or neglected had transit deserts, meaning that residents were cut off from opportunity. So rather than just from hearing from us, we wanted to make sure that there were a lot of voices in this conversation, and we've developed a video to assist with that. And so I wanted to introduce our 5 speakers in the video. First is Freddie Fuller, Vice President at Jacobs and also serving with Comto. Mariana Brusoni, Professor of Population and Public Health at the University of British Columbia. Rodrigo Reis, Professor of Public Health at Washington University in St. Louis. Atefa Abad, ITS analyst at SNC Lavalin, and Chris Pangilinan, Global Policy for Public Transportation at Uber. And we have a video from them.
I think where we are now is that we are growing into the admitting we have a problem stage. The pandemic and the unrest this year helped propel the topic of equity front and center. But the problems of inequity, which is where low income, disabled, and Black and Brown communities, to name a few, have not received proportional benefits or have even been harmed by transportation policies, have been undermining communities for decades. But the transportation community at large is finally taking notice and appears to be taking action to help reverse these trends.
Where are we now? Today, on the heels of some of the actions activity that occurred in 2020, I think we're in a place of acute awareness and to some degree acknowledgement of some of the inequities that have faced many disenfranchised individuals over a number of years because of poor policies and decision-making in the transportation and infrastructure space.
With succeeding generations, we've seen a drop in children's outdoor play, independent mobility. Their walking to school has just really gone down. And we've been learning more and more about the potential effects of that on their mental health, physical activity, well-being, resilience. Unfortunately, we've also discovered that things have gotten worse during COVID-19. And that in fact, the inequity is not equally distributed. So that kids living in high density buildings, apartments, have a much worse time of it, much less likely to get outdoors, much less physically active. And these kids are more likely to be from marginalized and racialized communities.
Too long, we have designed our transportation systems and the grant programs and performance measures in other areas around this that offer incentives around the office worker commute, which historically has been the middle or high income oriented. And the pandemic has surfaced the need to elevate the essential worker and non-work trips, along with understanding and designing better solutions for people who have needs who have historically not been considered as a priority.
I do believe that we will be seeing a lot of changing happening in the cities that are more prone to change. So I think the challenge we have now is really making this message more readily available for those cities that are more resistant to change.
We as transportation professionals are becoming innovative and creative with the solutions that we provide to address our community's needs. But as we develop and deploy these solutions, we sometimes miss the fact that we are introducing additional challenges too. So the gap is in the digital divide that has now been created.
Well, there needs to be a recognition that children are able to be active citizens in designing their cities, that they have a right to be able to access whatever part of their city that they desire, and that they should be able to play where they desire. And so I think that there really needs to be a move in cities to recognize children's voices and make space for children's voices in city planning.
The real gap is between the acknowledgement and the awareness of some of these inequities, but then the link to the policies that need to be changed in order for things to be implemented in a positive way that will have a positive impact and provide a more equitable transportation ecosystem and environment for mobility. I think there's a real disconnect in some of the current practices and policies, and we've got to have enough awareness to create more discussions and ultimately change either the minds of existing policymakers or change who are in the policy seats and create more diverse boardrooms, more diverse leadership teams where change can actually be implemented through policy.
What gives me hope is the shift in the transportation industry culture, that as professionals, we are transforming from working in our own silos to integrating our efforts. This integration will provide everyone with a seat at the table to voice their concerns and will help us address the transportation equity in a more collaborative manner. When we all come together as a community and develop solutions, our solutions become more diverse and flexible.
Well, we've seen with COVID an unprecedented interest in being outside, and in being outside in all sorts of weathers. And we've also seen cities do rapid pivots to be able to support their citizens in engaging in that and being outdoors in all sorts of weather. That gives me so much hope that it is possible to do rapid and significant change and have paradigm shifts that hopefully will have lasting consequences, so that we're recognizing that making cities that are vibrant and sustainable means thinking about our more vulnerable and marginalized citizens.
I am hopeful that organizations such as ITE, local governments, and the transportation community in general are beginning to prioritize equity in our work. That we are open to seeing the faults of our past and approaching this next phase with humility and compassion as we set out to deliver access and mobility for those who need it the most.
As Alyssa mentioned, and we mentioned earlier, we would like this to be interactive. So the rest of the session would be discussion. So please feel free to type in your questions, comments into the box there, and we'll be able to see it, and we can talk through them. So to start us off, we'd like you to tell us a bit about what your perspectives are on the equity topic in transportation. Where do you think the gaps are? What do you think the challenges are? And also, what gives you hope?
And maybe a quick question for people to get started with too is if you have ever performed any sort of equity analysis in the past. Just curious what the percentage of folks are that have done those kinds of things before attending a session like this, or have ever included them in the analysis you've completed.
Right.
So
Thank you.
Feel free to start entering things in the chat. As you heard the speaker say in the video, where are the gaps? What are the current challenges? And what gives you hope?
I guess in the meanwhile, while the questions are coming in, Alyssa, we can talk a little bit about the committee, the Diversity and Inclusion Committee, and how we came about the equity sessions.
Yeah, definitely. We heard from each year the technical and employer councils put out an emerging trends report. And they offer one-page discussions about how the topics that they're hearing from their members and things that are important to them. And many of the councils and standing committees covered the equity topic. And so we knew this was going to be a really important thing to cover for ITE. And we decided to use a listening session because we need to know from our members what kind of tools that they need, and as this slide shows, where are the gaps, what are your challenges, what gives you hope. And so sometimes as I tell my employees, what do we need to continue doing, what do we need to start doing, and what do we need to stop doing. And Shilpa, maybe we can talk a little bit about some of the things we're doing for diversity and inclusion within the organization while people start entering comments.
Yeah, absolutely. So you saw the policy that we came up with for the Diversity and Inclusion Committee earlier during the presentation. One of the first things we did as a committee was send out a survey to the entire membership. Maybe some of you responded to that survey. It was on diversity and inclusion and how it was an anonymous survey about how members felt we're doing as an organization. And that was pretty enlightening that we got great data from there. And we pulled the demographics and we compared that with the leadership. We had a leadership survey and the leadership demographics. And we also had an open section where people could just talk about it rather than just answering the questions that we had. And we used that, and that was great data. We couldn't just keep it to the committee. So we had a workshop at the annual meeting last year, and we opened it up to everybody who attended the workshop, and we got great feedback of what they'd like ITE to do, what they'd like to see coming out of ITE. So this year we have a pretty robust work plan, an item of things that we'd like to do as a committee. So hopefully soon you'd see some of them rolling out to the district sections and chapters. So we're in the process right now. One of the things we are working on is some districts, some members did ask that they'd like to do that survey in their sections or district. So pretty soon that guidance should be out, so you can do your own survey and get more information on how the members in your area feel about diversity and inclusion and its role in ITE. We're always looking for volunteers, so if you're interested, just let us know. We usually meet once a month. Right now we're going through the work plan and getting through the items on it.
So feel free to enter your thoughts on these issues into the chat. We won't hold it against anybody what they write.
Right.
Let's give everyone a challenge. So all of you out there, I'm going to ask a question. Let's get everybody warmed up. Have you ever performed an equity analysis as part of one of your transportation projects? And so what I'd like everybody to do is if you could type yes or no into the chat, and we'll see how this works. And we're here to listen to you, and so this conversation is much richer with your input. So like I said, if you've performed an equity analysis as part of a transportation project, enter yes or no into the chat. We would love to hear from all of you.
Also, let us know if you wish you had done an equity analysis, looking back at any of your projects.
Yeah, go ahead and type I wish in there. Or I don't know what an equity analysis includes. We'd love to hear that too. Great. We're starting to see lots of no's come in, and I think that's been... Shilpa, do you remember what our percentages were from our previous sessions?
The yeses were pretty low. I think it was about 10%, 10 to 15% of our audiences said maybe they have done equity analysis. There was definitely a significantly higher percentage saying they wish they'd done equity analysis, and also some people said, I don't know what it is. But it was pretty consistent. A lot of people said that they have not done equity analysis. So on that, so this is our third session on equity analysis. The first one was hosted by ITE International, and we have 2 more sessions hosted by ITE International. And the second one that we did was at the Mid-Colonial annual meeting.
So maybe we try this. Now that you're all warmed up on the chat, let's do one-word answers so you can type them in really fast. So first question, where are the gaps? And maybe you can answer data or funding or, I don't know.
Prioritization
yeah.
of projects.
I think we'll give that a shot. You don't have to type us an entire paragraph, but quick one-word answer would help us a lot, and we can start to see where some of those gaps are. I think that'll help.
And for anyone keeping track, we had 10 no's and 1 I wish in the performing equity analysis and 0 yeses.
Interesting.
Great. So to follow up on the I wish, Joe says he said he wishes they'd done equity analysis, but also says he also says, although we did incorporate exceptional provisions for pedestrians and bicycles at a major intersections in a recent project. That is pretty great.
So congratulations, Joe. You did the bare minimum you're allowed to do by law. No kidding.
Gordon and I were having a conversation before this session started. We were talking about the fuel pipeline and the impact. And I was thinking, if you rely on a car to get to work and you have no other options, this is a huge deal. And I work in IT, so cybersecurity is at the forefront for us. And I was thinking, it's kind of hard to hack a bicycle, right? And they don't get impacted. They don't get impacted by fuel shortages, and they're not subject to so many things. And it was really interesting to think about that that as an equity topic, if people have to rely on a vehicle to get to work, they're impacted by so many factors outside their control. So any other thoughts on the gaps or maybe challenges?
We have something coming in. Tom says funding. He sees funding as a gap. He said, as a consultant, we are often limited by clients' requests and ultimately what they pay for. I think that is something we've heard at the other listening sessions too. Consultants asking what we can do, because by the time the projects come to us consultants, it has already been, most of the time, it's been identified and the funding has been set. That's a great point.
And Joe Halsey my friend Joe was very quick to point out that they did far more than the bare minimum they're required to do by law. Good work, Joe.
And maybe as a corollary to Tom's comment is funding is one, but as a consultant too, you're on a tight deadline. And so your client might not give you enough time to do the equity analysis that may be necessary if that's not already built into the scope.
Yeah. We had a discussion on the topic here locally at our ITE, Oregon ITE, and we did ask this question. One of the panelists was from the client side, and they requested to say, at the very least, what we can do is ask when we are preparing for a public meeting or when we're preparing alternatives, just ask saying, have we thought about this? Do we know what the demographic is? Is this going to be an equitable project? I think we still have people that are probably not aware, and so this would hopefully generate discussions so we can move towards the right path.
Yeah, and Cash put that in the comments too. A gap there is awareness, just that initial thought that this is important and necessary, and getting that information out there. So asking that question up front makes a lot of sense. All right.
I'm going to move. So we have these questions, but we also have a few more questions. So I'm going to go to that slide so you have a little more food for thought. Maybe also start thinking about what tools do you need. We saw some IWish that you've done equity analysis. So how can we help? Like, what should be invented? What do you think? What should be adapted? And what kind of trainings, whether it be topics or approaches that you would like to see? Maybe that's something that we can put together as ITE. Maybe a resource, training topics, webinars, anything that you can think of.
Because that's one of ITE's strengths, right? Is developing and providing guidance for our members and determining technical products. So if there are tools that people need, we'd love to hear that, because those are things that we can help develop with our membership and through our technical and employer councils. And again, here, one-word answers, that'll be great. That's easy to type. So we'd love to hear from all of you.
One of the topics we heard from the mid-colonial was case studies, because I think there were some people who had done, in that poll, some people said they had done equity analysis. So I think the rest of the membership was interested to see what it was and how they did that. So one of the things that they suggested was maybe we can put together case studies from around the country so we have examples on what we can do. So any ideas like that?
Yeah, that's great. Shilpa, was it you and I that were talking, and there was a group that was trying to reach people that were using a shopping mall, and so they used printed the information on the placemats in the food court.
Yeah, so there was the project going on close to an interchange in a mall, and one of the things they did was in the food court they had the maps placed on the table, so people, even if they don't know about it, and because they had, it wasn't enough to just reach out to the local area because people from all over came to that shopping center. So that way, even if you didn't live in the local area, but you were, if you didn't live in the same zip code, which is usually how we used to do the surveys or send out information, you still had a chance to know about the project, comment about it, and offer your thoughts.
Yeah, and Edwin put a note in the chat about community engagement can be an issue and that there needs to be better outreach than the traditional public meetings. And that sounds like a great example of going to where the people are and making sure that you are capturing the target audience and doing, more than just an open house and hope that people show up.
Right. I think that was also something we talked about, Alyssa, is one of the local projects here. I think that was one of the ones where they went above and beyond with, they went to the communities, not just waited for them to come to an open house or a workshop, but tried to go to the local area festivals that they had and interacted with the community, made sure you had people to translate if that was needed, to try to really understand what the community needs.
Yeah, we got a comment from Keith Hall that an equity toolbox with strategies and best practices would be helpful. We've done a lot of things like that in ITE, like neighborhood traffic control and traffic calming. I think that could be similar. Just describing all the tools that are available and how they can be specifically applied. I think something like that could be really useful. I think we heard from our first session some interesting ways to, some interesting tools for measuring gaps and figuring out what your target population should be. Some of those
Right.
data analytics tools could be really
Right.
interesting.
Right.
Maybe those are things we could throw in our toolbox.
Yeah. And I think during that session, I think we also talked about how this can't always be quantitative. As much as we love our numbers, it's not always quantitative. So we need to be careful. Data is something we definitely need, but there are also some qualitative issues that we need to look out for when we talk about this topic.
Yeah, that was a lesson I definitely learned. I was chatting with some neighbors about a speeding problem in their neighborhood, and when I measured it, people were in general going at the speed limit, but the neighbors felt like it was too fast and it was unsafe, and so they didn't use the adjacent facilities. They didn't cross the street to the park. They didn't feel comfortable letting their kids walk to school, and that's a huge impact. And
Yeah.
just because the data says one thing, if the neighborhood feels another way, then
Yeah.
something needs to be done. That was a good lesson for me.
I also feel like sometimes there's too much reliance on averages.
Yes.
And I had an attorney explain to me once that the problem with an average is if you have 1 foot in dry ice, in a bucket of dry ice, and the other foot in a bucket of scalding water, on the average, you're actually pretty good.
That's great.
Yeah.
I'm going to use that.
I think on the averages and the standard too, Alyssa, this was, I think, the panel discussion during the annual meeting last year. I think it was LA Metro, right? They looked at how they consider peak hours for their for the customers, and they realized that the traditional peak hours don't apply to them. We've always used the AM and PM peak hour, but the largest demographic for their customers were women, and they had completely different peak hours. So they started thinking differently on how they'd get their how they do the data collection based on the data that they have, and not just like the average standard peak hours that we usually consider.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You know, you're impacting different people by the different times of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So for the folks in the audience, maybe let's transition to training. If you were hiring young professionals out of the university, what training would you like them to have? What did you wish you had when you were a student? Or what do you wish you had now? What would help you training-wise to look at the equity topic and start to consider equity in your transportation work? You know, whether that's planning, design, maintenance, operations, you know, whatever that may be. What sort of training would be useful? I know one of the things that we've done locally is training on work zones and making sure that we have an inclusive work zone that allows all pedestrians to be able to navigate through the work zone. And it's challenging because the contractors and the barricade companies need to do things quickly, and so that isn't always something that's at the front of their mind. So.
And actually, that's one of the changes in the proposed changes in the MUTCD, that you can no longer consider the amount of accessible pedestrians when you're setting up work zones. You have to make everything fully accessible. So, and hear more about that tomorrow morning.
Right.
We'll go over MUTCD updates.
Great.
Synergy.
Yeah. And I think from experience, I can say it's easier to incorporate that into design when you think of it while you're preparing your plans rather than as an afterthought. So keeping that in mind, and even the contractor, like you mentioned, Alyssa, it's better when they know that this is how we're doing it. Like I said, because it's all time and money at that point.
I was on a construction site once. I'd done the design work, and I was out with the contractor and the inspector for the job, and they just put gravel down for an area to try to make it traversable. And we're standing there, and I'm trying to explain to them that everything needs to be accessible. And along came a woman pushing a baby stroller and got stuck in the gravel. Wow. And I said, I just made my point, okay?
Wow. I know I've had a number of conversations with contractors on why this is necessary and why it's important, and it's definitely challenging.
Yeah, and it's not just providing it, but how and where you provide it. I think I should have pictures where you had a facility, but that's not where they wanted it, so you still see people walking right next to the work zone or through the work zone. So it's not like just checking a box, because obviously that's not working.
Right. So Keith added a comment in the chat, and Keith, thank you very much for that. And Keith said, training starts with education on the topic of equity. And I think that's an excellent point, that it's hard to address equity in transportation if you don't understand equity to begin with. And you know, we started with a couple of slides just to introduce the topic and to provide some definitions, but there are lots of opportunities to really dig into the topic and try to understand you know, what this truly means and how it can differ for different populations, and how your background impacts your perspective on the transportation system and the community as a whole. So I think that's a great point, Keith.
And on that, if you need any ideas, like, feel free to reach out to us. Since our committee, we have people from all over the country. If you need ideas, even if you just want to get started on discussing the topic, again, the example we said we need to start talking about it, and even though most of the people didn't know what we were going to do, we just had a panel discussion, had representatives from different clients, academia, and just had basic questions on what do you see as equity being, what can we do? And that generated a lot of conversation, and we had a good feedback coming back and saying, I've never had attended a session like this. I didn't know this was how people felt. This is something I'm going to think about. So it generates discussion and ideas that most of us probably just have unconscious. We never thought about it. Like Alyssa mentioned, I didn't have anything about this like in school. So it's mostly math, geometry, numbers that we have in school. So yeah, talking about it, I think would be a first step.
Yeah, and in transportation, we deal with people, right? That's
Yeah.
probably the reason most of us got into this job is that we enjoy the challenge of working with people, and it just really helps to understand what people are going through in order to develop the best transportation system for them.
Great.
Cash
have
made a comment. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say the same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Cash says equity should be seen as a rising tide versus zero-sum game with funding and resource allocation. Thank you, Cash. I completely agree with that. It's definitely not a zero-sum game.
Yeah, I think that kind of relates back to that conversation we've had about LA Metro, and that they found that if they improved the transit system for their female riders, that it improved the transit system for all of their riders, and it made it a more comfortable and safe place. And so that analogy of a rising tide raises all boats, right? So thank you for that, Cash.
I noticed that Keith Hall has commented quite a few times. Just a quick plug for Keith. He's the current chair of the Sustainability Task Force in ITE. And I know the Sustainability Task Force has been talking about the issue of equity for several years. So good work, Keith.
Yeah,
Thanks.
and they're helping us take the comments from these sessions, summarize them, and turn it into some action items for ITE. Following all of our listening sessions. So thank you to Keith and everyone on the Sustainability Standing Committee.
I moved to the next slide just so we have more questions and topics to think about. What does ITE playing a lead role look like for you as a member? Is there anything we can do? Anything you can think of from an advocacy standpoint? Anything we just talked about, educational tools or resources that you'd like to see? So a few more topics to think about.
Yeah, and again, one-word answers are great. You know, we're here to listen to you and to learn what you need and what direction you'd like to see ITE heading on this topic of transportation equity. So the more you put in the chat, the better the conversation. So we love hearing from all of you.
Gordon, have you had any discussions on equity or diversity and inclusion in the Northeastern section over the past few years?
Not to my knowledge. Doesn't mean it hasn't happened, but I don't know. I can't recall us having done it in any kind of specific Northeast group.
Okay, because one of the survey that we mentioned, the workshop that we had at the annual meeting last year, we had small group breakout sessions. We first showed everybody the results from the survey with them in graphs. And I think as we all know, it wasn't too huge of a surprise. We had mostly the membership identifying themselves as male and white, and then you had women, minority, etc. And we had a lot more questions about being comfortable, being safe, etc. But I think when we came back, I don't know who it was, but from the small group discussions, somebody from the New York section, I think somebody from the California, said this does not reflect our session. We're a lot more diverse. We're a lot more aware. So that is pretty good. So it'd be interesting to see if you do the survey too, how it differs from the membership as a whole.
Yeah, I'd agree on the one element that I think our workforce. I mean, and one of the areas where I keep getting confused is when we're talking equity, are we talking about for, shall we say, our clients in transportation? You know, what MUTCD calls road users, although it's not only roads. Or are we talking about our own, like ourselves, our profession? And I mean, I think you'll find that at least in the New York metro area and Boston area, you're going to find a very diverse workforce just because of the nature of where we are and where we live. So our workforce is, more, I think, a little more diverse than it might be than the average. Doesn't mean there's not room for improvement.
Right.
I mean, I know when I started in the profession, I used to think of it as a bit of a post office. Lots of white male.
Speaking of the advocacy topic, I thought our conversation yesterday, Shilpa, in the Diversity and Inclusion Committee was really interesting about foreign students. And when we talk about equity, I can tell you, as me coming out of college, I never once thought that an employer wouldn't be able to hire me because they weren't willing to go through the process necessary to hire a foreign student. It's a privilege that I have, and I had not considered the impact that it has on our students from other countries. And we talked about advocacy, about the process is difficult and it changes all the time, and there's no readily available information out there. And so as we are searching for a qualified workforce, that was an interesting topic that maybe that's something that ITE needs to advocate for.
Yeah, as an international student who came in as an international student, that would be great to do that. Yeah, it is, because I think this came up in our Women in IT discussion too. I think where the question was the difference between working for a public agency was a private consultant, and often for international students that's not even a choice, because usually public agencies are not an option due to the process. And it's a process that even we don't learn in school. It's just something that it's like you just go into it and learn about it. Everything is new and things keep changing, and you always need to have a lawyer, so it's not simple. It's not something that you can do. So I'm glad that the Young Professionals group brought that up yesterday as a topic. I think that's also a sign that a lot more international students are choosing transportation, because we're always a minority compared to other fields. So that should also help us bring in a lot more perspectives.
If I can add to that topic for 1 second, if you look at the demographics of how many people actually study transportation in the US and Canada, it's really low. One way or another, in the future, we're going to depend on foreign educated students. We're going to need them, because the reality is we're not educating enough. We're not competing. I don't think we're offering enough of a value proposition to students when we're competing against electrical engineering or computer engineering or a mechanical or other disciplines of engineering.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a challenge in the future, and maybe that's some of those educational tools and resources that those our members are doing outreach for STEM in the pre-college area, that they can share and show the impact that transportation can have on communities. I think a lot of people are really interested in that topic of how can I make my community better, and transportation can have such a huge impact on that. And maybe that's a lead role for ITE, is developing some of those resources. So, how do you talk about transportation equity to kids before they come to college, and teach them how that they can come into the industry and really make a difference? Maybe something like that's necessary. So, love to hear from the audience. Anything that you guys suggest, we would love to hear it. And, any areas for future advocacy, any additional tools, how ITE takes that lead role?
I think on that too, Alyssa, it was nice to see at the recent Student Leadership Summit that the students approached and said, one of the students approached and said that they want to have a workshop on transportation equity. They had heard the topic on campus, somebody speak about it, and they wanted to know more and wanted to have a whole session dedicated to it. So that was very encouraging. That was something that gave me hope because I was not aware of it when I was in school.
Oh, we can't hear you, Gordon.
You're muted.
Sorry, one of our young members, Tyler Craig, just made a great comment. Could be cool to see a guide on low-cost tips and techniques that can be done to decrease bias on project design. Something like nighttime walk audits equals low cost, but bringing another angle. I do have to have a conversation with Tyler about run-on sentences, but no, I'm kidding.
This is social media, Gordon. There are no rules.
Right. It's YouTube.
No, that's awesome, Tyler, because we heard before that one of the barriers and challenges is cost and time. But if there are some quick, low-cost things that we can do to reduce that bias, I think that makes a big difference.
Right.
Anybody else have any thoughts along that line of thinking?
Thank you, Tyler.
Okay, 200-word limit apparently got Tyler. All right, I'm gonna throw one at you, Alyssa, if and Shilpa, if the message board is kind of quiet. Could you paint a picture of us, or paint a picture for us of what you see would happen if once we fully embraced equity in transportation? Pick whichever you mean for our clients or for our profession, whichever you prefer. Like, how do you measure success, I guess is what I'm getting at.
That is a question we got to in the local panel discussion that we had on equity. I think a few of them said, how do you measure it? What do I do it? And I don't know if there is an exact answer to that. I don't know if I know if there's an exact answer to that. I think we're all learning about it. We're also learning about what the gaps are. We don't quite know what all the gaps are. But I think one of the things for me is just from a safety standpoint, from a safety numbers and statistics, that we know that Native Americans and people of color are negatively, in fact, they are the ones that are mostly affected from a safety standpoint with crashes, fatalities, compared to the rest of the population. So that means there are some gaps where these communities do not have those facilities, and they're probably forced to traverse through unsafe conditions to get to where they would want to go. So hopefully the tide will turn on that the more we're aware of how we're doing our projects. So that is the thing, one area that I would hope to see the numbers change and not disproportionately affect. I mean, anybody. I mean, we don't want any crashes. We want zero crashes and anybody to be safe. But the statistics right now are quite telling as to where we're investing our funding, in the areas that we're investing our funding.
Yeah, I agree.
Thanks.
Safety, first and foremost, so that zero fatalities means zero fatalities for all of our populations, and investing funds of where the greatest need is. And I think for me, the other part of it is when there are surveys going out that ask people about their barriers. What are barriers for you to get to work or to get to education or to get to healthcare? And so often people say it's transportation options. I don't have a car. I don't have a reliable car. The pipeline got hacked and there's no gas. The transit system. The transit. I'm making light, but it is serious. But the transit system, depending on the contractor, sometimes it's acceptable for them to be 5 minutes late at a stop, and that's operationally okay. And But if you're trying to get to work and transfer on the transit system, that 5 minutes makes a big difference. So, what I would like to see is kind of like a vision zero. It's a vision zero for barriers, so that there are a variety of comfortable and safe and efficient and timely transportation services for everyone, regardless of where you live, so that you can get to work, you can get to educational resources, and you can get to healthcare.
We do have a comment. Often areas of poverty. This is from Andy Kaplan. Often areas of poverty focus their political capital towards non-infrastructure funding requests, e.g., crime schools, where more wealthy areas often focus their capital on roads and infrastructure. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think. I guess I can speak from my own experience, but I would love to hear from the audience. So if anyone has any comments from Andy, we as a community, we don't hear from some of our lower income areas that they don't ask. Some of the wealthier areas feel empowered to reach out to us and say, well, I need this road, or my commute is inefficient, I want you to fix it, or my streetlight's out, I need you to get over here right away and fix it. And so the other communities, we don't have that same level of communication with them. And I'm certain there's a lot of factors in there, possibly not feeling empowered, or a lot of our communication happens on the internet. If you don't have internet, you can't necessarily reach us, or don't know how to find a phone number to call, or you're busy, right? You've got a job and kids, and you've got so many other things going on that you don't have time to call up the city and complain about your commute. And so I can see how, without us making an effort to go out and ask those questions, we don't know what is really necessary.
Well, I think you tackled a lot of this. Just a second. Andy did a follow-up. What is our role as a profession to provide a voice to areas that have safety and infrastructure needs, but may not be focused on advocating for themselves? And Shilpa, sorry, I cut you off.
No, that's okay. I was going to say, along with Alyssa's, one of the things might be historically, maybe they've tried and they were not heard. So they probably don't have the trust in us that the other wealthier neighborhoods do, because wealthier neighborhoods, they probably had the connection and the networking to make sure their voice was heard and addressed. So yes, we do. If we haven't heard, it's like Alyssa said, we probably don't hear, but that's where I think we need to invest some resources to make sure that we are communicating with them and try to understand what they would like, so we can build back that trust again.
Yeah, so that we're having conversation with them in a time frame and the time of day that works for them, and a setting that works for them, so that it's convenient. That I think you just need to work a little bit harder, rather than thinking that people will come to us and offer suggestions. We need to pull it rather than push it, I guess.
Okay. I mean, while we have a couple of minutes, what do you think about the topic of equity between modes? For instance, I mean, if you look at Vision Zero, I mean, even though we've been having less fatalities per year, the number of pedestrian deaths has gone up. Took about a 30% jump 5 years ago or 6 years ago, and hasn't stopped. What are your thoughts on equity in that world? I know you've kind of touched on it on some of your answers already.
Go ahead, Alyssa.
I think it's interesting because right away is public property, right? We all own it. We all pay to maintain it, to build it, to configure it. And so it seems like there needs to be a greater focus on an equitable distribution of that right away to lots of different modes. And I hear a lot that, well, I never see anybody ride a bike, or I never see anybody walking, so why should we bother to put those things in there? And, depending on the neighborhood I'm talking to, it's like, well, do you have a dog? Do you walk your dog? Then you're a pedestrian. And, and certainly there's plenty of people that choose to walk or bike or use another mode because they want to or because they have to. And we need to be fair to everyone that utilizes those. But also, if you're an occasional user like a dog walker, then you need a safe space in order to do that. And like I said, that right of way is a community asset and it should be treated as such so that everyone has equitable access to it.
Um, I, there was a video, I don't know if you have watched it, but there were 3 people walking in their neighborhood and were hit and got into a crash. But they were sued because they were walking on the roadway. But if you look at the neighborhood, there were no sidewalks for them to walk on. So they had no option but to walk in the roadway. So, like Alyssa said, we need to consider that no matter, even if our data says, our count said there were 0 bikes, that only means that during our traditional peak hours, we noticed 0 bikes or 0 pedestrians. We need to go beyond just the data and understand what the community, they probably are walking at different times of day. And that's probably more reason, especially if they're walking at night, to provide like a lighted pathway, sidewalk, so we can reduce those crashes. And also, as somebody who drives the road, if there's a sidewalk, if there's a pathway, I understand that I should be expecting pedestrians. If there aren't, I probably am not expecting pedestrians. So it also helps both ways, from people driving a vehicle and also people walking, to set that expectation.
Okay.
Yeah, your peak hour comment is well taken. If you were to go out and count pedestrians during the peak hours in Las Vegas right now, depending on where you are, the numbers aren't going to be very high because everybody walks at 5 o'clock in the morning because it's too darn hot the rest of the day. So, just the realization of that is really important. So we would love to hear more comments from all of you, but maybe we transition into some thank yous while people are coming up with some additional thoughts.
We have one comment, Alyssa, from Keith. It says, I know the Northeastern District has a lot to contribute on equity. Don't hesitate to be part of the conversation. All opinions are welcome to aid the Institute in moving this effort forward. Thanks, Keith. And yeah, go ahead.
So these sessions wouldn't have been possible without all of our volunteers, and so we wanted to make sure we have an opportunity to say thank you to all of them. Abby Scaletta was essentially our project manager and kept us on task and got us rolling on all of these sessions. Kathy Leong and Jen Malzer were put together a lot of the content that you see here in the slides and had a lot to do with the development of those definitions of diversity, inclusion, equity, and belonging, and the Venn diagram that you saw. Eric Rensel is the chair of our coordinating council and has been leading a lot of these efforts. Keith Hall we mentioned earlier, but we make sure we want to mention Keith Hall and all of the rest of the Sustainability Standing Committee who were helping to document the content in these sessions and then turn that into some action items for ITE, so we appreciate that. And then Leah Yakomithis, who has been really helpful in helping us put all of this content together and just with the project management pieces and all these different aspects. And then lastly, we couldn't have done any of this without the help of ITE staff, Eunice and Jeff and Colleen. They've been wonderful through all of this and are always supportive of our efforts and all of our members' efforts. So thank you to everybody. It's certainly been a group effort, and we really appreciate it from everyone.
And today, thanks to Gordon, Luigi, and Steve, all of you who helped set this up on this platform and invited us here.
Yeah,
so,
thank you so much.
So I'd like to thank both our panelists for coming on behalf of the Northeastern District. Thank you for coming and listening to us and giving us this session. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Steve Eisenberg.
One last thing, Gordon.
Sure.
So hopefully the questions discussion gave you some thoughts or some things to think about for everybody. So even if you didn't get a chance to comment or ask a question today, if you do have anything, here is our contact information. So feel free to email us and reach out to us if you think of anything in the future, or if you come across anything, you need some tools that maybe ITE can work on, don't hesitate to contact us.
And if you think something's really important, it's good to send it 3,000 times. I'm only saying that because it's okay. So I'm only going to say that because in the METCD docket, there was one comment that was repeated 3,000 times in the docket recently, the other day. So it was it's always good to just if you have a great point, just keep repeating it over and over and over again. I'm just kidding.
Great.
Anyway, with that, I'm going to hand it back to Steve Eisenberg to tell you the upcoming schedule for the rest of the presentation or the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I'd just like to thank again our panelists and Gordon for moderating this session. I just want to give you a little heads up that at 12:30, we'll be having our ITE President's Message, followed by our district award ceremony. And please stay tuned. Immediately following me right now, we'll have our 4th Level of Service D hot seat interview. Now, I can promise it's getting hotter and hotter, so better get your water ready because you're going to need it. So enjoy, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, I've been feeling it, ever since you've been talking. So the next one is this. This is the black garlic, Carolina Reaper. This is a 75,000.
I'm noticing as we progress that there are kind of death themes that are entering into the brand names here.
I'm glad you noticed that. So Marvin, anytime you want to join us, you can. So let's go for it.
Okay.
Ready?
wouldn't say I'm ready, but I'm going to go for it.
Doesn't seem to be too bad.
Similar to the last one.
Yeah. Okay. Next question.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Oh, that one hit. I'm supposed to be getting better at this. What are? Oh my God. Well, what are 3 pieces of advice you would give to engineers and planners entering the field?
Okay. Well, don't do this hot sauce challenge, I guess is the first one. I think, trying to find a place where you can learn from your coworkers and mentors and it's just so important. Really, I think so much of planning and engineering you learn on the job and just that practical know-how. Your education is critically important, obviously, and that's a base we all need. But you really turn the corner when you learn how to do the work. In my experience, and so finding people who you can work with and who are willing to, just pass on that know-how, I think is so important. And I think, it's natural for engineers and planners to want to do that. But I do think that's something you need to look for, in starting your career. You really want to take in that practical know-how and that knowledge. So definitely early in your career, you want to have a position where you're getting that. And that could be an internship, that could be a paying job. It doesn't really matter, but you got to find, I think, people who are willing to share. I think, from my own personal perspective, I really think it's important to have a job that makes a difference. And so even if your piece of the work is quite small or limited at the beginning of your career, seeing what it leads to and what the value is that you're bringing, and understanding that is so important. Like, what are you contributing to? And it's hard. I remember when I was starting out, you don't get paid a lot. The hours are tough. It's a grind. You're kind of often doing maybe something more repetitive. But if you understand what it contributes to and what the change that it's making, to me, that keeps you going. That keeps you coming back for more. And I think will allow you to really thrive further on down the line. So I think that's really important. Just like seeing how your work fits into the whole and how it contributes. And then I think the other piece is like, you gotta have a little fun. It's not, you gotta work hard, and we all do, and that's how you get good things done. But you gotta find some time for camaraderie with your colleagues and getting some enjoyment out of it, and that keeps you going too. A lot of engineering and planning work, it takes a while for the fruits of your labor to manifest. So if you're having fun as you go, you can stick around until you can see the results. And so to me, that's always been really important. And at DOT, I mean, the team is just so amazing. There's so many great people. Luigi, you work with a lot of them, but
fantastic.
It just makes all the difference. If you can enjoy yourself in the moment while you're doing something that is contributing to the larger good, but you don't see that result today, tomorrow, the next day. But if you're having fun, you have good coworkers, then you can stick around and see that result.
Josh, just sitting here, you're a perfect example and ambassador. I think a hit for the team.
Yeah.
At HDR, we've always helped communities adapt to a changing world. From bringing power to the plains more than 100 years ago, to reimagining how we connect, how we solve challenges, and how we create a brighter future. Leading the transportation transformation and modernizing mobility. With the unique perspective of many, we're motivated to shape our world for the better through inclusion, collaboration, and innovation. At HDR, we do things right to make great things possible.
Each morning, we wake up eager to build a brighter future for the places where we live and work. That's why we are here. We are here to benefit places that for us are more than just mere dots on a map. They're the very communities that we ourselves call home. We're not just building your community, we're deeply investing in our communities. HNTB has been here for more than a century and will continue leaving permanent impacts across the country. We are here doing much more than solving transportation challenges. We are here to bring people together and expand opportunity by engaging in the things that matter the most. We are here to make all lives better. We are here for everyone. And we're living our daily commitment by working with you to invest in a collective bright future, cultivating the next brilliant generation by introducing the possibilities of engineering to kids who otherwise might not have had the opportunity. Not driving to work because we're proud to ride the local public transit system we helped create. And reading to kids to help them improve the skills they'll need to be successful. Over the generations, we have become the industry leader at bringing people together through innovation, collaboration, and inclusion to improve the quality of life for our friends, for our neighbors, and our families. We are here to create the community that's important to you, to all of us. We have been a part of your community in the past. We are here now, and we will continue to be here with you as we work together to build our community, our home.
Welcome to Transpo Industries. Transpo manufactures and supplies products for airports, bridges, roadways, and tunnels. Founded in 1968, Transpo's safety products have saved thousands of lives. Our decades of experience producing high-strength polymer concrete materials and precast products has made Transpo a recognized leader in the transportation industry. Agencies all over the country are increasingly using our MMA pavement marking material as an integral part of complete streets implementation. Our team of experts and engineering tools bring clients a level of technical support that is unparalleled in the industry, and we proudly maintain ISO quality certification at all company facilities. Come explore our innovative product lines and find out how Transpo Industries can help you complete your next successful project.
Being part of a company with a purpose and mission is important to me because it makes me feel at the end of the day like we're really contributing to improving the environment, making people's lives easier.
The work that we do is improving people's lives. It's creating communities where people feel more connected.
It's about giving back. You have to really care and understand.
Everybody knows us. They've all worked with us. And most of them have an incredible amount of respect for the work that we do, the quality of our work.
With the purpose of utilizing the skills and expertise we have in the company. We all bring it together to make a difference, to really create great places.
It's exciting to work for a company that has a purpose. The company really focuses on successfully completing high-profile, complex projects, and at the same time it balances its focus on people and the people that work for it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our lunchtime session. My name is Amir Razavi with VHB, and I'm the co-chair for this conference along with Steve Eisenberg. I hope you enjoyed the sessions from this morning. I hope you enjoyed the hot seat interviews as well. During lunchtime today, we're going to have our Northeastern District Award ceremony, followed by the thanking of the Local Arrangements Committee. But first, we are going to go to video, a message from our ITE International President, Alyssa Rodriguez. Alyssa serves as Information Technology Director at the City of Henderson, Nevada. Once we finish the video, Alyssa is going to be available live to answer your questions, and we appreciate her being available to do that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Alyssa's video, and see you back in a bit.
Hello, Northeastern District. Thank you so much for the opportunity to chat this morning. I wish we were in person, but I'm definitely grateful for the opportunity to speak to our members virtually. My name is Alyssa Rodriguez, and I am the ITE 2021 International President. And I just want to give you an overview today of what is happening at the ITE international level and how we are navigating the new future. You've probably heard the tagline that we've used lately, that ITE is a community of transportation professionals. We of course have our core members of engineers, but increasingly we include planners, technologists, members from nonprofits, advocates, and people from so many other aspects of the transportation professional community. We strive to connect our members to a world of ideas and resources and expand that network of all the people involved in the transportation profession. We also strive to provide value at all levels of the organization, whether that's locally through your sections and chapters, regionally through your districts, or with that international flair and global presence that the International ITE organization provides. Just a little bit about how we are organized. You are led by an international board of direction, and I'll go into that in some more detail in a few future slides. The board is supported by a number of boards and board committees and task forces. Those groups are focused on key board issues, whether that is supporting Leadership ITE, creating STEM resources for our members, or organizing the Student Traffic Bowl. At headquarters, ITE is supported by 25 professional staff. If you need anything from the organization, I strongly encourage you to reach out to them. They are exceptionally helpful and responsive. On the technical side, we have quite a number of technical councils and committees that members lead on a volunteer basis that provide all of our technical products for the organization. And then our voting members are organized geographically into districts, sections, chapters, and student chapters. The executive leadership team for 2021 is included here in these photos. I'm shown there on the left, and in my other job, I serve as the Information Technology Director for the City of Henderson in Nevada. Dr. Beverly Kuhn is our Vice President, and she is with the Texas Transportation Institute at Texas A&M. And Randy McCourt is our Vice President, and he is fortunate enough to be retired. And just recently, we completed an election. The ITE members elected Rosanna Correa from Tampa, Florida, to be our Vice President for next year. We're so excited to have her on board, and she started to join us for meetings. Rosanna and I previously served together as international directors, and I'm excited to have a chance to serve with her again. I mentioned that we are organized geographically, and that's shown here in this graphic. I do want to call out two areas in green in the center and red towards the northern part of the United States. Those are our two brand new districts, the Missouri Valley District and the Great Lakes District, respectively. Each of our international directors represents one of these districts, and I will go over some of the goals of the International Board of Direction. That geographic representation is very helpful in doing several things. First, understanding the needs of our various communities across our membership and across our geography. Making sure that we're meeting the needs of our profession, whether that means you're in Maine or California or anywhere in between or across the globe. Striving for diversity and inclusion. We see a lot of diversity at our student and younger member levels, but we're working on increasing that diversity up into our leadership levels as well. Also striving to collaborate with other organizations. We have our traditional partners like AASHTO and FHWA, but we've also recently been working with other groups such as NACTO or Transportation for America. And then of course we're always working to improve our member services and ensure that we are providing value for your membership dollars. I mentioned the technical councils and committees and our employer councils, and this is how they're organized. There are quite a number of technical councils supported in some cases by standing committees. This is an excellent opportunity for our members to get involved, and these are the people that put out all of our technical products. So if you see a webinar coming from the organization, it comes from the technical councils or the employer councils. Recently, our technical conference in March was completely organized by the coordinating council and their supporting membership. So lots of opportunities to get involved and lots of opportunities to produce technical products and the state of the practice for the organization. Certainly 2020 was a challenge. been a challenge for everyone, and we're still experiencing a lot of that in 2021. But I'm very proud of how the organization responded. We were very quick to put out a curated COVID-19 research page, so our members had information at their fingertips on how to deal with changes in transportation as the pandemic unfolded. There are resources as far as open streets and how to do traffic counts and even things like personal and family guidance. And if you are interested in those things, I encourage you to visit that page. It's a pretty fantastic grassroots effort that our members put together to support other members. We also did a number of deeper dives, podcasts regarding transit, Learning Hub webinar on open streets for walking and biking, and then a working group that discussed traffic counting considerations and put out a guidance document that is available to all members. We also did things in the virtual world, as we're doing right now. We created the drop-ins where any member can create a topic, organize a group of peers, and have a discussion about that topic. We were very successful in completing our virtual annual meeting and exhibition, and we're looking forward to doing that again this year. We weren't sure if we would be able to hold a collegiate traffic bowl, and several members in the West and Mountain districts figured it out, and we're pretty creative with how to use Zoom and the chat feature to accomplish a traffic bowl, and so we did it for all of our districts across the organization. And then, of course, as we're doing today, there have been a lot of virtual district, section, and chapter meetings. Recently, I attended one that was organized by University of Nevada, Las Vegas, University of Nevada, Reno, and Montana State University that just happened organically, and they had all of their lunch meetings together, which was a lot of fun. I was glad for the opportunity to speak to them. I did want to mention our meetings because these are part of our technical products. I mentioned our technical conference that was conducted in March. That was a resounding success, and we had a very high level of attendance at that meeting, and we're looking to continue that into the future. We conducted the first ever virtual student leadership summit across the entire organization, and so that was conducted in time zones across the entire globe. We had members from Australia all the way to the East Coast and Florida and New York and all across the United States. So excellent event there. And then we're looking forward to having another virtual meeting this July. And we've already organized the content for that, and I think it's going to be a huge success once again. We did have, I guess I'm calling this a pandemic positive, because we were already working on our strategic plan when the pandemic hit, and so that gave us the opportunity to include components in our strategic plan that it ensures that the organization is successful through 2023 and we emerge intact. And so our focus areas for the 2021 to 2023 plan are membership, technical resources, and institutional sustainability. You can also see our 4 value statements there on the sheet, and notice that they include words like community, making a difference, creating positive outcomes, and embracing diversity in all the broad demographics across our entire organization. Of those goals, the first is ITE membership. We were very fortunate to maintain our membership through 2021, and we are still relatively evenly split between the public sector, the private sector, and academia and students. Our emphasis areas for 2021 are to retain that membership and to continue to grow it, to focus on our students and younger members, and particularly the transition between student and younger membership, to continue the support of our district section and chapter leadership. And we've recently put together a website that has quite a number of resources for district section and chapter leadership that I encourage all of you to check out. It has lots of information on how to conduct meetings, how to work through the nomination process, how to grow your membership, and so much more. And then we are looking to strengthen our connection with Australia and New Zealand as part of our global initiatives. Some of the other new things that are happening in 2021, we created the ITE Young Leaders to Follow program. We continued our Sandbox program with a focus on Vision Zero. And we also put out a video competition on how transportation transforms communities. And all of you have a chance to vote on that right now. So visit our website to check that out.
In the technical knowledge sphere, our goals for 2021 are to continue to strengthen and elevate the work of all of our councils and committees, and we've been going through a rebranding effort and also an effort to make sure that all members know how they can join those councils and standing committees. We already completed number 2 to deliver a successful virtual conference. I mentioned that several times, and we had over 1,000 people attend. To make sure that we're continuing to deliver our key products from our technical councils and committees, and you're going to see a number of those come out this year. And then advancing transportation equity, and I'll talk about that a little bit more at the end of my presentation. Some of our key resources coming out in 2021, I won't read them all, but at the top of the list is the ITE Trip Generation Manual 11th edition, and then also our comments on the Notice of Proposed Action on the MUTCD. You may have seen a letter come out from ITE recently, and that was a consolidation of hundreds and hundreds of comments from our members and from our technical councils and committees. It was consolidated into a single letter, and I'm pretty proud of the effort that ITE put into that, and how staff was able to consolidate that into something that's of very high quality. And then our third goal is institutional sustainability. First on the list was building a one ITE mindset throughout the entire organization. We've spent a lot of time on the administrative components of this and making sure that our geographic representation is correct and that we have updated charters and bylaws, but now we really have to live the one ITE concept. And so we've been putting a lot of effort into that. We have a brand new committee, and as I mentioned, we have those resources for our districts and sections and chapters. We've been advancing diversity and inclusion within ITE, and we have quite a number of initiatives that are coming through with that, one of which will be the initiation of affinity groups at our annual meeting. We've been championing ITE interest through the FAST Act reauthorization and through President Biden's our infrastructure plan. And then, of course, we want to make sure we emerge from COVID-19 fiscally sound, and we've been very careful and conservative with our budgeting process to accomplish that. And I mentioned the transportation equity topic. This is going to be the focus of our listening sessions for the organization this year. And as of this, by the time you hear this presentation, you will have already conducted an equity session as part of your annual meeting. So it's good to see all of you from that event. We thought it was probably important to include a definition of what, how inclusion, diversity, and equity differ from each other and how they all contribute to a sense of belonging. And so you can see those definitions here, but all of this contributes to the fact that ITE is a community of transportation professionals, and as part of that, it's a place where members are recognized and allowed to express their thoughts and are able to make contributions. So I'm excited to hear from all of you as part of the equity sessions, and there's so much more to come on that topic. If you're interested in collaborating, these are several resources. There's, of course, the website, and then if you aren't already using the ITE community, I encourage you to do so. You can pose a question there, and you will immediately get responses from across the entire globe. And here's how to reach us. There's the staff email address. That's my email address, where we're physically located, and of course, you can always call us. I encourage you to reach out. We are all very accessible and happy to help. So with that, thank you so much for your time today. I think we have an opportunity for some questions, and I will join you live in order to do that. So see you very soon. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide that video. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat. I would love to hear from you. As I'm watching this, I'm kind of laughing at myself because I was a little concerned that I'd have a recorded video and then I would come up and I would look different. But believe it or not, that is a different outfit in the video. I apparently am just now have a whole lot of variety in my wardrobe and wear black and white houndstooth every day. So just kind of funny. But if you do have any questions, I would love to hear from you. And there's a lot going on in ITE right now. I hope the video demonstrates that. There's a lot happening at the international level, and lots of things going on. So if you have any questions, anything that you've heard, anything that you've thought of since the equity listening session this morning, feel free to put that in the chat. Also, I hope you can hear me. I know my voice is pretty soft,
So hopefully this is coming through okay. Just looking for some questions in the chat to see if anybody has anything for me. Go ahead and drop those in there. And nobody's commenting on my sound, so it looks like I'm okay so far, which is great news. Now I'll just give it a couple more seconds here. Great. All right. Well, it looks like my video was thorough, but my contact information was on there. I am more than willing to have a chat with anyone, so feel free to reach out to me. But since I don't see any questions coming through, I think it's time to transition to the next section of the meeting, which I know is your awards ceremony. So I will turn it back to the organizers for the awards video. Thanks, everybody.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2021 Northeastern District Awards program. This is our opportunity to honor the best and the brightest in transportation and the Northeastern District. I am Christina Downey, the District Vice President and this year's District Awards Coordinator. Our first award is the 2021 Outstanding Section Award. The Outstanding Section Award is given to one of the sections within the Northeastern District based on several criteria as outlined by ITE headquarters. And the winner is the Metropolitan Section of New York and New Jersey. Despite 2020 being a very challenging year to say the least, the Met section continued to provide immense value to their membership. They held 7 meetings, numerous engagement activities for students and young professionals, as well as community and industry outreach. The Met section truly stands out as an outstanding section. Accepting on behalf of the Met section is past President Lu Ding.
I am Lu Ding, the past president of the Met section. I would like to thank the ITE Northeastern District for giving us the Outstanding Section Award. I am very excited to accept this award on behalf of the Met section Executive Board and our 60 or so volunteers. It is because of the hard work and the dedication of our volunteers that we were able to run many activities and provide exceptional value to our members during this unprecedented time. We look forward to continuing our success for many years to come. Thank you.
And now for the 2021 Section Momentum Award. The Section Momentum Award is given to the section within the Northeastern District that has experienced the greatest momentum or most improvement in the past year. And the winner is the New England section. The New England section made great strides last year, including increasing their membership by an impressive 12%. They also tackled developing and adopting a new strategic plan with new initiatives regarding engaging new and younger members, as well as public agency members. And their section and chapters all held annual meetings last year, providing lots of technical content to their members. Accepting on behalf of the New England section is past President Ian McKinnon.
Good afternoon, everyone. New England ITE past President Ian McKinnon here to thank you for the nomination. It is my honor to accept this year's Northeastern District Section Momentum Award on behalf of the entire section. While we all know this year has been challenging for everyone, this distinction is a reflection of the dedication and leadership of the entire section board, the committees, and membership at large. Looking forward to continued success in the coming year and hope to see you all soon. Thank you.
Our next award is the 2021 Student Chapter Award. The Student Chapter Award is given to one of the student chapters within the Northeastern District based on several criteria outlined by ITE headquarters. And the winner is the New York University Student Chapter. The NYU Student Chapter hits all the marks on what it takes to have an engaging student chapter. From leadership development and networking to community engagement, they did it all. And for the first time, they won the Northeastern District Collegiate Traffic Bowl and went on to compete in the Grand Championship last year. Accepting on behalf of the NYU Student Chapter are co-presidents Martin Busetta and Logan Wagner.
Hi, my name is Martin.
And I'm Logan.
And we're the co-presidents of the New York University ITE Student Chapter.
We're extremely excited to receive this year's Student Chapter Award from the ITE Northeastern District.
We would like to thank our faculty advisors, mentors,
all of the members who have shown such enthusiasm and persistence in this difficult year,
and the ITE Northeastern District.
We look forward to the future of our chapter. Thank you, ITE!
Our next award is the 2021 District Student Paper Award. The District Student Paper Award is given to a student within the Northeastern District based on similar criteria as outlined by ITE headquarters for the Daniel Fambro Student Paper Award. And the winner is D. Yang, PhD student at NYU, for his paper titled A Novel Representation and Discrimination of Traffic Risk of Signalized Intersections, an exploratory study using functional data analysis. D. Yang's paper presented a methodology to identify movement-level risk patterns using video recorded by drone vehicles. The patterns reveal distribution of risk within signal cycles and has the potential to be used for safety and optimization efforts. And now to accept the Student Paper Award, NYU PhD student D. Yang.
Hi everyone, my name is D. Yang. I'm a PhD student at New York University. I'm so honored to be the recipient of 2021 ITE Northeastern District Student Paper Award. I believe this award is a great recognition and motivation for transportation engineering students. I would like to thank the ITE Northeastern District for establishing this award and my advisor, Professor Ken Osbey, for his guidance. Thank you very much.
And next we have the 2021 Northeastern District Rising Star Award. ITE's Rising Stars program was created to recognize the next generation of outstanding transportation professionals based on several criteria as outlined by ITE headquarters. And the winner is Farouk Ijaz. Farouk was selected as the District Rising Star due to his depth of project experience, leadership skills, and involvement with ITE, amongst other things. He currently serves on the Met Section Board and was part of the Leadership ITE class of 2018. He is also committed to the advancement of the profession through his involvement on committees with ITE and TRB and with other organizations such as ITS New Jersey. Farouk Ijaz is indeed a rising star in our organization. Farouk?
I am really humbled and honored to receive the ITE Northeastern District Rising Star Award. I would like to first of all thank my parents and family whose prayers are always with me. I would like to thank my amazing ITE Met Section Board, each and every one of our volunteers, and all the ITE members for their trust in me. This trust helps me to challenge myself in ways that I have not thought of for the betterment of our section, district, and international. There is a lot of quotes that I live by, but my favorite one that I would like to share today is, the only thing that is constant is change. So never settle and keep progressing. Thank you.
And now for the 2021 Leadership Award. Our district's leadership award is given to the past president of the Northeastern District in recognition of their exemplary service and dedication to ITE. And the winner is Rebecca Brown. We would like to thank Rebecca for her time and dedication to the Northeastern District. She has served on the district board for 4 years and has been an outstanding example and leader to the district board and our members. Thank you, Rebecca.
Hi, everyone. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to serve as part of your executive board over the last 4 years. It was certainly a very unique and challenging time to be part of this organization as we went through a complete overhaul of our charters and bylaws at both the district and the section levels. And then we were faced with the challenge of figuring out how we can continue to serve our members through the ongoing pandemic. I've been so proud to be a part of it, such an adaptable group of people who found a way to provide our members with such high quality events like the one that we're attending today throughout this time. But I think the most rewarding part of serving as your president in this unusual time has been getting to know so many different faces from all over the district that I wouldn't have otherwise been able to interact with. So thank you again for this tremendous honor.
Our final award is the 2021 Harvey B. Boutwell Distinguished Service Award. The Harvey Boutwell Distinguished Service Award is the Northeastern District's most prestigious award given to an individual who has provided diligent and devoted service to the Institute and our district. This award is named in honor of Harvey Boutwell. Harvey, a native of New Hampshire, was an ITE stalwart, serving as the New England Section President and District 1 Director. Harvey was also a Burton W. Marsh Distinguished Service Award winner and was a dedicated alumni of the Bureau of Highway Traffic. The 2021 Harvey B. Boutwell Distinguished Service Award goes to a transportation professional with 2 decades of experience. With a resume highlighted by traffic engineering services for planning, infrastructure, design, and development projects, including many projects in and around New York City. This individual serves in leadership positions at the section and international levels. This person was also part of the inaugural class of Leadership ITE in 2014 and is the co-chair of this 2021 Northeastern District meeting. And the winner is Amir Razavi. Congratulations, Amir.
What's going on?
Amir, congratulations.
Oh my God.
Amir
is with my great honor to present you with this year's Harvey Boutwell Award and my fellow co-chair. Congratulations.
Oh my God, thank you.
Congratulations, Amir.
Thank you. Oh, these guys did an amazing, everybody did an amazing job by keeping this a secret.
I just want to say that this is completely COVID safe. We are all fully vaccinated. Just for record.
Wow.
Congratulations.
I'm completely shocked. This is a total surprise and absolute surprise. As you can probably see me stammering here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this award. I'm truly humbled. I know there have been many before me who've been recipients of this award, who are very worthy, and I just don't know if I'm worthy enough. But it's really truly humbling to be standing amongst all those winners. Again, I'm here because of the support of my family and my friends, two of whom you just saw right here, but also the Met Section board, folks on the section, not just the board, but folks on the section who've served with me in the past, committee members, other IT colleagues, certainly, my mentors along the way, Paul Engwong, Marty Taub, John Kennedy. I cannot even start naming them. Thank you so much to VHB for all their support and for everything, really. Thanks so much. I would have, had I any idea, I would have prepared probably a better speech, but I'm truly honored. Thanks again. I'm so appreciative of this. Go on, yeah. Well, so I'm here to take us to the next portion of the program. I want to congratulate all the other award winners. It's always nice to have that recognition and be appreciated for everything that folks have been doing. So great job, everyone. And again, thank you for nominating me in there as well. I just want to say, it takes a village to pull these events together. We started planning for this event back in 2019, probably in September of 2019. And as I've said earlier, we were planning to do this in person on Long Island. We brought together a group of wonderful individuals who've met so many times over this past year and a half, gone back and forth on decisions, been frustrated with us not being able to do this event live, but still stayed together and finally brought this to all of you. And I'm so happy that we were able to do this. So I cannot thank the local arrangements committee enough to bring us this. So with that, we're just going to start off with Lynn Lemunian and Mike Salati. Lynn and Mike, you folks are the godparents of this section. We feel that we can come to you with any question at any time. Even though Lynn was in charge of the gifts and consultant support and Mike oversaw finances, they've really been involved in every aspect of the project, of the conference, really. So thank you so much, both of you. My good pal, Adam Allen, Adam and I have served on the board together. We were classmates at Leadership ITE in 2014, and he's our expert on social events. When you leave social events to Adam, you're going to have a lot of fun. Thanks for pulling together Gather Town last night, Adam, and for all the fun we had. I'm going to call Steve now, and we're going to go back and forth in thanking the committee.
Hi, everyone. As we all know, no event can be successful without a robust and timely publicity campaign either. Rob McAvoy and Mohammed Masroor Hassan have taken care of creating the website as well as the publicity campaign. Rob McAvoy and Mohammed Masroor Hassan didn't have any hiccups whatsoever, and we appreciate them calmly riding through the storm. And it was pretty much a big storm. Our ability to be able to generate resources from company sponsorships enables us to use the Gather Town event that we had, and also provided prizes for tonight to keep the event free of cost. Tom Pagano and Lynn have enabled us to procure consultant support as well. So for that, we thank you as well. Amir?
Our international director, Gordon Met, has meticulously put this technical program together in addition to coordinating with all the speakers, which is no small feat. Thank you, Gordon. Working alongside Gordon, our professional development committee, Tom Arlo, Ray DeBias, Alfred Young. These folks are so thorough and meticulous. in everything that they do. So thank you for enabling PDHs for this meeting, which clearly takes a ton of coordination.
And on to our registration crew, Bobby Beauvais and Argenis Villanova, who have worked collaboratively to keep the registration process moving along smoothly and also ensuring that we're keeping track of registrants for all of our PDHs. So thank you to you both. To Marvin Souza, our Med Section President, who has been coordinating multiple aspects of the production side and also has been our liaison for the Med Section Board. Marvin has really been so flexible and has jumped across multiple rows. So for that, we thank you as well.
And last, but certainly not the least, our technical producer for this event, our good friend Luigi Casinelli, and his newfound love for producing videos, which conveniently worked very well for this conference. By the way, Steve said it's about time you did something worthwhile, Luigi. So I'm just kidding. But in seriousness, Luigi has actually put so much time and effort into this, in planning, coordinating, and of course, doing the hard interviews, putting his life and others' lives at stake. And we could not have managed this virtual event without him. So thank you, Luigi. And I also want to say thanks to my good friend and co-chair, Steve Eisenberg, who has stood alongside and pulled this event together. Again, like I said, going back a long time. And it goes to show friendships as well. Steve, Luigi, and I all served on the board together for several years too. So Steve, thank you for all your time and effort. I know again it's tough. But you stayed through thick and thin with me. So I appreciate that. I know Steve wants to say a couple of words as well.
Yes, thank you, Amir, and great thanks to you as well. You've been a tremendous co-chair. And again, to all of our LAC and our production guy, Luigi. Without you, this wouldn't have happened either, so we thank you. And speaking about putting your life at stake, now you're really going to want to stay where you are, because coming up next is our first level service E hot service interview. I'm sorry, yes, hot seat interview, sorry. And see, it's getting hot in here right now just thinking about it, so I got to get some water myself. But you're going to want to stay tuned for this. So we're going to play another one of our sponsor videos, get into our level C hot interview, and then at I think it's 2 o'clock if I'm not mistaken, we will start our next session. So enjoy, and thanks again.
Welcome to Transpo Industries. Transpo manufactures and supplies products for airports, bridges, roadways, and tunnels. Founded in 1968, Transpo's safety products have saved thousands of lives. Our decades of experience producing high-strength polymer concrete materials and precast products has made Transpo a recognized leader in the transportation industry. Agencies all over the country are increasingly using our MMA pavement marking material as an integral part of complete streets implementation. Our team of experts and engineering tools bring clients a level of technical support that is unparalleled in the industry. And we proudly maintain ISO quality certification at all company facilities. Come explore our innovative product lines and find out how Transpo Industries can help you complete your next successful project.
Thank you. I kind of feel like talking more just to put off taking a bite of the next wing, but I'm done.
Yeah. So selfishly, I will ask additional follow-up questions when I can't get to the next one. So I did that yesterday. So. It's a good technique, though. So
I'm gonna drink this water so I can use the glass. I think for the ice.
Absolutely. So just to warn you, this one here is called the Bomb.
Okay.
Beyond Insanity Hot Sauce. So I gotta tell you, so far everybody who's tried this hot sauce has had difficulty. So I'm warning you ahead of time, including myself.
Oh, that didn't work out well.
And I'm sure our audience is gonna enjoy this one.
Yeah, audience. Yeah, audience. Just trying to get a little ice in here for my. Sorry, this will not be delicate, but I need the ice.
Oh
boy, let's go with the next one.
Actually, I would definitely put some, get the milk going.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna get ready myself. I'm gonna put some ice in there. Oh, you're putting ice with the milk?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a good idea or not.
That's a good idea. I like it.
All right,
innovative.
which one is this? The bomb, and what's the number?
This one is the Bomb.
Yeah.
Beyond Insanity.
Yeah.
125,000.
Okay. All right, not doubling yet, but this one I know you said is a killer. And the last one had me seeing stars for a moment, so I'm expecting this to be bad.
This one is going to be worse than the last one, I think. But cheers.
Cheers. Cheers. I had to promise my body I will be good to it for many, many days to come after doing this. I promise you.
Like I said, there's a lot of good health benefits. Look, it relieves joint pain.
Yeah.
So, okay. Thinking about the future of transportation, what would you see as the next big challenge or challenges facing the industry that professionals should start thinking about? Wait, you want to repeat that question?
No. I really don't want to think for the moment. I'll get there.
Yeah, this one's a doozy. I was trying to read it really fast before I can't read it anymore.
Yeah. I hear you. Oh, now this one's in the back of my throat.
Yeah, this one's a hot one. Right now, it feels like my entire mouth is on fire. Yeah. Doesn't it feel like someone's taking a blowtorch and just blowtorching your mouth?
Yeah.
You can stand up if you need to.
Not yet, but maybe. Whew.
Oh my God, this is hot. By the way, I gotta do this again in about an hour.
Oh, that's crazy. That I don't understand.
Oh my God, it's like getting really hot again. I forgot this one gets really, really hot after.
This isn't going away. It's gonna be a while. Yeah, is that for us, that fire truck?
I think we... Actually, oh my God, my mouth is like on fire right now.
Yeah. I hear you. I hear you.
That's better.
15th floor. Please, don't stop.
So, thinking about the future of transportation.
Future, yeah, that was it. I forgot the question. Thank you.
What would you say, what would you see as the next big challenge or challenges facing the industry? Oh, wait, I need a break, hold on.
Whew. For real with this?
That was hot.
Why do people choose to eat this?
I have no idea. That one, I gotta tell you, when you watch the videos, everybody doesn't do well with the bomb.
Yeah.
All right. I'm good.
I'm not, but I'll try.
I just touched my eye. I should have done
Future,
that.
right? Future?
Think about the future of transportation.
Future.
What would you see as the next big challenge? What challenge is facing the industry that professionals that we should be thinking about?
Well, we're living through one right now, which is COVID, of course. It'll be interesting. You know, we've all, I think, been looking to see as we go through this and live through this, what changes we're going through. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to talk. This is hard.
Yeah, oh my God, I just burned my eye.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right. I mean, in addition to the life changes we're all making, we work in transportation, so the travel changes that are happening and how's that going to impact what we do? Are they going to be permanent? Are people going to, oh boy. Seeing you go through this makes me have to drink more too.
Oh God. I'm tearing right now, actually.
How many of these changes are going to be permanent? We do, of course, expect people are going to come back to the city to work, but our company is going to adapt to folks being able to work from home by letting them work from home some of the time, all of the time. Is that going to create more living spaces in the city or more work? You know, how's that going to adjust that balance? And what's that going to do? You know, to trip destination, trip generation, origins, destinations, all that stuff that we're interested in. So we don't know what that's going to be. So I still got to take more of this. Also, I mean, the future is partly about connected and automated vehicles, right? So we want to see how that's going. Are you okay?
Yeah, and I'm fine. I'm just a little bit of burning.
Yeah. We want to see what's going to happen there. I mean, you know, all these companies are trying to be the first to develop these amazing systems. We know what Tesla's been able to do, but we also see Google and all these other companies that are working on getting connected and automated vehicles out on the streets. But safety's the key. Nobody wants to get behind the wheel of a car and not be behind the wheel of a car if they don't trust that it's going to be safe. You know, and as I've heard from experts in the field, I'm hoping to, you know, develop my understanding to, you know, come close to them on this. But their understanding of this is it's going to be a long time because driving is really challenging. Driving is more difficult than probably people give it credit for. And, you know, the decisions that a driver has to make are very complicated for a human being to make. And they're going to be very complicated for an automated vehicle to make. You know, the whole trolley problem about, you know, if a ball is bouncing in front of a car and there's a child to the side, does the car veer out of the way to not hit the ball and potentially endanger the child, or does it know that it's a ball and just hit the ball? Or, you know, those kinds of challenges are things that might be difficult to program. Fortunately, there are very smart people working on those problems, and we do hope that they can resolve them. And they probably already resolved them, and we just I haven't heard about it yet, but that's my understanding of it so far. So it'll be interesting to see how that works, but also how's that going to impact, you know, we're trying to work towards more walkable and bikeable communities. How are connected and automated vehicles going to impact that? Are people going, you know, are the cars going to stop every time somebody wants to cross the street? I mean, ideally there's going to be some of that, but excuse me, how will that impact, you know, mobility, and how will it impact development? I mean, are people going to live in the same places they live now? Is that going to, you know, are they going to need to own their own car? Will cars just kind of circulate around the neighborhood and you just call one up? And I mean, it's fun to think about. I don't think things are going to change, you know, that quickly, but it is just kind of a nice thought experiment to see where things are going to go, and definitely interesting for folks in our field.
And just out of curiosity, now this is my extension question, so we can get ready for the next one.
I hope.
How's the DOT been trying to adapt their designs into accommodating the future of transportation? Or
well, we're certainly trying to do that. I mean, New York City right now has the pilot program. I know that you know, the folks at New York City DOT are working on, you know, their their connected vehicle program, their
Yep.
pilot, to really pull a lot of data from this, and we also know what they're doing with their traffic signals together. Gosh, so much data on the vehicles that go through traffic signal, intersections.
Yep.
State DOT is, looking to partner with everybody, all the agencies and the private companies to see where this is going. We're taking a look right now at the new MUTCD that's got, a new chapter on connected automated vehicles and how that's going to impact us in terms of our pavement markings and our traffic signals, and making sure that they can all be at some point in the future interconnected, so that that information perhaps can go from the traffic signal directly into folks' vehicles.
Yep.
That kind of thing. So it's definitely interesting, and we're going to see where that goes. So.
No, great answer. Great answer.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're back for our next session this afternoon. This is session number 5, titled Safety First. And just before I introduce the speakers, a couple of housekeeping notes. The link for the Google link for the PDHS will be sent out on the chat. So please keep an eye out for it. That will come out towards the end of the session. Be sure to click on that link. So I'm going to introduce the speakers, and then we are going to play the videos for all 3 speakers at the same time. We will take questions at the end once the videos are completely played. So we have Paula Flores with GPI, as Transportation Planning Practice Leader. We have Alyssa Ryan, a graduate student researcher at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. And we have William Scully, Vice President at Green International Affiliates Incorporated. So again, session number 5, Safety First. We'll now take you to the videos and come back to take questions at the end.
Hello, I'm Alyssa Ryan, and today I'll be presenting some of my research on resource allocation of local highway funds to efficiently increase safety at the local level. This was part of my dissertation through my PhD, and I had the pleasure of working with a few of my committee members on this work, Dr. Lainey Christofa, Dr. Camille Barchers, and Dr. Michael Nodler. And I appreciate for all their effort and help that went into this research project. And I'm excited to share with you that today. So the main premise behind my work on my dissertation in this specific project is focused on local or municipality-owned roadways. And those roadways caught my attention at the beginning of my dissertation work and my PhD because they have more safety challenges than state-owned roadways or arterials or regionally owned roadways. And a large issue that is on local roadways are that they have a higher fatal crash rate than interstates and arterials. In fact, a 3.6 times higher fatal crash rate with recent data. And that's quite a serious jump. And even growing up in my hometown, I noticed that there seemed to be a larger challenge around the local roads that were happening with crashes rather than the heavily traveled roadways. So small governments that own these local roadways and maintain them have several challenges simply due to their the fact that they're quite small. They aren't able to have as many resources as, say, a state or a region, and they can't necessarily get more revenue if they need more funding. So they're more likely to simply reduce the amount of money they're spending rather than go out there and get more funding somehow through taxes or other revenues. They can't really do that. And they do require simply more mobility options on a smaller budget. So they have to cater to a wider range of mobility. Say at the center of a town, you're going to need sidewalks, biking options, while also maintaining those really rural local roadways or rural areas of your town, such as the picture here. So a wide range of types of roadways being maintained by these small governments who can't necessarily have the resources to do absolutely all these small little things. So that's what really drove me to want to do work in this area. And that's what this project is about. So right now, resource allocation is considered typically in 2 different ways. So how do we put money out to make sure it goes toward safety measures and goals in transportation? Hotspot methods are really popular. So you look at areas where a lot of crashes have occurred or serious crashes have occurred, and you put your money toward those locations to save as many lives as possible and to reduce injury in those locations. And that's quite common. Makes sense to look at those places that are getting serious injuries. And then there's also systematic safety measures where you might say, okay, well, there's a type of curve that we know really does need a specific type of guardrail or other countermeasure. So we ensure that all of those are safe, and maybe though it's not too expensive, so you can put it throughout a region that maybe has, a larger horizontal curve issue than other types of regions. So those are the 2 large types, and I'm focusing on the systematic one here because for local roadways, typically you're not going to see those hot spots pop up. Sometimes you will, but most local roadways aren't experiencing crashes at a single location often, simply because they're not very high traveled types of roadways. So the systematic way of providing funding to different towns, so in this case, regions, it's the same amount of funding based on a number of factors, and I'll go into that later. It depends on the state. But my research on this focuses on the idea that you have two different regions and they're the same size. They might have different communities, but they end up getting the same funding based on the algorithms that are currently out from the state that provide them money, and they have the same tax base. So they have the same amount of money they can spend on their roadways each year. However, region one is much safer on their roadways than region two. Region one has less crashes, while region two is experiencing a higher number of serious crashes, or what may have you, crashes that really shouldn't be occurring in some odds and ends of their local roadway network. And so one way to encourage or create more safety in these areas could be to give more funding or another type of support or resource support to region two to get it to the same level as region one. Now, right now, this is more equitable because you have the same outcome of safety for both regions, even though region two requires more money to get there. So that's the premise of my research, that some types of communities may need more funding or more resources to achieve the same level of local road safety. And my research tried to delve into, okay, well, what impacts the quote unquote efficiency of a system on local roads? So I'll get into that in a little bit. So a few equity considerations in resource allocation. Right now, research has shown that the benefits of the transportation system are not equitably distributed. So some regions, due to higher wealth, may have better transportation systems than those in lower wealth areas, for example. And there are different travel needs based on the needs of different communities. So this can be based on age, income, race, gender, ability, the location, whether it's rural or urban, will need different travel needs. So therefore, they also need different needs of their roadways as well, and what actually goes into them and what kind of safety measures they need. So that's something to consider that is not currently considered in the local highway funding algorithms. So my research focused just on the data of New York State and Massachusetts, so all towns in both states. And right now, the way New York State towns receive highway funding is based on a number of factors prior to that. And then once it's allocated to towns, it's based on the number of lane miles. So it's not based on population or any other information, just the amount of lane miles they take care of that are reported on a yearly basis. And then in Massachusetts, which some of you may know, it's based on the number of centerline road miles, population, and employment, with road miles accounting for a higher percentage. So again, none of these really consider the needs of the community past what the algorithm says. So the way I went about solving this research problem was to consider, okay, we have a bunch of local data I can consider, so I can see how do our equity disparities actually a problem at the local level for roadway safety, or is this something we don't really have to consider at a deeper level? Are there really no inequities that are present or that are obvious? So I gathered demographic and population data from the Census Bureau. I gathered municipal highway expenditure data from the New York State Comptroller Office and the Division of Local Services for the years of 2015 through 2018, so 4 years of data, as well as the distance of each town center from an urbanized region of 50,000 people or more to kind of see how rural each town was. And then finally ending on local mileage data. So how many local miles was a town responsible for in each town? And there are approximately 900 towns in New York State and around a little over 300 towns in Massachusetts that were part of this study, simply because that's how many towns are in each state. And the findings of this, I suppose, weren't necessarily surprising based on the previous literature. So municipalities with higher poverty rates, lower percentage of an aging population, so a younger population, those that were more remotely located, and those lower in population had a lower municipality highway expenditure rate per local roadway mile. So those with the opposite of this information were getting more funding per local roadway mile in their municipality. And again, the expenditures that a local highway group would have been spending each year is not just what was given from the state, but is from any source. So the main sources are what's given from the state, that is the primary source. And then tax base are also thrown in there. So if you have a wealthier tax base, you'll have more money to spend than those with a less wealthy tax base to get money from. So something to consider. So after realizing, okay, so there are discrepancies in what, equity discrepancies between how funding is spent, I suppose, at the local level. So therefore, we need to consider this a little more deeply to see how it impacts safety. So I took all of this information I already had for all of the towns in both New York State and Massachusetts, and I added extra data into it and ran a data envelopment analysis. And I'll go into exactly what that means, but it looks at the efficiency of these systems. So I gathered municipal survey data because there isn't any information. To my knowledge, after researching for a few months, I realized this stuff is not on the books anywhere, of the makeup of municipal governments. So how many staff do you have at your local highway department? Does your local highway department supervisor have an engineering degree or not? How many do you do road safety audits? Those are just some of the questions that went into this about 12 question survey that was sent to all of the towns in both Massachusetts and New York State through the Cornell Local Roads Program and the UMass Transportation Center. And I had a response rate of approximately 30% for each state after sending it out twice. So pretty high, I'd say. So about 300 in New York and a little over 100 in Massachusetts. And then I also collected road crash data that happened on local roadways and separated those by towns for both Massachusetts and New York for the years 2015 through 2018. And then I ran all that data in R, which is a coding software, a statistical coding software. So a bit more into the survey collected results. I just wanted to include this slide, and these slides are available after if you want to pause and see the results we got from this. As you can see, we didn't have a high number of municipal engineers on staff in New York, with it being quite a bit higher in Massachusetts. In terms of specific having a highway engineer, less common, whether they received assistance from their county or RPO in the case of Massachusetts. If they hired a consultant, that's much more common in Massachusetts than in New York State. And then also the staffing levels, whether they've done an RSA, a road safety audit, and so on and so forth. So some things to consider. And then I also present here the crash expenditure, geographic and demographic variables in case you want to take a look at these data later. So the data envelopment analysis is essentially a way of measuring how efficient a system is. And this is typically done in business. So I was thinking of doing logistic regression or typical regression models. However, you can't really compare an input and output with those, while also considering in-between variables to understand the efficiency of a system. So I decided to run this more business-oriented analysis with highway funding and crashes. So I have a given amount of annual highway funding per year per town, which is my system or my unit. And for each town, I also have the number of crashes that occur on local roads in each year. And the goal of this line in the middle is to decrease the number of annual municipal crashes. That is the goal. And this is the efficiency of the system. So given a certain amount of money and these things in between, how can we create a more efficient system to decrease the number of crashes? So I'm saying we're not going to increase the money here. We're just going to understand what can we change in the system to spend this money quote unquote more wisely to decrease crashes on local roads. And so the things I considered in this efficiency were based on conversations I had with local highway officials, as well as the Cornell Local Roads Program and the UMass Transportation Center. Were based on also the survey data I collected, as well as other available data that was possible to collect on a wide scale. So I had the location, number of local roadway miles, population, demographic information, so on and so forth. And so that was all plugged into this efficiency of the system. And so what data envelopment analysis does is says, let's find those most efficient systems. So let's find all those towns that had the least amount of highway funding in a given year, and then also resulted in the least amount of crashes, while also considering all these other environmental characteristics that make up, that influence the resulting factor. And so this table is really big. I'm not going to go into it in depth at all, but I do want to point it out, as there are a couple things here that I think are worth mentioning. And so the first is that I ran this analysis 3 different times. So I had to, in some way, put together the crash values into one value, because there were 3 different crash types that occur: property damage only crashes, severe injury crashes, and fatal crashes, as you might do with any other study trying to put those numbers into one value. I used equivalent property damage only values. However, Massachusetts and New York have different weighting methods. So Massachusetts has a weighting method that counts a value of 21 for both severe injury crashes and fatal injury crashes. They're actually on the same level, and then a value of 1 for property damage only crashes. And the reasoning behind that is because they want to ensure that severe injury crashes are considered, because those severe injury crashes could have been very close to a fatal crash, and sometimes it's like one factor that influenced a severe injury crash to turning into a fatal crash, or a fatal crash not turning into one at all. So in New York State, they use the typical cost method that has historically been used and has been associated with these. So with property damage only crashes, value it out at about $1,000 on average, severe injury crashes being about $9,000, and fatal crashes being, severe injury crashes being $90,000, and fatal crashes going way into almost, I think it's around $1 million or so, maybe a little higher than that. I can't quite remember, but it's a very high number. So your fatal crashes are weighted significantly higher than all of your other crash types. And so when you're using that cost method, it's very different than the Massachusetts method, which is why I ran New York State twice. So one time with the Massachusetts weighting method of 21, and then one time with the normal cost method, to see how equivalent property damage only makes a difference in this system. So quickly, how to read this table briefly. Here's a column of road safety audits with the analysis I ran with the Massachusetts with their typical weighting method for equivalent property damage only. And so they had a positive increase. As you can see, it's a positive value, and it was significant. So this shows that road safety audits, doing more of them, does result in a more efficient system, which means that if you do more road safety audits with the same amount of money, it's a good use of your time and money, as it does result on safer roadways. It's an efficient use of your time. The opposite is true for those regions that are more rural. So this MI_50+ represents how rural an area is. So the more rural or away from a city center a town is, the less efficient it is, with this negative sign you can see here. So some things to consider. I'm happy to chat with anyone about this table or the results in more depth. If you can shoot me an email, my email will be at the end of this presentation. So the big outcomes and takeaways from this study were that if you increase the number of highway maintenance staff, that has been shown to be a good use of funding for a local entity, as well as increasing the number of road safety audits. We saw in New York State, these were very much not common based on the survey data we gathered. It was about 4% of surveyed towns have done a road safety audit in the past 3 years. While in Massachusetts, that was a bit higher at 25%, but still, it's been shown that they work and they're a good use of time. So considering doing more road safety audits at the local level. And then at the state level, what can we do to support more systematic changes? So increasing support and funding for rural areas, because it has been shown from the study that they simply need more funding to achieve the same level of life safety as a more urban area, as well as increased support for racial minority communities, as those communities that were primarily white just had a higher advantage of safety rather than those with more racial minorities in their communities. Another finding was that the data envelopment analysis is effective and it was useful for this regional type of study, even though it's typically used in business. It can show you what in a system can be changed to more efficiently use the same amount of resources. So we don't necessarily have to increase the amount of money we're giving any specific town, but we can point out to towns and those local entities, okay, here's what you really want to be spending your money on if your goal is to increase safety on your local roads. This is a good use of your money and time. And then also equivalent property damage only, as we can expect, did impact the outcome of the results between New York State, the two New York State times that it was run. So between the cost method and the weighting method, this study didn't look into which one was more equitable or more effective, but simply to ensure that before you run any type of analysis, you want to ensure that you're prioritizing the crashes that you want to prioritize. If you want to prioritize those fatal crashes way more than your severe injury crashes, then that is something to consider. But it does result in different outcomes as to what you prioritize in the outcomes of the efficiency. And with that, thank you so much, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Hello, my name is Paula Flores. I am the Transportation Planning Practice Leader with Grayman Peterson and past Northeastern District Chair. It is a pleasure to present this initiative to develop a speed management action plan by Hillsborough MPO. And while this effort was completed through our Tampa, Florida office, various Babylon, New York office staff were involved in its development. So Florida is the third most populous state in the nation. Hillsborough County is located in central Florida and home to the city of Tampa. In partnership with Pinellas County to the west and home to St. Petersburg, this area is normally referenced as the Tampa Bay region. Hillsborough County alone has almost 1.5 million full-time residents and is experiencing approximately 100 new residents per day. Some may or may not know that Florida is the most dangerous state in the nation for pedestrians. On average, close to 3,200 people lose their lives in traffic deaths annually in Florida. And this is about 3.5 times the New York statewide death rate, and on par with California and Texas. The Tampa-St. Petersburg area year after year remains in the nation's top 10 metro areas with the highest pedestrian fatalities. And in 2017, the Hillsborough MPO completed a Vision Zero action plan and has since spent a lot of time and effort working with neighborhoods, the city, the county, and the Florida Department of Transportation to address the crash crisis. To just give you a reference point, over 210 people die each year on Hillsborough streets. This is the highest traffic fatality rate per capita of all large counties in the country. So with 210 fatalities a year in Hillsborough County, a person is dying on Hillsborough streets every 1.7 days. And we have become complacent when we see the news each time. But enough is enough. The Hillsborough MPO decided to take a bold step forward in developing a speed management action plan as the next logical step after completing the Vision Zero plan. The action plan had just one simple goal: to improve public health and safety by reducing road fatalities and serious injuries. But our desired outcomes are many, such as improving safety experience for all road users, increasing awareness, institutionalizing good practices, identifying supportive policies, programs, and of course, obtaining the cooperation and support of the stakeholders. So the scope for this Hillsborough County plan included 5 tasks that covered stakeholder involvement, review of speed management practices, prioritization of the high injury corridors, and then development of the action plan. So I'll go over them very quickly. The first task was stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement included the cities, the county, school district, law enforcement, transit agency, and even the health department. The stakeholder team met 4 times over the year and shared different agency efforts, priority metrics to consider, countermeasures to be added to the toolkit, and of course provided input on the action plan. Task 2, review of speed management practices. We solicited examples from local partners. We've reviewed other statewide efforts and relied heavily on the national best practices, as this is an emerging practice in safety throughout the nation. It is clear by various national agencies, such as the National Safety Council, with the right policies, technologies, and strategy, we could and can prevent all roadway deaths. So speeding-related crashes have significant impacts on society, but unfortunately it has been normalized. This is a national problem, but with effective solutions must be applied locally. We currently have guidance, we have the tools, and the collaborative approach needed to truly start making a difference. So if there's one slide I want you to remember is this one. The fatality and serious injury risk increases significantly as speeds increase. For example, at 20 miles per hour, a pedestrian or a bicyclist hit by a vehicle will have an 80% chance of survival, while at 40 miles an hour, a pedestrian or bicyclist will have a 20% rate of survival. Any street with speeds above 40 miles an hour will likely result in crashes with deadly consequences. So this is because when driving at higher speeds, your peripheral vision is notably reduced, which then requires increased reaction time to stop before a collision occurs. And at higher speeds, the force of impact is just too much for the human body to withstand. So transformative approaches to manage speed is widespread in our communities, as speed limits today have become the minimum travel speed instead of the maximum speed that it is. And cities across the nation have recognized the significance of speed on eliminating fatalities and are now reducing speeds across their cities. Initial reports from early adopters are showing significant positive effects on reducing not just total crashes, but also reducing fatal and injury crashes. The good news, in 2017, when the National Transportation Safety Board recommended an overhaul of how speed is managed on U.S. streets, including the way that speed limits are set, the National Association of City Transportation Officials, NACTO, released a new publication called City Limits on how to set speed limits on urban streets. This document provides guidance on how to set speed limits throughout a region, designating slow zones, or even on how to set speeds on corridors. This is a must-read by all. So this plan's attributes are based on US DOT's publication on speed management. It is data-driven. We are looking at applying basic principles at all levels. We are looking at establishing appropriate, rational, safe speeds. We are looking to institutionalize good practices with cooperation by traffic safety stakeholders. The third task was corridor prioritization. The corridor prioritization process is a guide on the evaluation of various community factors along a corridor. So starting with a data-driven approach, we first looked at all the crashes, and here are some of the fatal crash trends we found for the top 20 high injury corridors in Hillsborough County. 83% of the fatal crashes occurred during non-peak hours when traffic is less congestion, and abundant capacity on our streets. 71% of the fatal crashes had aggressive driving and speed-related contributing factors. 60% of the fatal crashes happened in mid-block locations, not at intersections. And 92% of the fatal crashes occurred on streets with posted speeds in excess of 40 miles per hour. So one of the first evaluations we performed, we looked at the speed limits on the high injury corridors to see if they were appropriate and rational for the context of the surrounding community. And this table shows the corridors, their context class, their posted speed limit, the national best practice identified by ITE and CNU in their designing walkable urban thoroughfares, and the difference between them. What we found was that 70% of the high injury corridors in Hillsborough County have posted speeds of up to 10 miles per hour above national best practices. In addition, 15% of the corridors in the high injury list have posted speeds that are up to 20 miles an hour above national practice. So when most drivers travel an additional 5 to 10 miles an hour above the posted speed, we have a problem, and we have a very serious one, no less. So this was one of the first aha moments during the project, because if we don't manage the target speed on these streets, we will not achieve Vision Zero. And changing speed limits, I have to say, is not going to happen overnight. We should not just go out and change speed limit signs everywhere. It should be done, however, in combination with introduction of other traffic calming countermeasures. Even just adopting a context classification for each road with the proper target speed is a critical first step in designing safer streets. So speed limits affect many design variables. We know it affects how long turn lanes need to be, sight distance, how wide travel lanes are, etc. So bottom line, changing speed limits isn't the only task, but it is a critical element for a better street system. Another task performed was to determine how to prioritize the high injury corridors. Besides just looking at the severity crash rates on these corridors. So the stakeholder group had identified various factors for our consideration. They were evaluated for applicability, refined, and used in the ranking process. 7 factors were used, including posted speed versus context class, as I just mentioned, equity and communities of concern, crash rates, proximity to schools, ped bike crashes, transit services, and traffic volumes. Information for each quarter on these topics were obtained and tallied. A risk performance level was also developed that simply states, the higher the exposure on a given quarter, the more likely the severity crashes can occur, the higher the points applied, hence the higher the priority a quarter should be. So the table summarizes a priority matrix for the top 20 high injury corridors. We gave these factors a weighted average and then developed a final score shown in the last column, the priority scoring, and it's rated either a high, a medium, or a low scoring. What this exercise indicated is that if all we look at is the severity crash rates, we may not be investing in the corridors with the greatest need. As the corridors with the greatest need, the orange final score boxes to the right side, bubbled up to the top in a very different order than previously conceived. As some of the top 20 high injury corridors have progressed into the evaluation stage by their jurisdictional agency, then the NPO asked as task 4 of this project to identify the next 30 high injury corridors and to also prioritize them. So we did. This is the next 30 high injury corridors. The map shows the existing 20 in blue and the next 30 in green. These quarters were also evaluated and prioritized using the same methodology just described a minute ago. And here's the prioritization of the next 30 quarters. What was striking in this process is that there are 5 quarters that are higher ranked than other quarters on the original top 20 list. Again, applying other context and equity lenses to prioritization does change priority investment areas. So the last task was to actually pull the action plan together, and I'll go through these really quickly here. But per Vision Zero principles, it's very important that safety is complex, and in order to have safe travel for all users, we must have safe streets, safe speeds, safe vehicles, and safe people. And considering that 1/3 of the US population does not drive, especially the most vulnerable, safe people should be our priority. And when we focus on people first, we'll also create better outcomes on our streets, including improving walkability, livability, and connectivity to services, jobs, schools, and parks. A safe systems approach to the application of safety countermeasures is a must to prevent fatal crashes from happening. And looking simply at the hot spots isn't sufficient. We must take a holistic view of the roads, the features, the context, the users, and connectivity needs of the system. So our team pulled together the Aggressive Driving Crash Countermeasures Toolkit, and it starts with safe people first. This toolkit lists national and international good practices. It is not all exhaustive, but rather a great starting base for the conditions in Hillsborough County. The toolkit also indicates what area type, for example, is it urban setting, suburban, or rural, and location type. Intersection, is it on a slow street or arterial or a corridor, that these countermeasures are appropriate. So safe people table, as shown, includes raised pedestrian crossings, wider sidewalks, refuge islands, protected intersections, and even reevaluation of the target speed. The Safe Streets table, as shown, includes traffic calming techniques, narrow travel lanes, roundabouts, raised intersections, eliminating acceleration lanes, street lighting, two-way streets, and reevaluation of context class and target speed. The Safe Streets table also includes countermeasures for freeway interchanges with local streets that were found on several corridors on the high injury network. And it includes, topics such as redesigning the high-speed off-ramps, providing safe continuous bike lanes through these interchanges, and also even reevaluating the target speed as they approach the local network. Safe traffic operations, the lower half of the table, includes increasing the number of traffic signals to provide more connectivity, LPIs, RRFPs, lower speeds, target speed signal coordination, and even automated enforcement. So I'm now going to simply highlight some of the actions for each of the recommendation sections. And the sections include speed setting, engineering and operations, education, policy and legislative, and evaluation. There are many actions in each of these sections detailed in the final report, so I urge you to download it. So let's start with speed setting. 3 actions were identified for this category, covering the need for regional context classification, which doesn't exist yet, evaluation of all the projects currently on the table for speed management, and even the formulating of a new county safety task force to deal with speed limit setting. For each of the actions, the plan identifies if it's a short, a mid, or long-term effort indicated by the color code. So here are some of the recommendations, for example, on Action 3, which is to initiate the county safety task force to address speed setting. And it really just talks about adopting a safe systems approach. It talks about discouraging the use of 85th percentile speed method and establishing max speeds no greater than 35 miles an hour in urban and suburban environments. For engineering and operations, the plan identified 8 actions that cover a wide spectrum of elements, including the need to evaluate all 50 corridors, update design manuals, more design flexibility, creating local street design guidelines, and even professional training and funding. So here are detailed options for Action 2, for example, that includes incorporating speed management concepts and design manuals, more flexibility for multimodal design, discouraging over-design, which is typical in Florida, and being cognizant of transition zones within a quarter or updates from land use demands as communities change. Here are some potential examples under Action 3 on design flexibility, and this covers adopting national best practices related to safety and speed management, updating street design standards for flexibility, updating access management requirements to increase intersection density, shorter blocks, and improve connectivity. And for education, there were 3 action items were identified, starting with education and training for the public and elected officials, eventually drafting a speed management policy, and development of PSA messages on various topics. So here's some strategies under Action 1 on education of officials, including some steps to be taken, starting with training and providing the right tools on speed management. Here's some examples on Action 3, education and PSAs, and this really talks about engaging our communities on changing the traffic safety culture and the relationship to speed and driver behaviors. And for policy and legislative, there were 5 actions identified covering how to set speed limits, to setting aggressive Vision Zero goals, updating land use policies, and to initiate new traffic safety legislation. Here's some examples under Action 4 related to updating land use policies, and it talks, and includes things such as mixed use development, street grids, multimodal infrastructure, self-enforcing street design, and even integrating neighborhood schools, which is also not existent in many new places in Florida. So here are some of the recommendations for Action 5 on traffic safety legislation, and it talks about being proactive on evaluation of legislative needs, update on speed setting legislation, authority to utilize automated speed enforcement, motorcycle helmet laws, and others. So the plan evaluation action simply calls for routine updates and establishing some quantitative and qualitative measures to evaluate the progress. And these are just a glimpse into some of the actions and strategies in the action plan. Now, as I mentioned, the full action plan, appendix materials, and final presentation to the MPO board can be found at the link shown. But you can Google Hillsborough MPO Speed Management Action Plan, and it should just get you to the site. It should be noted that each of the partnering agencies have made safety and speed management a priority since finishing this report. The city is evaluating reducing the speed limit citywide. The county quickly invested $500,000 for new corridor studies of their top 8 high injury corridors, and is now even doing a safety audit of their new Complete Streets manual. And the state is even more focused on corridor pilot projects geared to safety. So simply having the conversation opens doors for awareness and even better outcomes. So I must say that the MPO and the Speed Management Action Plan have been recognized as the recipients of the ITE Florida Puerto Rico District Transportation Achievement Award. Was recognized by the ITE Greater Tampa Bay with their Project of the Year Award, and just recently by the FDOT, the Florida Department of Transportation, as their Transportation Planning Project of the Year. And with that, thank you so much for the opportunity to present.
Hello, and thank you for coming to the district's annual meeting and this session. My name is Bill Scully. I'm a vice president with Green International Affiliates. We are a 110-person multidiscipline firm located, headquartered in Massachusetts and serving New England. One of my roles is that I direct the firm's Complete Streets program. And today I'm going to talk about incorporating health-related impacts in setting Complete Streets investment priorities at the local level. A major purpose also for this presentation that I really hope starts dialogue, gets a dialogue going with respect to transportation and health analysis. There's clearly a need for simple methods and tools to make a pretty reasonable assessment, particularly as we're trying to make decisions on transportation investments. What I'm going to cover today very quickly, just Complete Streets overview. I'm sure everyone here knows that very well by now, but get into a little bit more of the MassDOT Complete Streets program, which you may not know. And then talk about how, working with that program, what we have to do to get into prioritizing actions and how can we use or should we get to public health outcomes into the process. Overall, Complete Streets, this is from the ITE Complete Streets Council. It's a street or right-of-way where we want to take into account all the users of the street. Consider whether it's pedestrian, bicyclists, persons with disabilities, seniors, children, as well as motorists and what's needed in terms of some of that vehicle movement, whether it's deliveries or public transportation, etc. It's a way to say, you know, the roadway or the right-of-way is not just for moving vehicles as fast as we can through there. There's other things going on that need to be accounted for. On a community-wide basis, which when I get into the MassDOT program a little bit more, that is on a community-wide basis. So it's about improving choice and connectivity and providing options for travel that are safe, convenient, and comfortable for all users in an equitable application. There's a number of common issues and things that we see when we get into a community, and until we really get going into this, you know, there was probably some things that you just never even thought of. Picture on the top right is a mid-block crossing. Not unusual, mid-block crossing and two vertical curbs on either end. So someone with a wheelchair or stroller would have trouble working with this crossing. There's a lot of things that we see that are quite regular. Unprotected crossings, long crossings at intersections. Some of the equipment, the signal equipment, may not adequately or up to date accommodate pedestrian movement or bicycle movement. Transit stops, accessibility to transit stops, location of transit stops. So there's just so many things that if you put them all together, you'd say, well, no wonder no one walks or bikes in this community. In Massachusetts, around 2009-10, it started a movement towards a more formal program. There was some reorganizations of some of the transportation departments, as well as trying to get different departments, transportation, working together a little bit more. That included the health department. In 2013, MassDOT came out with their Healthy Transportation Policy directive that not only addressed how some of their own projects were going to have to deal with some healthy transportation, but also a private applicant coming in for a curb cut permit. There was legislative action in 2014 that was passed requiring the state develop a program for complete streets. It was funded, and in 2015, the Transportation and Health Departments took the lead and worked to create such a program. It's a grant program. It ended up being a grant program, so it doesn't need to burden the local communities to participate. They can get some funds to help develop a plan as well as work towards implementing. DOT really wanted, their goal was get things implemented, make things safer, encourage non-vehicle movement, and we all win. The program was initiated in 2016, and it was initiated with free training, probably for, I don't know, maybe the 3, 4 months, 5 months, just a lot of open dates for people across the state to attend and hear about complete streets, how to develop a policy, what does a policy mean, what are the types of actions we want to do, can do, etc. So that was one of the things that kicked it all off. There's 3 tiers to the program. First is a policy, then a plan, and then implementation. To be eligible for implementation money, you have to have your policy and plan in place. Communities are now eligible to put in applications for up to $400,000 to implement actions in the plan. Right now, it's $400,000 over a 4 fiscal year period. So a community can ask for $100,000 this year, and in 2 more years or next year ask for a little bit more. When the program first started, it was $400,000 a year, although it was very difficult for any community to be awarded, finish the project, and be really ready to put in another application. It would probably take at least 2 years. But the program is really popular. DOT really tried to do hands-off other than having the communities meet a few things in the program and then dish out the money. They really leave a lot to the communities to develop the plan and get it going and monitor it, etc. Since 2016, of the 351 communities in the state, 256 are registered, 232 have adopted a policy, and almost 200 have an approved Tier 2 plan with 173 awards made to date for about $55 million. The 173 awards does include, there's a number of communities that have gotten multiple awards because they wanted to join the program right at the get-go, and they've been very aggressive in getting things done. When you look at the map, the orange are communities that have policy, plan, and have received at least 1 grant to implement actions. The ones with no color are the areas that have still chosen not to register and participate in the program. A lot of them there's some down the Cape, which if you know the Cape, a lot of these things they've been doing for years, and they just haven't, they're starting to get going and come on board with the program. A lot of communities just waited. They didn't know what DOT was going to require of them. There was a little bit of distrust between state and local, so that made a number of them hesitate a bit. DOT did come out with some, as I said, guidelines and in some requirements. Guidelines, they defined a number of actions that are eligible for funding. This is just a smattering of them, but you can see a wide ranging. Traffic calming, so speed feedback radar signs is an eligible item. Speed humps is an item. Roundabouts is an item. Road diet, shade trees, ADA compliant ramps, buffered bike lanes. So there's a lot of things. Bike parking. A lot of items are eligible as part of this program. Again, only $400,000, so that goes fast, but still a lot you can do over time with this. A typical plan for a city or town. The ones we've been working in probably range 30 to 60 distinctly defined projects. Most of them lately have been more in the 45 to 60 item range. DOT does require that you have at least 15 projects cover an estimated 5 years. We probably, clearly if you have 45 to 60 projects, it could take you 20 years to get them all implemented. You're able to use other funds to implement, and you're able to use Complete Streets funds to supplement projects as well. So there's a lot of different ways to work the dollar numbers, and the project listing really gives a community a good blueprint for how to get there over time and have a more complete street environment in your community. And I probably don't have to go through all of that. One of the requirements that DOT does have is formally the Tier 2 plan is called the Tier 2 prioritization plan. So you have 30 to 60 projects. They want some set of priorities. They want a community thinking, not only here's our needs, here's what we can do, what's really more important. Some things are very much ready and small, can be done quick, some take time, some are more important and fit in more with other goals of the community than some actions. So they want you to work and set priorities. A very diverse group on the projects we work with, a working group will have public works, planners, fire, police, school department, council of aging. You might have someone from the health department. You may have conservation commission, open space and recreation. We've had committees, volunteer committees in town, members of that committee, whether it's a bike committee or ADA committee, participate in this working group. So you have a lot of competing interests, a lot of different perspectives, and it's very interesting because sometimes one side of the table just hasn't heard some of the other issues being raised by the other side of the table. And it really is a interesting and a good interchange of information and ideas. But again, you still have competing interests and needs. Bike lanes, buffered bike lanes, we just went through this in the last couple of weeks. I don't want to put delineators in the buffer because that's a maintenance headache. And they're not convinced me of that, but we ended up at least getting the buffered bike lane in without the delineators for this point in time. Anyways, the plan effort is designed to be a quick process. It's not like a 2-year study. It's 2 to 3 months, simple. Set your priorities, try to make decisions that are meaningful and well thought out. DOT provides some ideas and suggestions for some criteria to consider: project readiness, mobility, safety, transit, other local plans, some environmental benefits. And they'll also say, you might weight safety higher than transit operations, as an example. So they give a community some ideas. The community in the end is who decides how they're going to set the priorities and what they are. Other criteria that have come up when we've been working with these cities and towns is livability, connectivity, ADA compliance, and then public health outcomes, as well as some other factors. Some of these criteria, pretty hard to assess definitively, but in public health outcomes is certainly one of them. So working with the working group, we work to come up with what criteria we're going to use, how we're going to evaluate it. Because we've done it so many times, we've tended to try to guide the committee with what and how to do certain things. But every city or town ends up different. both in terms of priorities as well as they might have a different twist on something. Public health outcomes, it's important enough to fit into that priority process in my mind. It's very difficult to assess how well an action might really result in a positive public health outcome. There's no good method right now, low-cost tool, using a lot of anecdotal evidence or perceptions. But there is a lot of ongoing research in this area. It's a tremendous amount of research. We haven't gotten there yet in terms of these tools and methods, but it's still a work in progress, I guess. At the ITE national level, we do have a Transportation and Health Council, which is great, and some committees, and I'm working with several people on trying to come up with some new quick bites on the topic that will at least give us engineers and planners resources and point us in a direction to try to get the information that we think is needed. So early on some of the early studies that we did and plans, when public health outcome also came up, we said, okay, how are we going to assess this? Right now it's very qualitative. We figured, okay, if we ask some basic questions, okay, will the project improve walkability to school? Yes, no. Well, okay, if yes, then that must be a positive public health outcome because you're increasing walkability to school. There was nothing that basically said, well, is it really going to result in increased walking to school? In my experience, the last 20, 30 years is there's a lot of people who drive to school, drop the kids off, pick them up. Schedules have become crazy, not only with school, but extracurricular activities. We've gotten away from walkability. The location of new schools, sometimes you just cannot believe where they put the new school. 4 miles out from the center of town because farmland became available and the town picked it up and that's where the new school went. No one can walk to it. So there's a lot of things going on, but this is how we started out with our process. But while it's difficult, we feel it is important enough to include. I mean, some of the things that we know. Active transportation does have a direct effect on health. Walking burns 250 calories per hour, biking more. If you walk at least 3 times a week for 30 minutes or more, you have a reduced risk for cardiovascular disease and obesity. Sufficient levels of activity has been shown to relieve stress and improve mental outlook. But at the same time, I just mentioned, school walking, 48% in 1969. It's been reduced to 13% in 2009. Only 24% of adults and less than 50% of youth get enough physical activity. So that's on a downside. What we have seen is residents in neighborhoods with sidewalks are more likely to be active 30 minutes per day. 35% of people surveyed in one of the national transportation surveys were willing to walk 1 mile to work, presuming work is a mile away, which that's not always the case. But those are promising. But then we have other survey information and those common issues and problems that I raised earlier in the presentation. What is keeping people from walking and biking? Well, lack of good ADA compliant facilities, high traffic volumes, high traffic speeds, really close to the walker or the biker, no or inadequate street lighting, unsafe street crossings. These and other things just discourage people from walking. They don't feel safe and secure. So it's sort of fighting against, trying to make some positive public health outcome. So while it's probably at this point in time difficult, if not impossible, to estimate the likelihood that the population that you're working with will begin or increase walking or biking if an improvement is made, it's still an important thing to pursue. How substantial does the improvement have to be to move the needle? That's a good question, and something that we have to take into account. Will the new facility really create new users and thereby maybe move that needle for health impact, or is it simply shifting people out of one location and walking onto the new facility? But from a local point of view and making decisions on transportation investments and comparing options, public health outcome could be a very critical deciding factor. So I think we do need to develop those tools and methods and get a better handle on it. Ultimately, we want to be able to estimate the likelihood that an action will result in a measurable increase in new active travel that will potentially have a substantive positive health outcome for a community as a whole. We've been working on this now for several years and a number of projects, and we're getting probably better and better at it, or we ask ourselves more questions about it, but we wanted to go beyond a little bit the basic questions, and so we've been trying to work up a method that gets us a little bit more quantitative, a little more measurable. Maybe the biggest thing is it gets us a little more confident in being able to say, yes, this has a positive public health outcome or not. So we take into account a number of factors, project characteristics, the project length, the proximity of the travel lane. Is it really close or is there some separation? Type of separation. Is it paint or physical? Is there street lighting along the way? Are there shade trees along the way? So all these kinds of factors in the project will help inform us on if it's a walking project, will there potentially be some very positive things, or if it's a biking project, obviously shade trees may not factor into that, but street lighting would. The coverage area of the project. How much of the population of your community is affected by the new project? Does the coverage area, is it significant enough increase where you're making an impact where the population can access this new facility and it lead to that increase in active transportation? And then meaningful destination. You build a sidewalk, but if it really doesn't connect to anything very important, it may be used. You may take a nice stroll after dinner, but you may not be out there 3 or 4 or 5 times a week. But if it's a facility that provides a good connection to a key destination, a school, maybe a grocery store, drugstore, the village center, then it could very well lead to multiple trips a week for whatever purpose, whether it's work or errands or exercise. So we're trying to come up with a health index by scoring each of those items, as well as looking at the action, its characteristics, location, and based on what the potential trip purpose would be, could it result in some multiple trips per week? And again, we go back to, you walk 3 times a week, 30 minutes or more, you have some positive health impact. So that's where that multiple trips is coming from. We sum up the scoring, and then we look at that total, and what we've said is if you get a health index value of greater than 18, then it's highly likely to have a measurable health impact, a positive health impact on the community. If it's less than 9, it's likely to have a low impact. Doesn't mean the action is bad, it just, from a public health impact, it may have a low measurable positive impact. So quickly, an example of the method here in a town where they had about 48, I believe, projects on their Tier 2 plan. This was one of them, construct a 3/4 of a mile long shared use facility on a street. It doesn't have anything right now. The street connects to 2 major collectors. You can see in the photo in the bottom left, the blue line is the street in question where the shared use project would be. It would connect to the two streets at the end where the red lines are. It goes by an existing small neighborhood, so it doesn't have a lot of population base that would connect to this facility right off the bat in terms of directly. In the lower center is where the school is. It's further than a mile from that neighborhood, so it really wouldn't offer much from a walkability to the school. It could potentially biking, so that is a possibility. But you have to look at then the collectors on each side to go, okay, is this a street that kids are going to be biking on under the current condition? That yellow arrow on the right side of the picture, so that is a location where the plan does include a buffered bike lane to be put on that section of collector, which would then provide some access to the major commercial area about 1 or 2 miles away from this area. So we take all that into account, and you can see the bottom right is a picture of the existing condition. You can see no street lighting. It wouldn't have shade trees along it. You're out really in the middle of conservation area, really, in the middle of a very rural type environment, even though on both ends there are populations in commercial activity. So we take that and we scored everything, we total everything up, and we got a total score of 8 out of a potential high of 26. And based on that criteria I just showed you, we're less than 9. We would conclude from a community-wide public health outcome that this action would have a fairly low likelihood of a measurable positive. So in conclusion, our approach, still a work in progress, still limited, but it's moving us, we feel, in a better direction, in a simple sketch planning manner relative to public health. It's making us feel a little more confident being able to tell the community and the working group that, yes, this will or won't have a high or a highly positive public health outcome. It hopefully moves us towards some more quantitative type analysis. But in the end, I think we increased our confidence level in the working group as well. Still a lot of work to be done in this area. And I encourage any of you who are working in complete streets and related to the health question to really start to dig into it. There's probably more questions than answers right now, but it definitely makes sense, particularly when you start to make decisions as to how to invest the limited funds you have and making improvements. So thank you for listening. I look forward to the discussion afterwards, and thank you very much. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Paula, Alyssa, and Bill. It was very insightful. We're ready to take questions from the audience. If you have any questions, please post them in the chat. Also wanted to mention that the link for the PDHS is also in the chat right now, so be sure to click on that if you're looking for PDHS. I'm going to start off, throw a question to the audience, and please type in your answers in the chat. Are there any local communities in your area incorporating equity in transportation prioritization? Be curious to know, and it would be great if you can post the answers in the chat. And while folks are doing that, maybe I can get a conversation started amongst the panelists a little bit. So one question I wanted to throw out on the safety side, there's this there's so much happening in terms of technology overall, and ITE just did a Vision Zero sandbox competition on near miss technology and things like that. Would love to hear from you folks, in no particular order, anybody, just in terms of how you feel about new technology coming in, assisting safety, and what are your some thoughts of what might be some good technology out there?
I mean, I'm happy to start on that one. No, I think it's very exciting that new technology, is coming to terms in terms of being used more widely, even just from electric vehicle perspective, which we're seeing this week in the nation, is more critical. I think it's exciting, but I also think there's an opportunity here to incorporate equity and ensuring we're bringing sustainable and equitable practices into those new technologies, even as they're originally being deployed. And so I'm looking forward to doing more of that work on the automated vehicle side in my future, just because if it's equitable from the beginning and we're really considering all of the users of those new technologies from the onset, I think it'll be a smoother process incorporating those into the day-to-day, and not just making it so that people who can afford them or use them only for those people that not only can just afford them, but maybe feel more comfortable using the technology from the beginning, but making sure it's widespread available. But yeah, that's just my perspective.
I'll go next. I think we have a lot of work to do before we really talk about just focusing on technology. Our current streets are deadly today, with or without. I am excited about the technology evolution that has occurred in our industry in terms of how quickly now we can really pull all this data, the big data interface with our systems, how we analyze things like Alyssa's project example. She could take a look at entire communities or states. How automated enforcement's become a huge issue across the country in terms of even trying to adapt or trying to educate the traveling public on these roads and trying to manage speed. So some technology is good, but I think as transportation professionals, our systems today, our roads today need a lot of retrofitting. They need a lot of work. So let's start with that while the technology, especially with AV and EV technology, really gets refined. We have a lot of work to do prior to that, though.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Paula. I agree with Alyssa that the technology that's there or coming is really exciting, and there probably will be opportunities, and how we use it is going to be very interesting. But as I think all of you showed, and what we see is that from a pedestrian point of view, for an example, they really feel uncomfortable walking along a street with high volume, high speeds. Even if it was good volume but low speeds, they'd feel a little bit better. We've got communities around here that are, because enabling legislation says you can have town-wide 25 mile per hour posted speed limit. That sounds great. It's wonderful. It's not always easy to drive 25 miles an hour, and the enforcement of that 25 miles an hour becomes an issue. And using technology where they're debating some bills in Massachusetts now on red light running cameras. Rhode Island has them, or speeding cameras. I have personal experience with seeing how well they work. Those are good, but there's also a lot of debate as to using that technology on just in the general public. So there's a lot of things out there that I'm not sure we're there yet in terms of allowing technology to do it, or how do we use it, and then can you enforce it and get to where you want to be with that technology.
Great. No, thank you all. I think that was some really good discussion there. We haven't received any answers to Paula's to the question I threw out earlier about local communities. So again, folks, use the chat to chime in. I'll throw another question out to the audience. There were speed management plan attributes that were discussed, and maybe if what do folks think are some of the critical ones that were discussed, or in your mind, what are the important ones out there? And I'll wait while I'm waiting for the answers to come in. I'll again throw another question out for discussion to the panelists, and Bill, this sort of touches on your discussion topic, in terms of healthy mobility and transportation. We're starting to see that aspect now coming to the limelight, and especially with COVID and people realizing the importance of getting out and public spaces and things like that, proximity to parks. Just maybe if I don't know if there's something more that either you or the others might want to elaborate on that correlation a little bit.
Yeah, well, I'll kick it off. I was amazed once we got into it, and as I mentioned, working a little bit with one of the committees at National on the transportation and health relationship, and it's amazing how much research has been done that shows, if you do walk, here's health benefits. But there really hasn't been a lot of work or definitive answers to, all right, I build this sidewalk here. Is it really going to generate, attract people to walk from point A to B? And is that enough to get that benefit? I think a presentation this morning almost alluded in a similar way the same thing. Like, we have TOD type developments, and if you can reduce parking for TOD developments and you tie in bike use, we get the best of both worlds, active biking over to the rail station, et cetera, et cetera. And they concluded even that, just because you put the bike racks there and the bike share there, I'm not sure that we're getting the uses that we, really wanted or thought could be possible. So then you don't get that benefit. You don't get either the health benefit or the shift of mode benefit. So I think you're right. With the pandemic, what we've seen is everything shut down, obviously, over the last year. Tons of people working from home. They would love, especially after a few months of it, I'm going to leave in my house, or I want to leave my house and walk down to the store or take a walk, or et cetera, et cetera. And again, what we've seen is, particularly when you're outside of the urban city environment, yes, they're used to walking there. But once you get out of that ring and into the suburbs and the more rural communities, you don't have the facilities, or the facilities aren't a high priority and taken well care of. But you still have that desire. And I think I don't know, maybe after 30 years of trying, and not getting there, the last year, people are actually enjoying walking and biking again. So, but anyways, so I think we have opportunity and to get there, but yeah, I think there's still a lot of work to be done, because you still only have so much money to spend, and the towns have to choose between, we're having complete streets community-wide plans, 40, 50, 60 actions. They don't have $5 million a year to spend on all these things, so if we can demonstrate win-win, then I think, it's be a positive thing. And I'll let Paula and Alyssa go.
I'd like to chime in on this. I think we all experienced it ourselves over the last year and a half, the lack of multimodal facilities in all our communities. And that was heightened, obviously, by the pandemic, where we're stuck in our homes. Yeah, we still have to go to critical services. We still have frontline workers that need to get to work. And, and even though we couldn't drive long distances, people still needed to get around. So, health benefits I always like to say health benefits are long-term. There's been plenty of quantification of the benefits of healthy, active living communities all over the world that the U.S. has to learn from communities that have been built completely different. But we need to continue to work towards those. I'm still here. It's been, 18 months that I've been working from home, and I don't plan on going back to work unless I have meetings downtown with clients and stuff. So we're all looking for something different. I think the expectations from our communities are radically different today than they were 2 years ago. And I think I also want to point out that we have significant new direction coming in from the federal level with Secretary Pete Buttigieg talking about healthy, safety, and climate change actions that we must take in order to be resilient and more sustainable long term. So the question shouldn't be, are there enough quantifiable benefits that we can calculate to the 100th degree right now? That's not the question. The question is, are our systems complete? And if the answer is even a slight no, then we have to keep working on it. And when it comes to funding, it's a matter of perspective. There's a lot of communities that are spending billions of dollars a year on continuing to widen highways, and we all know that that's not sustainable. So if we change our priorities, and that starts at the highest levels of every community, to align with your vision, with your comprehensive plans, with your strategic plans, and then fund those priorities. And if safety is our number one, then there should never be a shortage for safety funds. So it's a matter of perspective and where you're coming from, how progressive your communities you're working with, and your leadership. So I have hope, even after 37 years in this industry, that we have turned the tide and we are looking more progressively at how we build better streets, better communities that are connected, safe, healthy, and resilient.
Excellent.
And I have nothing to add. That was fantastic.
No, thank you. No, that was great. I think we are. I feel like I can keep discussing this with you folks, for hours. I think this has been great. Such insightful comments and thoughts, and I think it was a great discussion. I do want to thank you all, Alyssa, Paula, Bill. Thank you for taking the time for doing this. For sharing your knowledge, and appreciate your time you spent with us today. Thanks so much. For everybody else, we're going to take a break. We'll be back at 4 o'clock with session number 6. But in the next half hour, stay tuned for some messages from our sponsors. And look out for the level of service E hot seat interviews. It's getting hotter and hotter. And trust me, you wouldn't want to miss this. So we'll see you soon, and thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Bye now.
Being part of a company with a purpose and mission is important to me because it makes me feel at the end of the day like we're really contributing to improving the environment, making people's lives easier.
The work that we do is improving people's lives. It's creating communities where people feel more connected.
It's about giving back. You have to really care and understand.
Everybody knows us. They've all worked with us. And most of them have an incredible amount of respect for the work that we do, the quality of our work.
With the purpose of utilizing the skills and expertise we have in the company, we all bring it together to make a difference, to really create great places.
It's exciting to work for a company that has a purpose. The company really focuses on successfully completing high-profile, complex projects, and at the same time it balances its focus on people and the people that work for it.
We're going to have our 5th chicken wing. Again,
our 5th chicken wing.
5th.
Okay.
And this one here is the bomb.
The bomb.
Beyond Insanity.
Just so, the bomb.
That's what it's called.
Okay.
And that one's level of service E.
Okay.
Effectively hell, and let's try it.
So level of service is usually like at capacity, like
You're at
there,
capacity,
right?
yes. So
okay.
this is.
We're going to be at capacity after this. I
Yes,
think.
yes, we're definitely going to be. So let's. This one looks pretty red, by the way.
The bomb. Is it the bomb or whoa? This is hot.
Yeah, this is hot.
This is hot.
Yeah, this is hot.
Oh man, this is hot.
I think I can do this.
What is 25? What did you say? 20, 50,000?
That's 125,000.
125,000.
Or something
okay.
in that ballpark.
This is hot.
Yeah, this is hot. This is.
Do you like spicy food?
Yeah, to some. Yes. Sometimes.
Yeah, I'm okay with spicy food, but this is
this is hot.
This is hot.
This is hot. I think I have a tear right now.
Okay, don't rub your eyes, all right?
Oh.
You have glasses on. I gotta be careful.
Yeah.
I got. Okay. Whoa.
Yeah. The bomb.
I think this one hit me.
Actually, wait, this one. Yeah, it's getting worse. Yeah.
The almond milk is coming out my nose. Oh my god.
I'm tearing and I can't touch my eyes. Okay.
Oh my god. Hold on.
That one's hot. That one's bad.
Bro, I'm crying. So what do I do? Do I get a tissue?
Do you need do you need a tissue?
Yeah, can you get one?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Whew. Yo, I think that threw me off the edge.
Hold on. I can't believe I forgot the tissues.
Thank you.
Oh my god. Okay. Next question. Thinking about the future of transportation, what would you see as the next big challenge or challenges facing the industry and professionals should start thinking about?
Can you repeat that question?
Oh, hold on a second. My mouth is burning. Okay. Thinking about the future of transportation. Future transportation.
I can get up, right?
Yeah, I can get up, absolutely.
Keep going.
What would you say you see as the next challenge of challenges facing the industry that professionals should start thinking about? I can't even read right now. Hold on a second.
I heard water isn't that good though.
No, it's not that bad. You okay?
Yeah, this one's good. I'm sensitive to this one. Wow. That was 125?
Yeah, that was 125,000.
There's a fourth one was what?
75,000.
And that one was that?
We're good to go. Oh well, we have to walk around there. Now we have to recuperate a little bit. And by the way, we took a 5-minute break, and my mouth is still burning.
It's still hot. I'm still standing up. Sorry. Okay, I can answer standing up.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Right, okay.
Just come
Can
into
you see me? Okay.
Yeah, come into the scene a little bit.
I got a little lighthead, I'll be honest. Good thing I signed that waiver.
All right, I'll try rereading that question again. Thinking about the future of transportation.
All right.
What would you say you see as the next big challenge or challenges facing the industry that professionals should start thinking about?
Okay, yeah. Just grab more tissues. All right. So one thing I was going to mention, and this kind of ties into the question we had earlier. Yeah. The future professionals, like transportation professionals, and as I'm talking, every breath gets hot. So, all right, the tears are no longer there, but I can feel the heatness coming out of my breath.
Oh my God.
So relating to the last question in this one regarding advice and the future of transportation, Hold on, one more sip.
Actually, stop, because the camera is overheating. I can't believe this. There you go.
Whew, that's hot.
That's really hot.
Man, all right. We had to take a break, right?
Yeah, that's like a 5-10 minute break.
All right, we're back. Okay, we're live.
Okay, my eyes are burning, but it's okay.
Okay. Keep going. All right.
All right, here we go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to session number six, Software Solutions. It's the last session for today's event, and we have a phenomenal 3 presentations, 6 presenters. So I'm going to go through the 3 presentations. First being from Rhythm Engineering, we have Michael Stewart. He's the Northeast Regional Account Manager. We got Sawyer Breslow, National Sales Operations Manager. From Streetlight, we have Pam Cruz, Senior Territory Manager, Streetlight, Ted Reinhold, Senior Solutions Engineer. And then finally, from Transoft Solutions, we've got Mohammed El-Agadi, and also a software developer, and also Alji Reza Jaffrey, a PhD data scientist at Transoft Solutions. The way we're going to, like we've been doing for all our presentations, we're going to run through the entire 3 presentations, and after that, we're going to have Q&A. But I encourage all of you, if there's any questions you may have during the presentations, please place them in the chat box so we can have a really good discussion in about an hour or so. So, with that, we're going to go straight to the videos.
Hi, I'm Sawyer Breslow. I am our National Sales Operations Manager for Rhythm Engineering. And with me today is Mike Stewart, our Northeastern Regional Account Manager. He lives up there in Maine and would be the one that you would talk to as it relates to any smart city traffic solutions that Rhythm Engineering would be able to offer to you. I'm talking to you today from my home office here in Kansas City, Missouri. I think as most of us are working remote still or doing some kind of hybrid where they're in the office part of the week and at home for some of it. But it's definitely become, I think, a norm for a lot of us. And part of what we're talking about today has definitely a big part into why this solution kind of came to be and how it can be a benefit during times that we're dealing with right now with COVID. Secondly, here I would definitely like to thank ITE Northeastern District for having us on to talk about Code Green and talk about some of the other benefits that this could provide to traffic engineers and technicians alike. So as I step into the solution here, the goal today is really to talk about kind of what the problems are that we face as practitioners, what that workflow looks like, and how the Code Green system could be a benefit. So without further ado, jumping right in, why did Code Green become a thing, and really why did any signal timing efforts and the thought of improving operations become a thing? And it's right here on the screen in front of us. It's the scorecard provided to us. Signals across the United States are given a grade of a D+. So as a whole, a lot of our traffic signals are not optimized, and that's not necessarily a knock on who's doing it or what they're capable of, but more so, the solutions available to them, the cost it takes to make that happen, or maybe you're not adequately staffed to go out and optimize signals on a more regular basis. So right here is really the biggest problem that I think we face as practitioners is we're just not able to make that happen with the technology and the architecture that exists. So going through the solution here today, we're going to talk about really what's the current workflow, what do we do to improve signal timings, to optimize signals through traditional methods, and then talking about the Code Green solution, which is the optimized AI-based system that Rhythm Engineering has available today and how that's different. And then really talk about how this is something that could be a benefit to you. Why would you want to look at utilizing Code Green? Why would it be a good fit for particular corridors or groupings of signals in your facilities, in your agency? So when we think about signal timing workflow, and I want you all to kind of sit back and maybe a little bit different in how you do it personally or how your agency does it, but for the most part, we can probably kind of lump it into 3 categories and where it's really generating from: the traffic engineer or signal technician, the signal supervisor, the consultant, if you don't have a traffic engineering developed department, is going to have to go through these processes of data collection, timing plan creation, and traffic signal control. So we can really boil it down into those 3 pillars, if you will, of requirement to make that happen. And when we talk about all these things at a high level, it seems like, okay, that's pretty easy. But when you really drill down, there's the time it takes, the cost associated, and really the effort to make it happen. It sometimes becomes more of a headache or more of a problem than we would like. So going into data collection in the traditional method, I think a lot of us are, on the same page that from the industry perspective, if you want to go out and collect turning movement counts, there's a good kind of nomenclature that, hey, we're going to collect the data on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but probably not on Monday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. And this being just due to the fact that that middle of the week is our normal traffic conditions. It's what is the most normal, the less change and variability in how traffic is working. So we tend to ignore the Monday, Fridays, and the weekends. But when you think about that, why would we not want to have data collected for those parts of the week? So it's something that if you want to do that, you can, for sure, but it's going to cost you more money, it's going to cost you more time, and it tends to not necessarily happen. So then when we kind of think about how often that actually happens. So I said Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're looking at, the slice of time. Realistically, I'm probably only looking at AM peak, midday, PM. You make per period, but at the end of the day, whenever we're creating timing plans, we're probably really only focused on that 4, 5, 6 hour time periods throughout the day. That's going to give us our peak periods, and then we're not going to necessarily worry about the off peaks or the non-peak conditions because those don't have as big a traffic concerns as the AM and the PM would. That's something to think about is, you probably still want to have better timings for those periods, and I definitely see that. I think driving around the Kansas City metro, traffic may be looking like it's moving really great on a weekday in the morning, moving traffic west or east into the city, but then on Saturday afternoon, I'm driving that same corridor and I stop at every light. And to me, that means they just didn't really consider that section needing adequate timing or coordination, if you will, for that period of the day when there's still a good amount of platoons out driving around and you would want to have that. So definitely something to consider. And then when you dive into how often this data is collected, if you're lucky, you might be doing it once a year, but in reality, we're probably looking at a 3-year period or a 5-year cycle. And this really just boils down to how much time do you have as an agency. If you're not doing it yourself, you're probably hiring a consultant or putting it out to bid to have a contractor do the data collection for you. And that's something that isn't necessarily within your budget on an annual basis. So it tends to spread out more and more. So when you think about all these things as it relates to data collection, really the problem that we see is that the traffic count data is insufficient, so we're not getting enough of it. We're not getting enough frequency as far as having enough data throughout the week or throughout the year. The workflow itself is rather complex when you drive into the signal timing creation through Passer, Vism, whatever system you're using. It's not something that's easily done and generally requires training or a good understanding of those softwares to make it happen. And then when you go into integration with the controllers themselves, that's also not necessarily as streamlined as we would like, potentially manually inputting the data in the controller. Or if you have an ATMS platform, you're pushing new timing plans, but only to the signals that have signal interconnect or a fiber backbone or line of sight radio, whatever it is through communication, which tends to be another problem too, I think, when we start to get into the ITS solutions that are coming out in the industry today is just not having the network infrastructure in place to support them. And then lastly, you look at it, lack of resources. So just not having the time, the staff capable, or really the budget available to go out and be proactive and to time your signals on a more regular basis. So really with that problem, and this is kind of what we've boiled it down to based off the years of conversations we've had with traffic engineers and technicians, and then our own experience to see what kind of those main issues are, and how are we going to come up with a way to solve that problem. And that's where our Code Green solution comes into play. So we're designing a system to provide a seamless workflow to take all those steps, the data collection, the timing plan creation, and the traffic signal control, and seamlessly integrating it into one easy-to-use solution to really provide the engineers and technicians alike a system that allows for easy adjustments, easy data collection, easy control, to really just make it a lot easier for them as they're going through the efforts of timing signals. So what does it actually entail? So Code Green is as I just alluded to, a 3-in-1 solution. There's a data collection component, a timing plan creation component, and then a traffic signal control component. So I'm going to step through each one of these and kind of talk about how we're going about doing it, so you can kind of see what would that entail for my agency. If I wanted to use something like this, what would I have to do? So the first step is the data collection. So what we are doing is implementing a single large field of view camera at the intersection level to collect highly accurate turning movement count data via artificial intelligence. So we're using AI-based methods to process video to provide an accurate TMC data metric that can be then utilized for the timing plan creation. This is something that's done in a 24/7, 365 capacity. So when we talked about earlier the problem, right, I don't have enough data, it's not collected frequently, or if it is, it's not necessarily all the time periods that I need. This gives you the answer to that problem. I now have data collection for that entire period. And how is that actually happening? So as I mentioned, the large field of view camera mounted on the mast arm, roughly 25 feet off of the vertical pole in the air, so roughly 5 feet above the mast arm typically. And that's going to be aimed at the intersection to capture your stop bars and kind of the destination. So think of it as a micro origin destination. It's looking at vehicles leaving the stop bar and tracking them as they move through the intersection. So finding where they're going to provide that accurate TMC data. Integration through the cabinet is done via your specific cabinet controller type. So for example, if you're working with a NEMA TS2 Type 1 cabinet and a Cobalt controller, you're potentially integrating there with SDLC interface. So we're talking to the controller through the BIU interface. If you're a 332 style cabinet with a 2070 controller, we're integrating and working with your controller through the C1 harness. So really, it doesn't matter what system you have in place. Just like all of Rhythm Engineering Solutions, it's designed to integrate with any existing cabinet infrastructure to minimize the need to replace controllers, replace cabinets, but rather plug in a solution that works with what you already have in place. And then in the cabinet, you're looking at a processing device, graphical processing unit, and this is really where all of the operations occur. That video coming back from the camera is processed there using the AI algorithms to accurately collect TMC data. And then on the back end, that's also going to be what's actually controlling your traffic signal. So kind of going back to the data, there's a lot of methods out there for data collection, and why we kind of went the route of AI-based data collection really boils down to the accuracy and how good that data is. So if you don't have great data collection, if it's not accurate, your timing plans aren't going to be the most accurate. You're going to be using old data or potentially data that's not the best, the most accurate, and that's going to definitely have a negative impact on what's created when you're developing your timing plans. So with the vehicle recognition technology using convolution neural networks and deep learning, the system's designed to intelligently learn the intersection and be able to track vehicles as they move through the intersection. So providing that real-time data collection, precise vehicle recognition, all via the AI-based algorithms. And now, how is that working? To kind of boil it down, it's, as I mentioned, using neural networks, which really emulates what your human brain does to recognize objects. So think of, when you're a child, you probably won't remember this, but as an infant, you start to learn what objects are. It's kind of object placement. You see that this is a ball, or this is a block, or this is a triangle. Those shapes start to become learned and ingrained in your brain as to what they are. That's what you're told, and that's kind of what you've tracked them to be like that. Then you can start to recognize and place those objects out in society as you're walking around the city or the town that you live in. So taking that and applying it to traffic is really the same process. So now, fast forward to today, imagine you're standing at the intersection. If you were collecting the data yourself, you're sitting there with the simplest form, notepad and pencil, or maybe a JMAR box where you're punching the buttons counting traffic. You're doing that because you're able to recognize that, okay, that's a car going through and making a right turn, or that's a truck going through and making a left turn. So you're able to recognize that. So that concept is applied to this AI functionality, these neural networks, and each implementation of the solution is going to go through that training, that learning process to be able to recognize those vehicles and where they're going, just like as if you were at the intersection doing it yourself. And then when you think about it even further, so you're like, okay, how accurate can this really be? And what we're doing is applying a technology, a solution that's been out there for years, and it's been developed by the likes of NVIDIA or Google or Tesla. Similar to here, what you see is the same AI technology used for autonomous vehicles, so object detection and classification. So taking that, and obviously that's more of a mission critical solution because it has to be able to recognize objects to brake and to not run into someone. We're applying it to data collection. So not as mission critical, but definitely still important for developing your timing plans. So what you're looking at here as this video gets going is an implementation of our solution installed in the Phoenix Metro. So this gives you an idea of how the system would be implemented. You can see the cameras mounted again above the mast arm on that vertical pole, and it's designed to look at the entire intersection and track vehicles. The way it's counting the objects is not when they arrive at the stop bar, but rather as they depart. So you'll see, for example, the grouping in the top of your screen. Right now, it doesn't really know that there's roughly 6 cars there. It has to be able to recognize them individually. So as soon as the cars start moving, you'll see that headway starts to form. So the cars start to space out, and we'll be able to recognize that, okay, now there's 1 car there. And you can see it starts to separate them and spread them out. So 2 cars, 3 cars, and so on. And it's doing that as it tracks the vehicles through the system. So really, again, to kind of boil it down, this solution is here to collect accurate TMC data via an AI-based solution. So now that we've talked about data collection and how the system is going through that process of AI-based TMC collection, the next step is the timing plan creation. So everything the system is doing is collecting that data 24/7, 365, and it's going to save it on a dedicated location, whether that's a server or a workstation. That would be where the timing plan software would also be housed. So the camera, again, is collecting that data, and it's sending it to this location to allow you to access for creating your timing plans. So what you're looking at here is just a screenshot of the user interface that would be included with the Code Green system, and this is really where you would go about creating your timing plan. So what's not shown here is all the initial setup and configuration, but you would go through that process, build out your network, define your intersection parameters, and establish how you want the system to kind of operate. Baseline as far as cycle lengths between 100 and 130, what my speed limit looks like. But once all that's established, you're selecting a unique time period that you're interested in, and that's going to give us the ability to then create a timing plan based off of that information. So we've collected TMC data 24/7. I'm going to go build timing plans for my AM, my off-peak, my PM, my school entrance, my school exits, Friday night football game, church service on Sunday or Saturday, concert events, whatever it is, you're building a timing plan for. So it spits out an optimized timing plan, and then it's going to give us, here you see the time-space diagram, my coordination paths, the relationship between the two, as well as a phase sequence diagram for each intersection. And this is really your baseline optimized timing plan that's going to be utilized for operation at the intersection itself. So once you've gone in and created all of your timing plans, you then would schedule the system, tell it when you want it to run each timing plan. So again, this is for any day of the week, Monday through Sunday, any time period. I can build out a very unique timing plan schedule for each day even. I don't have to copy the same timing plan across the week. So it allows you to really drill down and detail your timing plans. In addition, you can use this as a way to do some management of traffic and construction projects or arterial management if there's an accident on the highway. It allows you to go in there and create a timing plan based off of that data to then drop in as a system operator. So for example, while we're working remote, here I am sitting at home. If I'm the system operator for traffic signals near the downtown loop here in Kansas City and there's an accident, I can go in there and say, okay, I'm going to implement eastbound accident timing plan, and that's going to drop in my plan to help with traffic coming off of the highway and onto my arterials. And I'm doing that from my house. I'm doing it remote because I'm able to log into the system and do it from anywhere I am really in the world, if you want to think about it. As long as you have access to the system, you can do it from anywhere. So that's pretty cool, that capability. So everything we've talked about is data collection, timing plan creation. The next step is the traffic signal control component, and this is where it's actually telling the traffic signal what to do. So if you're familiar with our adaptive system, InSync, it has a similar plug-and-play capability where it's utilizing communication to the traffic controller through that Y cable interaction. I mentioned it earlier, the SDLC interface or the C1Y or ABC cable. But what's unique about this system is that it's utilizing your existing detection inputs to communicate with our processing units. So your detection plus our timing plans created with Code Green is then utilized to service a unique phase pair at the intersection. So in this case, north-north-left. It's sending that to the controller. That's all that's being sent. So a single detector input through that phase pair to service at the intersection. And then it's going to go and service the next phase pair based off of the sequences within that timing plan that was created. So this is really important because it allows us to have as many timing plans we want because the controller itself is not actually changing plans. It's running free 24/7, so this allows us to go from one plan to the next within the Code Green system without creating transition on the traffic controller. As far as the controller is concerned, all it's going to see is a new phase pair coming in, north-north-left, eastbound-westbound, northbound-southbound. So it's just going from one phase pair to the next. So to simplify it, it's an input-output based solution where we're manipulating the detector inputs to the traffic controller. So when we kind of look at it again in a high level, we'll just bring it all back around and close this up here. We're utilizing that traffic camera to collect data 24/7, 365. So I have data for any time period that I want. Selecting that unique set of data to then generate and create my timing plans that I'm allowed to go back in and fine tune and adjust based off of observations and caller complaints or whatever I'm seeing in the field. To then be able to control at the intersection. And all of this is done through that seamless integration. So allowing me to operate the system without having to really switch it around and go to a different software and plug it back into this system. I'm doing it from one seamless solution. In addition to kind of really how the system works, there's also an ATSPM module built in, signal performance metrics, that does give you another tool in the tool belt, if you will, of ways to measure your effectiveness of your timing plan. So once you've implemented the plan, you want to go, okay, is it really working, right? So you have these modules that allow you to go back and say, okay, here's my percentage of arrival on green or red. Here's my Purdue diagram. This is what my side street delay looks like. So there's a whole suite of signal performance metrics available within the system that gives you the ability to not only create a timing plan based off of 24/7 TMC data, but then to evaluate that timing plan with accurate data collection as well. And this would be something that's kind of an add-on feature. It's something if you're interested in, it doesn't necessarily have to be there because I know this can be overwhelming sometimes when you get all this data fed back to you. It's like, okay, what do I do with it? So you definitely have to really sit down and look at what it's providing to you. So why Code Green? Why, after going through this presentation today, why would this be a good fit for my agency? And just to kind of recap, it's taking away that requirement of going out and counting traffic, collecting data all the time for different projects. Once you've implemented the system, again, you have that 24/7 data collection. Two, the ability to create and deploy a timing plan really pretty quickly, in under 5 minutes. Selecting the data set and then hitting a button that says calculate, boom, I have my baseline timing plan, and being able to schedule that and push it to the field. Being able to focus on each day of the week. So no longer am I using data from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or from data collected 3 years ago or prior to the restaurant going in on the street corner that impacts traffic. You have accurate data that you can use for any day of the week, really any hour, and really drill down and pick your time based off what you're trying to accomplish. Eliminating signal transition. I mentioned not having to worry about the controller going through transition because we're manipulating detection inputs, and that controller is actually running in free operation. And then having the benefit of that one-time integrated solution software. So Code Green is the data collection. It is the timing plan creation, and it is your traffic signal control. So not having to do one thing and switch it to another solution and then back to another system, but allowing you to do it all within one system. So the ease of that. So with that, with the time limit we have here today, we're going to open it up to questions. Mike Stewart is on the line here to answer any questions that you guys may have about the Code Green system and kind of what it's able to offer. And then after this presentation as well, if you feel you need to reach out to him and want to talk to him offline, here's his contact information. But again, thank you so much for having us on here today. We definitely appreciate the time to speak with you, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining our session titled Transit Equity for Essential Trips, Insights from Big Data. My name is Pam Cruz. I'm the Senior Territory Manager for the Northeast region with Streetlight Data. And presenting with me today is my colleague Ted Reinholtz, who's our Senior Solutions Engineer for the Northeast. We're excited for the opportunity to present at the ITE meeting this year, and we hope our presentation can help drive some more conversation around the important topic of equity in transportation. So for today's presentation, I will quickly review some of the challenges planners face with traditional data collection methods. Then we'll discuss our big data approach. And finally, Ted will then share insights from big data on transit ridership in New York City during the pandemic. And we'll have plenty of time for Q&A, so please feel free to ask us as many questions as you can. Okay, so as we know, many of today's transportation systems were built with an emphasis on a single purpose and for a limited range of users. And as we work to improve our country's infrastructure, we need to see the needs and impacts of everyone. Equity should really be at the forefront of any project, from planning to completion, since these planning decisions often have significant equity impacts. But enacting these equitable transportation decisions we know is complex and challenging, and really has only been made more complex by the ever-changing travel patterns and needs caused by this pandemic. Transit agencies across the country have made deep service cuts, and it's become more obvious that the people most hurt by the reduced service are essential workers, with many of these cuts happening in the overnight hours when these workers are either going to work or coming home. Many are from low-income neighborhoods who really rely on public transit for their livelihood. Transit cuts also hurt the elderly and people with disabilities, as well as those from zero-car households. And while transportation equity is important for all transportation planning applications, today's presentation we're really going to focus around transit accessibility. When we think about transportation planning, especially for transit, traditional methods of data collections range from census to household travel surveys, user preference surveys, and travel diaries, to rider surveys, whether collected on board or through mail or online formats, to manual counts in the field. These methods provide critical data needed for regional models to forecast demand, identify needs, and prioritize investment in transportation infrastructure. However, there are some limitations associated with these traditional methods. Cost, of course, is a major limiting factor for any survey or data collection effort. Time is also a critical component, both the time it takes to design, administer, and process the data, as well as the time window for which the data is collected. Scale of the data collection is important. Questions like, do I sample every rider on one route, or do I take a representative sample from a number of locations? the representativeness of the sample from age to income to race and the ability, as well as the mode of travel. And then lastly, there's the extra limitation from COVID-19, also add more complexity to collecting data with restrictions on contact, less travelers, and the quick and unprecedented change in overall behavior. Unfortunately, we have seen certain populations that have traditionally been marginalized, whether they are reluctant to participate or maybe they're just not getting their voices heard. This undersampling could result in underreporting of needs for that group or area, which in turn could result in allocation or prioritization of investments into these communities. So while the travel surveys provide very useful information and we feel that they should continue, we feel there are opportunities to utilize more robust data sets like big data to complement and augment these traditional travel surveys. And when we speak about big data, we're talking about location-based services, or LBS for short. LBS is collected from opt-in smartphone apps. You can think of these apps that help you find maybe the nearest gas station, coffee shop, looking up the weather, even dating apps. And as you can imagine, LBS provides a massive sample of data. Over 80% of American adults own smartphones, and ownership is high among different demographic groups, as you can see here from the survey. LBS is also very spatially precise and does not rely on mobile carriers, so coverage is great in both urban and rural areas. So a little bit, a high level about the streetlight data process and using LBS. Billions and billions of LBS data and other geospatial data sets are ingested each month. The data that we receive is all anonymized and de-identified from the outset, so we don't have any personal information that's tied to the individual device. Therefore, we also bring in contextual data from the U.S. Census and American Community Survey in order to provide insight into socioeconomic and demographic information about the travelers. The patterns of the geospatial pings allow us to infer home neighborhood for the device, and then we tie in that neighborhood level census data to the device to further contextualize the trips made by the various groups. All of these raw data pings then must be processed and developed into trips. And this is done by locking the pings to our digital network, and we can understand where the trip starts, the routes taken, and the destination when the device is no longer moving. Our machine learning process will also determine the mode of travel. So since LBS data is mode agnostic, we use truth data to train our model, which is based off of the geospatial features. Maybe they're on a sidewalk or a trail, near a bus station, on a rail line, as well as internal features such as the speed the device is moving, acceleration, jerking motion, turning motion, really the overall kind of cadence of the movement to determine mode. And in the end, we get all different outputs that are the fundamentals of transportation analyses, whether it's for origin destination matrices, travel volumes, intersection turning moving counts, attributes about the trip, or what's really important for a lot of these equity analyses is the traveler attributes. And for trip purpose, demographics like income, race, family status, education level. And big data also takes a different approach to sample size. So traditional methods capture a sample for a specific period of time. A survey may be conducted to collect a sample of riders from certain routes during a particular window. But big data is capturing many people, but over a longer period of time, even historically. And this can fill in the gaps because it's monitoring trends over many weeks, months, or even years. And over this longer time period, big data will capture a more complete set of travel behaviors and more of the population at large. There's also that great ability to run before and after studies and continually monitor changes in behavior, especially during a time like a pandemic. That was a quick overview on big data and how it can help improve representativeness and sampling. If you want to learn more, we do have a very detailed white paper, and if you are interested, please feel free to share your name and your email in the Q&A box, and we'll be happy to share the PDF version with you. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Ted, who's going to run through some different analyses.
Great. Thank you, Pam. Hello, everyone. My name is Ted Reinhold, and I'm a Senior Solutions Engineer at Streetlight Data, and I'm based in Northern Virginia. And today, I'm going to walk you through how transit trips, these are derived from geolocated LBS data collected on those smartphone devices, can provide insights on mobility and travel patterns during the COVID-19 pandemic, And in particular, I'll demonstrate how transit trip activity in New York City can be combined with contextual, demographic, and socioeconomic information to better shed light on disparities in transit uses between those essential frontline workers as well as white-collar office workers during the pandemic. And of course, frontline workers are generally employed in the retail, warehouse, healthcare, and building cleaning services sectors. And according to a report released by the City Comptroller's Office, they represent over 1 million workers, or nearly 25% of the city's total workforce. So frontline workers are essential to society, but they, of course, are also burdened with longer commutes, a greater reliance on public transportation, over 55% commute by bus or rail, as well as an increased risk of contracting COVID-19. And so while this is by no means a comprehensive equity analysis, I do hope that it can highlight some of the ways in which big data metrics can kind of help to augment those existing traditional data collection methods and provide agencies with a better understanding of these most vulnerable populations and ensure that their transportation needs are met. And of course, as we finally put COVID-19 in the rearview mirror, we hope that the big data approach can be used to support the recovery and expansion of transit in coming years, both to increase ridership as well as to reduce the city's carbon footprint. Next slide. So before we dive into the streetlight analysis, let's first take a look at the pandemic's incredible impacts on public transit in New York. According to the MTA, ridership numbers, which totaled around 1.7 billion turnstile swipes in 2018, the effects of COVID-19 have caused ridership to plummet nearly 90% back in last March. And even now, the ridership has really only increased to about 30% of what it was pre-pandemic. Next slide. In a similar fashion, bus ridership has also dropped precipitously in March of 2020, but it has rebounded a bit faster than subway ridership, holding steady around about 60% pre-pandemic levels. And of course, it's likely that a majority of these bus riders, as well as the rail riders, were essential workers or transit-dependent households who really need that bus system to commute, to go shopping, to make their appointments. So for both rail and bus service, there is that challenge for an agency of adapting service levels to reflect this significantly diminished demand system-wide, while also ensuring that the adequate service is still being provided to those who rely on public transportation, all while ensuring that there's enough space in vehicles to allow for proper social distancing. Next slide. Okay, so the purpose of this analysis in Streetlight is to analyze bus and rail trip activity within the 5 boroughs of New York to understand those ridership trends at a more granular neighborhood level, which can then be further contextualized with socioeconomic and demographic data. So for this analysis, we selected 4 months of data in 2019 pre-COVID, as well as the same 4 months in 2020 during the pandemic and after the kind of initial lockdown measures. The data are representative of a typical weekday, and you can see there's 5 time-of-day periods. The zonal system for this analysis includes 195 neighborhood tabulation areas, which you can think of as kind of being built on the underlying census block group geographies in the city. And then using the Streetlight Insight platform, we were able to run transit analyses for these data periods based on a sample of over 800,000 unique anonymized smartphone devices. And then based on the pings made by these devices, Streetlight is able to then create over 11 million unique bus trips and over 8 million unique rail trips in the city for both kind of bus, subway, and commuter rail modes. Next slide. So for each of these 195 neighborhood tabulation areas, Streetlight analyzed the number of rail trips originating within each neighborhood during a particular time of day period, both in 2019 and in 2020. In the graphic on the left, you can see that percentage change in rail trips by neighborhood during a typical weekday morning commute. And not surprisingly, rail trips have declined really across the entire city, but you do see greater decreases shown in some of those darker hues. System-wide, we saw a nearly 70% decrease in rail activity, which is generally in line with what was shown for the MTA ridership data once you average all the months together. And then, as you can see on the right, we can further derive characteristics of a typical transit trip, including duration and length. As you can see, the average trip duration and trip length are both shorter in 2020, which likely corresponds to a sharper decline in those longer commuter rail trips in and out of the city. Next slide. So then we also ran a similar comparison of transit activity for bus trips by neighborhood. So while bus activity has also declined in 2020 across all the neighborhoods, the magnitude of the impact is much less. And in particular, you can see neighborhoods in Brooklyn and the Bronx where the AM peak trip activity is really only down about 40 to 50% from pre-pandemic levels. So that's important because a vast majority of frontline workers do live in Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx. Another interesting note here is that the decrease in average trip duration outpaces the decrease in trip length, which likely points to the fact that buses are probably moving faster in the network with less vehicular traffic on the roads. This is also important for frontline workers because they spend an average of 45 minutes traveling each way to work. Additionally, note that the decreases in bus trip activity is less pronounced in the off-peak periods, midday and late and early hours. Nearly 50% of frontline workers commute during those off-peak hours, so understanding travel patterns outside of just the peak periods, the 9 to 5 workday, is really critical when assessing those transit service levels. Next slide. So it's apparent that transit ridership is really down system-wide during the pandemic, but are those impacts spread equitably across all the neighborhoods, or are there certain factors that are maybe correlated with a smaller reduction in transit activity? To understand this better, we mapped the kind of decrease in bus trip activity by neighborhood from 2019 to 2020. You can see that on the y-axis against various indicators on the x-axis. In this case, we chose to visualize the percentage of the population in a neighborhood that is living under the federal poverty level. Sadly, 8% of frontline workers live in households that are at or below the poverty level, which is only $26,000 for a family of 4. And 24% are at kind of below twice the poverty level, which is about $52,000 a year for a family of 4. The color of the bubbles in the chart here are representing the borough, and the magnitude of kind of the diameter of the circle is corresponding with the relative bus activity pre-pandemic. So you see here there is a mix of outcomes, but it is apparent that many of the lower income neighborhoods, which is kind of shown in the upper right-hand portion of the chart, such as the Bronx, for example, you see the circles in blue, they don't see the same reduction in bus trip activity that's evident in some of the higher income neighborhoods in the lower left-hand corner, particularly in Manhattan, which is highlighted in green. Next slide, please. So with a big data approach, we can go even further and really customize the geography of an analysis to really understand the impact of pandemic on trip making to or from specific transit facilities. So in this case, we could analyze bus passengers traveling to the Port Authority bus terminal in Midtown on a typical weekday kind of commute period in 2019. The green and gray grids that you see there represent the inferred home location. So these are about 1 kilometer square grids based on where we see kind of persistent pings of the devices during the day and overnight. So what you can think of when you're looking at the visualization here is like a transit travel shed for the terminal, basically where everyone is coming from that goes and takes the bus into Manhattan. And you can see that covers very wide swaths of North Jersey, particularly there in Bergen County. Advancements? So now running the same analysis in 2020, we can see a much smaller volume of travel into the Port Authority bus terminal. And this is pretty reasonable because NJ Transit reported bus ridership into New York was only about 35% of the pre-pandemic levels going all the way out to September 2020. And additionally, some of the coach operators like Greyhound and others are running modified schedules into the terminal. So what's more interesting here is that the significantly reduced transit shed from New Jersey, which is now kind of centered in the heat map on Hudson County. Next slide. So using the contextual demographic data based on the traveler's home census block group, we can also develop a profile of the ridership before and during the pandemic. In this case, we're actually looking at the kind of passenger profile for race. And I want you to focus in, if you can't see the chart too well, on the green bar on the far right. And that shows the share of Hispanic riders into the bus terminal in 2019 and 2020. And you see that there's actually an increase from a 35% share in 2019 to up to nearly 50% in 2020. And you compare that then to just about 10% of white non-Hispanic travelers in 2020. And this is of interest because 75% of all frontline workers are people of color, including 80% of cleaning services employees. And furthermore, about 15 or 16% of frontline workers that work in New York are actually commuting in from outside of the 5 boroughs. And I feel like the graphics here are really illustrative of the changing profile of bus riders and the impact on essential workers during the pandemic. And although it's not shown here, Streetlight did find very similar reductions in these transit sheds for other rail hubs in the city, including Penn Station, Jamaica Station, and Grand Central Terminal. Next slide, please. So a big data approach allows transportation practitioners to analyze mobility patterns in specific neighborhoods or even along specific corridors. So I want to finish today with an analysis of two neighborhoods with vastly different socioeconomic and demographic characteristics to really hit home the differences in work from home and commute behavior during the pandemic. So first, we're looking at commuters living in Summit, New Jersey. It's an affluent bedroom community along the NJ Transit Morristown line. A lot of residents commute to work by car, but also by rail into the city. In the bus terminal example I showed before, we looked at the home grids of travelers going to a terminal. In this case, we're looking at the work grids of residents of a particular area. So you see in the upper right, the pink blocks there correspond to the work locations of Summit residents commuting by rail in 2019. You'll see that there's pretty large clusters in Midtown Manhattan in the financial district. Advance, please. Now, look at the same work locations in 2020 in the bottom right. They're almost non-existent in Manhattan, and the majority are back at Summit. And now you kind of see this, the same home and work locations both in the Summit area now. And this is very indicative of work from home behavior, probably for office workers. Next slide. Now let's take a look at the neighborhood of Claremont in the Bronx. Obviously much different demographic and socioeconomic profile, as you can see. And when you're talking about means of transportation to get to work, far more reliant on public transportation. You'll see here when we're looking at kind of the work grids of people that are commuting by bus, you'll see that most of them are clustered near the neighborhood itself, maybe a mile or two away, as well as others that are commuting into lower Manhattan. If we advance here. So just like Summit, we can now see the same analysis run in 2020. While the absolute numbers go down slightly, you see that the distribution of work locations is actually relatively similar, or at least compared to the Summit example. And I think what we're finding generally is that white-collar office workers, have more options available to them on a regular basis when it comes to commuting, and during the pandemic also have more flexibility with their employer to work from home. And additionally, car travel for those that do have vehicles has rebounded much quicker than public transit. But for lower income neighborhoods such as Claremont, there might be a higher concentration of frontline workers, and they also might be more reliant on public transportation. So the commute patterns during the pandemic are not really shifting quite as much. So, there's certainly a lot more research, a lot more outreach that needs to go into planning for a more equitable transportation network that's able to kind of serve all these communities and all the different populations. But, we do believe that insights leveraged from a big data approach can be yet another kind of valuable tool in a planner's toolkit as they're planning for future transit service.
Ted, and thanks everyone for joining our session today. We hope it raised some questions, piqued your interest, and showed another means of data collection, especially around transportation equity. Big data can really provide a nice, robust, and representative sample to be more inclusive to the overall population. So please, if you have any questions, comments, please send them our way. We're happy to answer all of your questions and hope we can have some further conversations. Thank you again for joining our session, and I hope everyone has a great day.
Hello everyone. In this presentation, we will be talking about the applications of video-based surrogate road safety solutions. The first speaker is Ali Reza Jafari. He has a PhD in transportation engineering and over 7 years of experience in road safety analysis. He specializes in developing statistical models to estimate crash frequency and severity. He has published several journal articles in the field of road safety. His research on conflict-based crash prediction models has won national and international awards, including the Best Research and Evaluation paper at CARS Conference 2019. The next speaker is Mohammad El-Ghadi. Mo is a junior engineer and software developer at Transoft Solutions Transportation Safety Division. He received his bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Kyoto University in Japan and his master's degree in transportation engineering from McGill University, Montreal. His background is a mix of traffic engineering and software development. He has experience with many programming languages, cloud computing, computer vision, and video processing. Additionally, he has 3.5 years of experience in the field of transportation safety, driver behavior, video analytics, and surrogate safety measures. Thank you for joining us today. This presentation is meant to provide you with an overview of some recent applications for video-based road safety and mobility analysis. We will first discuss the challenges with crash-based approaches to road safety and give you a quick background on the important role surrogate safety analysis can play throughout the road safety management process. We will also provide some insight into how the technology works and how practitioners can leverage video-based solutions to improve road safety for all road users. Today's established methodologies use historical and statistical analysis as well as crash modification factors, which are all founded on the visible information readily available to the practitioners. These are provided by police officers or emergency medical services that report the crashes. But traffic collisions make up a tiny fraction of all dangerous road interactions. We can learn a lot more and a lot sooner by also looking at the complete profile of road user behavior. Crash data are not ideal source of information, at least up to this present time. This is because first, not all the traffic crashes are reported, a phenomenon called underreporting. This is frequently the case for no injury and minor injury crashes. This can limit the ability to manage road safety, since most of the analyses are based on reported crash data. Also, crashes, of course, fortunately, are quite rare events. Because of low sample size, it is often difficult to draw solid conclusions from safety analysis, especially at individual locations which we have very limited data for them. In addition to rarity, crashes are complex events in the sense that they are caused by multiple factors and failures. Information about the behaviors and the situations preceding the crash is usually quite limited. This limits the possibility for drawing inferences about the complex chains of events leading to the crashes. Last, but for sure not least, there is an ethical point in using crash data. We need to wait until a sufficient number of crashes unfold before hazardous sites or situations can be identified and corrected. That's why the use of a more proactive approach is preferable. Without a proactive approach, in fact, we cannot get ahead of dangerous traffic situations. So we can only address problems after it's too late for some people. As it turns out, we can learn a lot. Serious near-miss events or traffic conflicts unfold on the road every day. Here is an obvious example. These events are considered collision precursors, since they contain most or all of the same necessary ingredients that are required for a collision to unfold. Why not look at them in addition to crashes? Naturally, we expect to see more crashes unfold, where we also see more collision precursors. More importantly, if we remove the factors that lead to collision precursors, we can eliminate collisions altogether before they happen. This data does not take years to collect, and we have the opportunity to collect it before a single crash happens. Using this video analytics software, we can address both the risk of collisions and the severity of the collision. In other words, how likely two road users strike each other, and if a collision happens, how severe it will be. We use a number of surrogate safety indicators to measure these two aspects of road safety. Post-encroachment time, or PET, and time to collision are the two widely used methods that we use for estimating the probability of a collision, as they directly measure the amount of time road users allow themselves to avoid potential interactions. The higher the time, the less likely are collisions. We use a combination of speed, road user, and mass of the vehicle and conflict angle to gauge collision severity. Obviously, the higher the speed, the larger the mass, the more likely a collision will result in a serious outcome. With that, I'll pass to my colleague, Mo.
Thanks, Ali. So I will talk a bit more about how our technology works and how we can use it to improve road safety. Our process mainly consists of 3 stages: detection, tracking, and analysis, and I will elaborate on each of those 3 in the following slides. So the first step in video-based safety analytics is road users detection using computer vision. In this step, the software takes videos as input and tries to do what the human eye would do. In other words, to see or to detect the different road users in each video frame. An example of what the software does can be observed in the following video. You can see it's creating bounding boxes around each road user, thus detecting them. And then the road users are classified into different types, like cars, trucks, buses, pedestrians, or cyclists, based on visual characteristics. Up to 22 types of road users can be detected now by our algorithm. And the percentages here represent the algorithm level of confidence in the detection and the road users classification. Then the second step in the process is tracking. In this step, we use the data generated from the computer vision-based detection, and then we transform it into positions and velocities at each frame of the video. We do that by calculating the time difference between the different positions each road user was at throughout the video, as you can see here. And in this stage, we also try to reduce the amount of noisy detections and smooth out the speeds. An example of the tracking can be observed where each road user has a bounding box around it, highlighting its position, and we print out the road user speed above the bounding box. The types of road users we can detect also include micromobility devices, such as e-scooters and bikes, and we can also deploy our software at different types of locations, like signalized or non-signalized intersections, highways, roundabouts, and mid-block crossings. Here's an example from a highway using a drone. And here is another example also using a drone at a roundabout. And then the generated trajectories allow precise movement classification, providing accurate turning movement counts for all modes of transportation. So the trajectories can be classified by movements, like in the figure on the left, or classified by road user type, like the figure on the right. There are also 2 views here for each figure we generate to display the data: the camera view on the right and the bird's eye view in meters or feet on the left, corresponding to an aerial view map with GPS coordinates. Using the trajectories that contain velocities information, we can then plot the following speed heat maps. The points here represent the mean speeds at those specific locations. For example, here we can see that the westbound through movement has high speeds corresponding to yellow and orange colors around 25 miles per hour, compared to, for example, westbound left turns, like the ones turning left and then entering the south approach, which have much lower speeds at around 10 miles per hour. Next step is the analysis step, where we use the trajectory data to generate safety-related events. These events are dangerous because usually the users have a limited amount of time to react to avoid the crash. Our first safety-related event, and the one used the most, is post-encroachment time, PET for short, which we use for angled collisions. Here's an example of a post-encroachment time event between a pedestrian and a motorcycle. And here is another example of a PET event between two cars. Another safety-related event we detect is time to collision, TTC for short, which we use for parallel collisions. Here's an example of a TTC event between two cars. And here's another example of a TTC event between a bicycle and a motorcycle. Next, figures can be plotted using the previously mentioned safety-related events to highlight the dangerous locations in the intersection or the study location. Each point on the figures correspond to a safety-related event, PET or TTC, normally. In this example, we are only displaying PET events. We can see that the pedestrian scenarios at the crosswalks are the most dangerous, corresponding to post-encroachment times with smaller values, around 4 seconds, compared to vehicle-vehicle scenarios in the center of the intersection with an average of over 6 seconds PET. Another output of the analysis section is speeding violations detection. It's similar to a speed radar. We observe when road users go over the speed limit of the site or of their respective movement during the time they're detected by our algorithm. Using the movements classifications, we can observe which movements are more likely to have speeding road users, potentially making them more dangerous. So here's an example of a speeding event where the road user is traveling at a maximum speed of 62 miles per hour, where the speed limit is 35. And then we have another event where the speed limit is also 35 and the road user goes up to 72 miles per hour. Another parameter that can be detected is social distancing violations. We can observe the distance between pairs of pedestrians at any moment in time. And we can also set a threshold for those violations. For example, if pedestrians don't keep a distance of 6 feet between themselves, we consider that a violation according to most of COVID-19 rules. You can see here the algorithm keeps detecting the minimum distance between each pair of pedestrian at any moment in time. And then we can plot those violations. For each violation, we know the exact location at which it happened, and we also know the minimum spacing between the pedestrians, and we can use that to highlight the problematic areas. The first type of figures we can plot, the one you can see here, focuses on the number of violations. For example, you can see that the upper left corner of the intersection seems to be where the biggest number of events would occur. We have another type of figure that focuses on the values of the violations, not their number. For example, here we have a BRT ramp where the pedestrians are exiting the ramp and walking towards the crosswalk. When they reach the crosswalk, they are more likely to get closer to each other than at any other location at the intersection. And at that location, they have an average minimum spacing of 3 feet between themselves. We can also detect the pickup and drop-off events and lane blocking events for all or specific lanes in an intersection. Here's an example of a car blocking the specific lane for a duration of almost 9 seconds. And additionally, we can detect red light violations if traffic light times are provided to detect illegal crossings by either pedestrians or by vehicles. Here's an example. It's a red light and this car did not stop. I will pass it back now to my colleague Ali.
Thanks, Mo. I will finish up the presentation by showing how these surrogate safety measures fit into a typical road safety management workflow. You're probably familiar with the road safety management process. Surrogate safety analysis can assist transportation professionals in at least 4 of these categories. The first one, network screening. With network level coverage, our automated tools help you quickly identify the most problematic sites in network screening. It's like triage. Once you've determined which sites to study, our technology can be used as a screening tool, allowing engineers to easily identify the most problematic movements or to observe the mechanisms involved. This is done by reviewing the videos of the most serious traffic interactions, like an X-ray at an intersection. Our technology also assists in countermeasure selection by linking the observed challenges to the treatments available in the CMF clearinghouse. Finally, revisiting the intersection with a follow-up after a study can help identify whether the countermeasure is effective or not. Most importantly, potential problems can be captured much more quickly. This can make the countermeasure implementation much less risky. With network coverage, we can sort, visualize, or list the sites based on a number of safety or operation metrics, such as critical conflict rate, excessive speeding, safety score, annual average daily traffic, or ADT, and so on and so forth. This helps the road agency understand where the critical locations are. In other words, network screening based on surrogate safety measures. The system automatically identifies the different scenarios, combinations of movements and road user types, and highlights the most problematic locations, scenarios, and times of days. Videos can be reviewed to get a better understanding of the mechanisms behind the most dangerous interactions. That helps engineers identify common themes and problems unfolding in the field. This comes with a rich contextual information. This also provides aggregated data visualization layers, like what Mo discussed earlier. The diagnosis information is automatically fed into a countermeasure browsing tool that also integrates the crash modification factors data from the FHWA Crash Modification Factors Clearinghouse website. This is aligned with relevant site metadata. Then a list of prospective countermeasures and their CMFs is generated that can be used by category. This can save time when performing steps 1 to 4 of the standard CMF selection guide. This technology is especially popular with practitioners because of how easily it can be used to study the effectiveness of implemented countermeasures. Here we are showing a study recently completed in British Columbia, Canada. The city wanted to measure the improvements to safety for drivers and pedestrians after the addition of a protect the left turn signal phase and a pedestrian countdown signal. It was at an intersection with a double left turn. This chart plots the interactions measured by post-encroachment time. As we can see, before the change, we had 145 conflicts less than 3 seconds, but after the change, there was no traffic conflict with a critical PET that was given to be 3 seconds. This is an effective and immediate way to evaluate the effectiveness of a treatment. At the end, I wanted to mention the Trans-Sub educational program, which allows us to offer licenses of our various civil transport design and safety products to students and researchers at no cost. If you have access to traffic video you want analyzed, please reach out to us and we'll give you the opportunity to work with our software on a trial basis. Also, while we're waiting on your questions, I'll take this opportunity to mention that the Trans-Sub Safety Lab is hosting a half-day virtual road safety conference on June 16th. Please visit our event page for registration details. Thanks for your attention.
Okay. Hey, welcome back, everybody. So I hope you all enjoyed the presentation, and now we're going to go directly into the Q&A. So we saw a lot of questions online, and I guess we'll start off with the online questions, and this is directed to Streetlight. Does smartphone location need to be turned on to register? So Pam and Ted.
Yeah, I can take this one. So in order for Streetlight to get any geospatial data pings, the user does need to opt in to have their location-based services turned on. But we cover over 300 different mobile apps, and most of those apps really need the location-based services to be on to work properly. So you could think about if you want to use a weather app, it needs to know your location, or any app where you're using it for directions. Even dating apps are on there. So we have a really good coverage, and most of the users are opting in. So we have great coverage, and all the information that we do receive from the apps are all anonymized and de-identified. And one other point I'd like to make too is that the app doesn't need to be in use in order for us to obtain geospatial pings. Most of the time, your app is running in the background of your phone, even when it's in your pocket or your bag. So we're still able to capture those trips.
Yeah, but just to clarify that, your phone has to be enabled and for you to capture that information.
Yep. Yeah. So those apps will tell you, it'll ask you, would you like your location-based services turned on always while using the app or never? That's the question. So it would have to be on, either while using the app or always.
Okay, great. Next question, and please, audience, type in your questions, and we're going to ask the panelists. So this one goes to Michael from Rhythm. How does Code Green work, and does it account for stop bar detection?
Well, the way Code Green works with detection is it actually works with your existing intersection detection. So the camera's only collecting the turning movement count data. So your existing stop bar detection actually feeds into the processor, and then the processor is taking into account, the detection at the intersection along with the timing and coordination plan it has, and then sending those detector inputs for the two phases it wants to serve to the controller only. And it doesn't actually do stop bar detection, so you need some existing stop bar detection out.
And just a follow-up question on the stop bar detection. On the video data collection intersection counts, can you just expand on the accuracy of the data that's being collected? And I know I've used Rhythm for many projects, and I guess statistically speaking, has that increased from years ago?
I think with Code Green, with the AI data collection, that it's we're predicting 95% plus accuracy, and obviously hopefully for 100% plus, which should be better, I think, than your typical video detection or even FLIR or radar. And eventually we are planning to come out with another detection system called Cyclops that will be part of the adaptive system. So we're going to kind of bring this, next level of, detection to the adaptive system. Okay,
well, great, fantastic. This question goes out to Shaf, both Mohammed and Al Jazeera. What video quality does your hardware support? Which is, I guess, a follow-up question to what Rhythm, because it's all about video quality to collect the data and utilize it.
So usually any good enough video would be fine. So usually we would say 720p with 15 frames per second is the minimum requirement, and you can go as high as you want. And of course, like in poor lighting conditions or faraway objects, the higher quality is the better. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. And please don't rush to write those questions in the chat box. So next question. This is a question from the chat box from 444, directed to Streetlight. Is there a possibility to know the occupancy in transit? Pam.
Sure, I'll take that one. It's a good question. So at this moment, unfortunately, transit vehicle occupancy is not a metric that we offer. As Pam had mentioned, we do have over 110 million active devices, but those devices are not necessarily all pinging at the same time in the same location. So what we do is basically aggregate all of these individual device trips, whether it's biking or transit or whatever, and then aggregate that across time of day to kind of get typical time of day, day of week patterns. So while you can certainly run analyses along a transit line or corridor to look at areas of relative activity, or you can look at station boarding or lighting flows by time of day to look at transit station crowding, for example. we won't be able to provide something at the kind of the transit vehicle specific level.
Okay, excellent, excellent. I still don't see any questions, and I just want to remind everybody, we posted the session 6 Excel Google Drive for you to get PDH credits. At the same time, I'll trip up the audience and ask them a simple question that they need to answer in the chat. This is a streetlight question. How has data been collected traditionally to forecast demand and prioritize investments for transit? So if you can, please look into the chat box and ask, respond to that. So I guess while we're waiting for them to respond, and this is just a general question to all you folks, can you just give us a preview of where you see, your systems, from a streetlight perspective, from a Rhythm and Transoft into the future, how you've evolved? I mean, I've used all your products and you've been evolving for many years, and just give us some insight on where the industry is going and how your product is going to address those concerns. With connected vehicle, autonomous vehicles, all these new data sets coming online. It's an open question for everybody.
I can start. I mean, Rhythm is we're always trying to be out there with the leading edge of stuff, and we actually think that connected vehicles are going to be the future. And we did one connected vehicle project in Florida, and we have that capability. If it does come up in a project. And data collection also, again, where a lot of people are, requesting the advanced traffic signal performance measures. And, of course, the more data, the better for most people. And so, that's kind of two ways that we're trying to, keep with the way things are going, the trends of things going in the future.
Oh, great.
I can answer from the streetlight side. I agree. I think with Streetlight, we're constantly updating our platform just based on the needs of our customers. And we're seeing all different kinds of use cases with our data. And I think going forward, we're going to see even more just kind of diverse use cases. And we've really been talking about equity, even looking at EV charging stations and greenhouse gas emissions and how we can really leverage big data to help with these causes and initiatives. So improving our platform as far as making sure our volumes, our AADT are as accurate as possible, coming out with new analyses to make it easier for our customers to run these quickly and export quickly and using other platforms, coming out with new modes. Bus and rail was kind of one step. We're looking at other modes as well, possibly air and ferry, and really kind of looking at that full trip of, the start of when someone's walking and the full journey of, taking an Uber to the train station and then walking to their final destination. So I think that's the direction we want to go in, and we're constantly innovating and looking for new ways to help our customers.
That's fantastic.
Okay. And I can take the Transoft one. So a few years ago, near-miss analysis wasn't even possible, but now with improvements in AI and video capturing devices, we have a non-expensive way to improve safety. So now we are working on improving our accuracy, adding new features. We just have a new product called Self-Serve, where anyone, it doesn't have to be a transportation expert, can calibrate their own site. And we are also working on real-time, really real-time detection with just milliseconds of difference. We are working on that now, so this can be used in autonomous vehicles in the future to detect a crash before it happens, when you are actually inside the vehicle. Yeah.
Oh, actually, hold on a second. I think we got a question here. Let me just see if I can see it. Give me 1 second. It's weird. I don't see it. Hold on a second.
Can Code Green be used to evaluate systems?
Actually, can you all look at the what's the question?
Can Code Green be used to evaluate systems other than Rhythm?
Can Code Green, this is for Rhythm, can Code Green be used to evaluate other systems other than Rhythm?
I think with the advanced traffic signal performance measures, though, that data that's collected by that can be used to evaluate other systems, but and you could potentially compare, the timing plans and coordination plans that Code Green comes up with, the timing and coordination plans in other systems, but those are the only two ways I can think of it to be used. And it wasn't, I think typically wasn't designed for that purpose. But.
Okay. Any other questions? Well, with that, I think we're going to conclude our panel. I just wanted to thank all of you, Pam, Mike, Ted, Ali Reza, and Mohammed. Fantastic presentations. Really appreciate you coming to the 2021 Northeastern District meeting and presenting for us. Made our day 2 a phenomenal event, and I want to thank all of you. And for those of you who are still watching, we have one more day left in our district meeting. Tomorrow starts at 9:30 with the MUTD session. It's going to be a fantastic update to the MUTCD.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock till 10:30. And then finally, we're going to have our last hot seat interview, level of service E and F, and you're in for a phenomenal treat. If you really want to see your coworkers, and if you want to see 5 grown men cry, you don't want to miss tomorrow, okay? So have a great night, and thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. Yeah.
Thanks.